The Alchemist by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyler Doherty. The Alchemist by H.P. Lovecraft. High up, crowning the grassy summit of a swelling mount whose sides are wooded near the base with the gnarled trees of the primeval forest, stands the old chateau of my ancestors. For centuries its lofty battlements have frowned down upon the wild and rugged countryside about, serving as a home and stronghold for the proud house whose honored line is older even than the moss-grown castle walls. These ancient turrets, stained by the storms of generations and crumbling under the slow yet mighty pressure of time, formed in the age of feudalism one of the most dreaded and formidable fortresses in all of France. From its marchiculated parapets and mounted battlements, barons, counts, and even kings had been defied, yet never had its spacious halls resounded to the footsteps of the invader. But since those glorious years all is changed. A poverty but little above the level of dire want, together with a pride of name that forbids its alleviation by the pursuit of commercial life, have prevented the scions of our line from maintaining their estates in pristine splendor. And the falling stones of the wall, the overgrown vegetation in the parks, the dry and dusty moat, and the toppling towers without, as well as the sagging floors, the worm-eaten wainscots, and the faded tapestries within, all tell a gloomy tale of a fallen grandeur. As the ages passed, first one, then another of the four great turrets were left to ruin, until at last but a single tower housed the sadly reduced descendants of the once mighty lords of the estate. It was in one of the vast and gloomy chambers of the remaining tower that I, Antoine, last of the unhappy and accursed counts to see, first saw the light of day, 90 long years ago. Within these walls and amongst the dark and shadowy forest, the wild ravines and grottos of the hillside below, were spent the first years of my troubled life. My parents I never knew. My father had been killed at the age of 32, a month before I was born, by the fall of a stone somehow dislodged from one of the deserted parapets of the castle. And my mother, having died at my birth, my care and education devolved solely upon one remaining servitor, an old and trusted man of considerable intelligence, whose name I remember as Pierre. I was only a child, and the lack of companionship which this fact entailed upon me was augmented by the strange care exercised by my aged guardian, in excluding me from the society of the peasant children whose abodes were scattered here and there upon the plains that surrounded the base of the hill. At that time, Pierre said that this restriction was imposed upon me because my noble birth placed me above associations with such plebeian company. Now I know that its real object was to keep from my ears the idle tales of the dreaded curse upon our line, that were nightly told and magnified by the simple tenantry as they conversed in the hushed accents in the glow of the cottage hearths. Thus isolated and thrown upon my own resources, I spent the hours of my childhood in poring over the ancient tomes that filled the shadow-haunted library of the chateau, and in roaming without aim or purpose through the perpetual dust of the spectral wood that clothed the side of the hill near its foot. It was perhaps an effect of such surrounding that my mind early acquired a shade of melancholy. Those studies and pursuits which partake of the dark and occult in nature most strongly claimed my attention. Of my own race I was permitted to learn singularly little, yet what small knowledge of it I was able to gain seemed to depress me much. Perhaps it was at first only the manifest reluctance of my own preceptors to see with me my maternal ancestry that gave rise to the terror which I ever felt at the mention of my great house. Yet as I grew out of childhood, I was able to piece together disconnected fragments of discourse, let slip from unwilling tongues which had begun to falter in approaching senility. That had a sort of relation to the certain circumstances which I had deemed strange, but now became dimly terrible. The circumstances to which I allude is the early age at which all the counts of my line had met their end. Whilst I had hitherto considered this but a natural attribute of my family of short-lived men, I afterward pondered long upon these premature deaths, and began to connect them with the wandering of the old man, who often spoke of a curse which for centuries had prevented the lives of the holder of my title from much exceeding the span of 32 years. Upon my 21st birthday, the aged Pierre gave to me a family document, which he said for many generations has been handed down from father to son, and continued by each possessor. Its contents were the most startling nature, and its perusal confirmed the gravest of my apprehensions. At this time, my belief in the supernatural was firm and deep-seated. Else, I should have dismissed with scorn the incredible narrative unfolded before my eyes. The paper carried me back to the days of the 13th century, when the old castle in which I sat had been feared in impregnable force. It told of a certain ancient man who had once dwelled on our estate, a person of no small accomplishments, though little above the rank of peasant, by name Michael, usually designated by the surname Mavu, the Evil. On account of his sinister reputation, he had studied beyond the customs of his kind, seeking such things as the philosopher's stone or the elixir of eternal life, and was reputed wise in the terrible secrets of black magic and alchemy. Michael Mavu had one son named Charles, a youth as proficient as himself in the hidden arts, who had therefore been called Le Sorcier, or the Wizard. This pair, shunned by all honest folk, were suspected of the most hideous practices. Old Michael was said to have burnt his wife alive as a sacrifice to the devil, and the unaccountable disappearances of many small peasant children would lay at the dreaded door of these two. Yet though the dark nature of the father and the son ran one redeeming ray of humanity, the old man loved his offspring with fierce intensity, whilst the young had for his parents more than a filial affection. One night the castle on the hill was thrown into the wildest confusion by the vanishment of young Godfrey, son of Henry, the Count. A searching party headed by the fanatic father invaded the cottage of the sorcerers, and there came upon the old Michael Mavu, busy over a huge and violently boiling cauldron. Without certain cause, in the undergoverned madness of fury and despair, the Count laid hands on the aged wizard, and ere he released his murderous hold, his victim was no more. Meanwhile, joyful servants were proclaiming the findings of young Godfrey in the distance and unused chambers of great edifices, telling too late that poor Michael had been killed in vain. As the Count and his associates turned away from the lowly abode of the alchemist, the form of Charles the Sorcier appeared through the trees. The excited chatter of the menials standing about told him what had occurred, and he seemed at first unmoved at his father's fate. Then, slowly, advancing to meet the Count, he pronounced in dull yet terrible accents the curse that had ever afterward haunted the house of C.
May now noble of thy murderous line survive to reach a greater age than thine,
he said, when suddenly, leaping backwards into the black woods, he drew from his tunic a phial of colorless liquid, which he threw into the face of his father's slayer, as he disappeared behind the inky curtains of night. The Count died without utterance and was buried the next day, but little more than 32 years from the hour of his birth. No trace of the assassin could be found, yet restless bands of peasants scoured the neighboring woods and meadowlands around the hill. Thus time and the want of a reminder dull the memory of the curse in the minds of the late Count's family. But when Godfrey, innocent cause of the whole tragedy and now bearing the title, was killed by an arrow whilst hunting at the age 32, there were no thoughts save those of grief at his demise. But when, years afterward, the next young Count, Robert by name, was found dead in a nearby field of no apparent cause, the peasants told in whispers that their seigneur had been lately past his 32nd birthday when surprised by an early death. Lois, son of Robert, was found drowned in the moat at the same fateful age, and thus down through the centuries ran the ominous chronicles. Henry's, Robert's, Antoine's, Armand's, snatched from happy and virtuous lives when little below the age of their unfortunate ancestor at his murder. That I had left, at most, but 11 years of further existence was made certain to me by the words which I had read. My life, previously, held at small value, now became dearer to me each day, as I delved deeper and deeper into the mysteries of the hidden world of black magic. Isolated as I was, modern science had produced no impression upon me, and I labored as in the Middle Ages, as rapt as had been old Michael and young Charles themselves in the acquisition of demonological and alchemic learnings. Yet read as I might, in no matter could I account for the strange curse upon our line. In unusual rational moments, I would go even further as to seek natural explanations, attributing to the early deaths of my ancestors and the sinister Charles the Sorcier and his heirs. Yet, having found upon careful inquiries that there were no known descendants of the Alchemist, I would fall back to occult studies, and once more endeavor to find a spell that would release my house from its terrible burden. Upon one thing I was absolutely resolved. I should never wed. Since no other branch of my family was in existence, I might thus end the curse with myself. As drawn near the age of 30, old Pierre was called to the land beyond. Alone I buried him beneath the stones of the courtyard, about which he'd loved to wander in life. Thus was I left to ponder on myself as the only human creature within the great fortress, and in my utter solitude my mind began to cease its vain protest against the impending doom, to become almost reconciled to the fate which so many of my ancestors had met. Much of my time was now occupied in the exploration and ruin of abandoned halls of the tower of the old chateau, which in youth fear had caused me to shun, and some of which old Pierre had once told me not to trodden by human foot for over 4 centuries. Strange and awesome were many of the objects I encountered. Furniture, covered by the dust of ages, crumbling with the rot of long dampness, met my eyes. Cobwebs in a profusion never before seen by me were spun everywhere, and huge bats flapped their bony and uncanny wings on all sides of the otherwise untenanted gloom. Of my exact age, even down to the days and hours, I kept a most careful record, for each movement of the pendulum of the massive clock in the library told of so much of my doomed existence. At length I approached that time which I had so long viewed with apprehension. Since most of my ancestors had been seized a little before they reached the exact age of Count Henry at his end, I was every moment on the watch for the coming of unknown death. In what strange form the curse which should overtake me I knew not, but I was resolved, at least, that I should not find me a cowardly or passive victim. With new vigor I applied myself to examination of old chateau and its contents. It was upon one of the longest of my excursions in the discovery of the deserted portion of the castle, less than a week before that fatal hour which I must mark the utmost limit of my stay on earth, beyond which I could have not even the slightest hope of continuing to draw breath, that I came upon the culminating event of my whole life. I had spent the better part of the morning in the climbing up and down half-ruined staircases, the most dilapidated of the ancient turrets. As the afternoon progressed, I sought the lower levels, descending in what appeared to be either a medieval place or confinement, or more recently evacuated storeroom for gunpowder. As I slowly traversed the nitrate-encrusted passageways at the foot of the last staircase, the paving became very damp. As soon as I saw by the light of the flickering torch that a blank water-stained wall impeded my journey, turning to retrace my steps, my eyes fell upon a small trap-door with a ring which lay directly beneath my foot. Pausing, I succeeded with difficulty in raising it, whereupon there was revealed a black aperture, exhaling noxious fumes which caused my torch to sputter, and disclosing an unsteady glare at the top of the flight of stone steps. As soon as the torch which I lowered into the repellent depths burned freely and steadily, I commenced my descent. The steps were many, and led to a narrow stone-flagged passage which I knew must be far underground. This passage proved of great length, and terminated in a massive oaken door, dripping with the moisture of the place, and stoutly resisting all my attempts to open it. Ceasing after a time my efforts in this direction, I proceeded back some distance towards the steps, where there suddenly fell to my experience one of the most profound and maddening shocks capable of reception by the human mind. Without warning, I heard the heavy door behind me creak slowly open upon its rusty hinges. My immediate sensations were capable of analysis. To be confronted in a place as thoroughly deserted as I deemed the old castle with evidence of presence of man or spirit produced in my brain a horror of most acute description. When at last I turned and faced the seat of that sound, my eyes must have started from their orbit at the sight that I beheld. There, in the ancient Gothic doorway, stood a human figure. It was that of a man clad in a skull cap and a long medieval tunic of dark color. His long hair and flowing beard were of a terrible and intense black hue, and incredible profusion. His forehead high beyond the usual dimensions, his cheeks deep sunken and heavily lined with wrinkles, and his hands, long, claw-like, and gnarled, were of such a deep marble-like whiteness I had never elsewhere seen in a man. His figure leaned to the proportions of a skeleton, was strangely bent and almost lost within the voluptuous folds of his peculiar garment. But strange of us all were his eyes, twin caverns of abysmal darkness, profound and expressive of understanding, yet inhuman to the degree of wickedness. These were now fixed upon me, piercing my soul with their hatred, and rooting me to the spot whereon I stood. At last the figure spoke in a rumbling voice that chilled me through with dull hollowness and latent malevolence. The language in which the discourse was clothed was debased form of Latin in use amongst the more learned men of Middle Ages, and made familiar to me by my prolonged research into the works of the old Alchemist and Demologos. The apparition spoke of the curse which had hovered over my house, told me of my coming end, dwelt on the wrong perpetrated by my ancestors against Michael Mevu, and gloated over the revenge of Charles the Sorcier. He told how young Charles escaped into the night, returned in after years to kill Godfrey, the heir, with an arrow just as he approached the age which his father had at his assassination. How he had secretly returned to the estate and established him, unknown, in the deserted subterranean chambers whose doorways now framed the hideous narrator. How he had seized Robert, son of Godfrey, in a field, forced poison down his throat, and left him to die at the age of 32, thus maintaining the foul provision of his vengeful curse. At this point, I was left to imagine the solution of the great mystery of all, how the curse had been fulfilled since the time when Charles the Sorcier must, in course of his nature, have died. For the man digressed to account of deep alchemic studies of the two wizards, father and son, speaking most particularly of the research of Charles the Sorcier, concerning the elixir which should grant to him who partook of his eternal life and youth. His enthusiasm had seemed for the moment to remove from his terrible eyes the black malevolence that at first so haunted me. But suddenly the fiendish glare returned, and with a shocking sound like a hissing of a serpent, the stranger raised a glass phial, the evident intent of ending my life, as Charles the Sorcier 600 years before ended that of my ancestors. Prompted by some preserving instinct of self-defense, I broke through the spell that had hitherto held me immovable, and flung my now dying torch at the creature who had menaced my existence. I heard the phial break harmlessly against the stone of the passage as the tunic of the strange man caught fire and lit the horrid scene with a ghastly radiance. The shriek of fright and impotent malice emitted by the would-be assassin proved too much for my already shaken nerves, and I fell prone upon the slimy floor in a total faint. When at last my senses returned, all was frightfully dark. Remembering what had occurred, shrank from the idea of beholding any more, yet curiosity overmasters all. Who, I asked myself, was the man of evil, and how he came within the castle walls? Why should he seek to avenge the death of Michael Mouvet? And how bad the curse been carried on through all the long centuries since the time of Charles the Sorcier? The dread of years was lifted from my shoulder, for I knew that he whom I had felled was the source of all my danger from the curse, and now that I was free, I burned with the desire to learn more of the sinister thing which had haunted my line for centuries, and made my own youth one long-continued nightmare. Determined upon further exploration, I felt in my pocket for flint and steel, and lit the unused torch which I had with me. First of all, new light revealed the distorted and blackened form of the mysterious stranger. The hideous eyes were now closed. Disliking the sight, I turned away and entered the chamber beyond the Gothic door. Here I found what seemed much like an alchemist's laboratory. In one corner was an immense pile of shining yellow metal that sparkled gloriously in the light of a torch, for I was strangely affected by that which I had undergone. At the farther end of the apartment was an opening leading out into one of the many wild ravines of the dark hillside forest. Filled with wonder, yet now realizing how the man had obtained access to the chateau, I proceeded to return. I had intended to pass by the remains of the stranger with averted face, but as I approached the body, I seemed to hear emanating from it a faint sound, as though life were not wholly extinct. Aghast, I turned to examine the charred and shriveled figure on the floor. Then, all at once, the horrible eyes, blacker even than the seared face in which they were set, opened wide with an expression which I was unable to interpret. The cracked lips tried to frame words which I could not well understand. Once I caught the name of Charles the Sorcier, and again I fancied the word years and curse issued from the twisted mouth. Still I was at a loss to gather the purport of his disconnected speech. and my evident ignorance of his meaning, the pitchy eyes once more flashed malevolently at me, until, helpless as I saw my opponent to be, I trembled as I watched him. Suddenly, the wretch, animated with his last brute of strength, raised his piteous head from the damp and sunken pavement. Then, as I remained, paralyzed with fear, he found his voice, and in a dying breath streamed forth those words which have ever haunted my days and nights.
"Fool!"
he shrieked.
"Can you not guess my secret? Have you no brain whereby you may recognize the will which has through 6 long centuries fulfilled the dreadful curse upon the house? Have I not told you of the great elixir of eternal life? Know you not how the secret of alchemy was solved? I told you, it is I, that I have lived for 600 years to maintain my revenge, for I am Charles the Sorcier."
End of The Alchemist. Recording by Tyler Doherty.
Ashes by C.M. Eddy, Jr. with H.P. Lovecraft. From Weird Tales, March, 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Ashes by C.M. Eddy, Jr. "Hello, Bruce. Haven't seen you in a dog's age. Come in." I threw open the door, and he followed me into the room. His gaunt, ungainly figure sprawled awkwardly into the chair I indicated, and he twirled his hat between his nervous fingers. His deep-set eyes wore a worried, hunted look, and he glanced furtively around the room, as if searching for a hidden something which might unexpectedly pounce upon him. His face was haggard and colorless. The corners of his mouth twitched spasmodically. "What's the matter, old man? You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Brace up." I crossed to the buffet and poured a small glass of wine from the decanter. "Drink this." He downed it with a hasty gulp and took to toying with his hat again. "Thanks, Prague. I don't feel quite myself tonight." "You don't look it either. What's wrong?" Malcolm Bruce shifted uneasily in his chair. I eyed him in silence for a moment, wondering what could possibly affect the man so strongly. I knew Bruce was a man of steady nerves and iron will. To find him so visibly upset was, in itself, unusual. I passed cigars, and he selected one automatically. It was not until the second cigar had been lighted that Bruce broke the silence. His nervousness was apparently gone. Once more, he was the dominant, self-reliant figure I knew of old. "Prague," he began, "I've just been through the most devilish, gruesome experiment that ever befell a man. I don't know whether I dare tell it or not, for fear you'll think I've gone crazy. And I wouldn't blame you if you did. But it's true, every word of it." He paused dramatically and blew a few rings of smoke in the air. I smiled. Many a weird tale I had listened to over the self-same table. There must have been some kink in my personality that inspired confidence, for I had been told stories that some men would have given years of their life to have heard. And yet, despite my love of the bizarre and the dangerous, and my longing to explore far reaches of little-known lands, I had been doomed to a life of prosaic, flat, uneventful business. "Do you happen to have heard of Professor Van Allister?" asked Bruce. "You don't mean Arthur Van Allister?" "The same. Then you know him?" "I should say so. Known him for years, ever since he resigned as professor of chemistry at the college so he could have more time for his experiments." Why, I even helped him choose the plans for that soundproof laboratory of his on the top floor of his home. Up to a year or so ago, we were pals. Then he got so busy with his confounded experiments, he couldn't have any time to be chummy. You may recall, Prague, that when we were in college together, I used to dabble quite a bit in chemistry? I nodded, and Bruce continued. About 4 months ago, I found myself out of a job. Van Allister advertised for an assistant, and I answered. He remembered me from college days, and I managed to convince him I knew enough about chemistry to warrant a trial. He had a young lady doing his secretarial work, a Miss Marjorie Purdy. She was one of those strict attention to business types, and as good-looking as she was efficient. She had been helping Van Allister a bit in his laboratory, and I soon discovered she took a genuine interest in puttering around, making experiments of her own. Indeed, she spent nearly all her spare time with us in the laboratory. It was only natural that such companionship should result in close friendship, and it wasn't long before I began to depend on her to help me in difficult experiments when the professor was busy. I never could seem to stump her. That girl took to chemistry like a duck takes to water. About 2 months ago, Van Allister had the laboratory partitioned off and made a separate workroom for himself. He told us that he was about to enter upon a series of experiments which, if successful, would bring him everlasting fame. He flatly refused to make us his confidants in any way, shape, or manner. From that time on, Miss Purdy and I were left alone more and more. For days at a time, the professor would retire to the seclusion of his new workshop, sometimes not even appearing for his meals. That meant, too, that we had more spare time on our hands. Our friendship ripened. I felt a growing admiration for the trim young woman who seemed perfectly content to fuss around with smelly bottles and sticky messes, gowned in white from head to foot, even to the rubber gloves she wore. Day before yesterday, Van Allister invited us into his workshop. "At last I have achieved success," he announced, holding up for our inspection a small bottle containing a colorless liquid. "I have here what will rank as the greatest chemical discovery ever known. I'm going to prove its efficiency right before your eyes. Bruce, will you bring me one of the rabbits, please?" I went back into the other room and brought him one of the rabbits we kept together with guinea pigs for experimental purposes. He put the little animal into a small glass box just large enough to hold it, and closed the cover. Then he set a glass funnel in a hole in the top of the box, and we drew nearer to watch the experiment. He uncorked the bottle and poised it above the rabbit's prison. "Now to prove whether my weeks of effort have resulted in success or failure." Slowly, methodically, he emptied the contents of the bottle into the funnel, and we watched it trickle into the compartment with the frightened animal. Miss Purdy uttered a suppressed cry, and I rubbed my eyes to make sure they had not deceived me. For, in the case where but a moment before there had been a live, terrified rabbit, there was now nothing but a little pile of soft white ashes. Professor Van Allister turned to us with an air of supreme satisfaction. His face radiated ghoulish glee, and his eyes were alight with a weird, insane gleam. When he spoke, his voice took on a tone of mastery. "Bruce, and you too, Miss Purdy, it has been your privilege to witness the first successful trial of a preparation that will revolutionize the world. It will instantaneously reduce to a fine ash anything with which it comes in contact, except glass. Just think what that means. An army equipped with glass bombs filled with my compound would annihilate the world. Wood, metal, stone, brick, everything, swept away before them, leaving no more trace than the rabbit I have just experimented upon. Just a pile of soft white ashes. I glanced at Miss Purdy. Her face had gone as white as the apron she wore. We watched Van Alstyne as he transferred all that was left of the bunny to a small bottle, and neatly labeled it. I'd admit that I was suffering a mental chill myself by the time he dismissed us, and we left him alone behind the tightly closed doors of his workshop. Once safely outside, Miss Purdy's nerves gave way completely. She reeled and would have fallen had I not caught her in my arms. The feel of her soft, yielding body, held close to my own, was the last straw. I cast Prudence to the wind and crushed her tightly into my breast. Kiss after kiss I pressed upon her full, red lips, until her eyes opened, and I saw the love light reflected in them. After a delicious eternity, we came back to Earth again, long enough to realize that the laboratory was no place for such ardent demonstrations. At any moment Van Alstyne might come out of his retreat, and if he should discover our love-making in his present state of mind, we dared not think of what might happen. For the rest of the day I was like a man in a dream. It's a wonder to me that I succeeded in accomplishing anything at all. My body was merely an automaton, a well-trained machine, going about its appointed tasks, while my mind soared into faraway realms of delightful daydreaming. Marjorie kept busy with her secretarial work for the rest of the day, and not once did I lay eyes upon her until my tasks in the laboratory were completed. That night we gave over to the joys of our newfound happiness. Prague, I shall remember that night as long as I live. The happiest moment I have ever known was when Marjorie Purdy promised to become my wife. Yesterday was another day of unalloyed bliss. All day long my sweetheart and I worked side by side. Then followed another night of love-making. If you've never been in love with the only girl in the world, Prague, you can't understand the delirious joy that comes from the very thought of her. And Marjorie returned my devotion 100-fold. She gave herself unreservedly into my keeping. Along about noontime today, I needed something to complete an experiment, and I stepped over to the drugstore for it. When I returned, I missed Marjorie. I looked for her hat and coat, but they were gone. The professor had not shown himself since the experiment upon the rabbit, and was locked in his workshop. I asked the servants, but none of them had seen her leave the house, nor had she left any message for me. As the afternoon wore on, I grew frantic. Evening came, and still no sign of my dear little girl. All thought of work was forgotten. I paced the floor of my room like a caged lion. Every jangle of the phone or ring at the door bolstered up my faltering hopes of some word from her, but each time I was doomed to disappointment. Each minute seemed an hour, each hour an eternity. Good God, Prague, you can't imagine how I suffered. From the heights of sublime love I mentally plunged into the darkest depths of despair. I conjured visions of all sorts of terrible fates overtaking her. Still, no word did I hear. It seemed to me that I had lived a lifetime, but my watch told me it was only 7:30 when the butler told me that Van Alstyne wanted me in the laboratory. I was in no mood for experiments, but while I was under his roof, he was my master, and it was for me to obey. The professor was in his workshop, the door slightly ajar. He called for me to close the door of the laboratory and join him in the little room. In my state of mind, my brain photographed every minute detail of the scene which met my eyes. In the center of the room, on a marble-top table, was a glass case about the size and shape of a coffin. It was filled almost to the brim with that same colorless liquid which the small bottle had contained 2 days before. At the left, on a glass-topped taboret, was a newly labeled glass jar. I could not repress an involuntary shudder as I realized that it was filled with soft, white ashes. Then I saw something that almost made my heart stop beating. On a chair in the far corner of the workshop was the hat and coat of the girl who had pledged her life to mine, the girl whom I had vowed to cherish and protect while life should last. My senses were numbed, my soul supercharged with horror as realization flashed over me. There could be but one explanation. The ashes in that jar were the ashes of Marjorie Purdy. The world stood still for one long, terrible moment, and then I went mad, stark, staring mad. The next I can remember, the professor and I were locked in a desperate struggle. Old as he was, he still possessed a strength nearly equal to mine, and he had the added advantage of calm self-possession. Closer and closer he forced me to the glass coffin. A few moments more, and my ashes would join those of the girl I had loved. I stumbled against the taboret, and my fingers closed over the jar of ashes. With one last superhuman effort, I raised it above my head, and brought it down with crushing force upon the skull of my antagonist. His arm relaxed. His limp form dropped in a senseless heap to the floor. Still acting on impulse, I raised the silent form of the professor, and carefully, lest I should spill some of it on the floor, lowered the body into the casket of death. A moment, and it was over. Professor and liquid both were gone, and in their place was a little pile of soft white ashes. As I gazed at my handiwork, the brainstorm passed away, and I came face to face with the cold, hard truth that I had killed a fellow being. An unnatural calm possessed me. I knew that there was not one single shred of evidence against me, barring the fact that I was the last one known to be alone with the professor. Nothing remained but ashes. I put on my hat and coat, told the butler that the professor had left word he was not to be disturbed, and that I was going out for the evening. Once outside, all my self-possession vanished. My nerves were shot to pieces. I don't know where I went, only that I wandered aimlessly, here and there, until I found myself outside your apartment just a little while ago. Prague, I felt as if I must talk to someone, that I must unburden my tortured mind. I knew that I could trust you, old pal, so I've told you the whole story. Here I am. Do with me what you will. Life holds nothing more for me, now that Marjorie is gone. Bruce's voice trembled with emotion and broke as he mentioned the name of the girl he loved. I leaned across the table and gazed searchingly into the eyes of the abject figure that slouched dejectedly in the big chair. Then I rose, put on my hat and coat, crossed to Bruce, who had buried his head in his arms and was shaking with talent sobs. "Bruce!" Malcolm Bruce raised his eyes. "Bruce, listen to me. Are you sure Marjorie Purdy is dead?" "Am I sure that—" His eyes widened at the suggestion, and he sat erect with a sudden start. "Exactly," I went on. "Are you positive that the ashes in the jar were the ashes of Marjorie Purdy?" "Why, See here, Prague, what are you driving at?" "Then you're not sure. You saw the girl's hat and coat in that chair, and in your state of mind you jumped at conclusions. The ashes must be those of the missing girl. The professor must have made away with her, and all that. Come now, did Van Alstyne tell you anything?" "I don't know what he said. I told you I went berserk, mad." "Then you come along with me. If she's not dead, she must be somewhere in that house. And if she is there, we're going to find her." On the street, we hailed a taxi, and in a few moments the butler admitted us to Van Alstyne's home. Bruce led us into the laboratory with his key. The door of the workshop was still ajar. My eyes swept the room in a comprehensive survey. At the left, over near the window, was a closed door. I strode across the room and tried the knob, but it refused to yield. "Where does that lead?" "Just an anteroom where the professor keeps his apparatus." "All the same, that door's coming open," I returned grimly. Stepping back a pace or two, I planted a well-directed kick upon the door. Another, and still another, and the framework around the lock gave way. Bruce, with an inarticulate cry, sped across the room to a huge mahogany chest. He selected one of the keys on his ring, inserted it in the lock, and flung back the cover with trembling hands. "Here she is, Prog! Quick, get her out of there where there's air!" Together, we bore the limp figure of the girl into the laboratory. Bruce hastily mixed a concoction which he forced between her lips. A second dose, and her eyes slowly opened. Her bewildered glance traveled around the room, at last resting on Bruce, and her eyes lighted with sudden, happy recognition. Later, after a few moments of reunion, the girl told us her story. "After Malcolm went out this afternoon, the professor sent word for me to come into the workshop. As he often summoned me to do some errand or other, I thought nothing of it, and to save time, I took my hat and coat along. He closed the door of the little room without warning, attacking me from behind. He overpowered me, tied me hand and foot. It was needless to gag me, as you know the laboratory is absolutely soundproof. Then he produced a huge Newfoundland dog he had secured from somewhere or other, reduced it to ashes before my eyes, and put the ashes in a glass jar that was on the tabouret in the workshop. He went into the anteroom and, from the chest where you found me, took out a glass casket. At least, it seemed a casket to my terror-stricken eyes. He mixed enough of his horrible liquid to fill it almost to the brim. Then he told me he had but one thing remaining. That was to perform the experiment upon a human being." She shuddered at the recollection. "He dilated at length upon what a privilege it would be for anyone to sacrifice his life in such a manner, for such a cause. Then he calmly informed me that he had selected you as the subject of his experiment, and that I was to play the role of witness. I fainted. The professor must have feared some sort of intrusion, for the next I remember was waking up inside the chest where you discovered me. It was stifling. Every breath I took came harder and harder. I thought of you, Malcolm, thought of the wonderful, happy hours we had spent together the last few days. I wondered what I would do when you were gone. I even prayed that he would kill me, too. My throat grew parched and dry. Everything went black before my eyes. Next, I opened them to find myself here, with you, Malcolm." Her voice sank to a hoarse, nervous whisper. Where is the professor?" Bruce silently led her to the workshop. She shivered as the coffin of glass came within her range of vision. Still silently, he crossed directly to the casket, and, taking up a handful of the soft white ashes, let them sift slowly through his fingers. The end of Ashes by C. M. Eddy, Jr.
At the Gate by Myla Closser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. At the Gate by Myla Closser. A shaggy Airedale scented his way along the high road. He had not been there before, but he was guided by the trail of his brethren who had preceded him. He had gone unwillingly upon this journey, yet with the perfect training of dogs he had accepted it without complaint. The path had been lonely, and his heart would have failed him, traveling as he must without his people, had not these traces of countless dogs before him promised companionship of a sort at the end of the road. The landscape had appeared arid at first, for the translation from recent agony into freedom from pain had been so numbing in its swiftness that it was some time before he could fully appreciate the pleasant dog country through which he was passing. There were woods with leaves upon the ground through which to scurry, long grassy slopes for extended runs, and lakes into which he might plunge for sticks and bring them back to... But he did not complete his thought, for the boy was not with him. A little wave of homesickness possessed him. It made his mind easier to see far ahead a great gate as high as the heavens, wide enough for all. He understood that only man built such barriers, and by straining his eyes he fancied he could discern humans passing through to whatever lay beyond. He broke into a run that he might the more quickly gain this enclosure made beautiful by men and women, but his thoughts outran his pace, and he remembered that he had left the family behind. And again this lovely new compound became not perfect, since it would lack the family. The scent of the dogs grew very strong now, and coming nearer, he discovered to his astonishment that of the myriads of those who had arrived ahead of him, thousands were still gathered on the outside of the portal. They sat in a wide circle, spreading out on each side of the entrance, big, little, curly, handsome, mongrel, thoroughbred dogs of every age, complexion, and personality. All were apparently waiting for something, someone, and at the pad of the Airedale's feet on the hard road they arose and looked in his direction. But the interest passed as soon as they discovered the newcomer to be a dog puzzled him. In his former dwelling place, a four-footed brother was greeted with enthusiasm when he was a friend, with suspicious diplomacy when a stranger, and with sharp reproof when an enemy. But never had he been utterly ignored. He remembered something that he had read many times on great buildings with lofty entrances. Dogs not admitted, the signs had said, and he feared this might be the reason for the waiting circle outside the gate. It might be that this noble portal stood as the dividing line between mere dogs and humans. But he had been a member of the family, romping with them in the living room, sitting at meals with them in the dining room, going upstairs at night with them, and the thought that he was to be kept out would be unendurable. He despised the passive dogs. They should be treating a barrier after the fashion of their old country, leaping against it, barking and scratching the nicely painted door. He bounded up the last little hill to set them an example, for he was still full of the rebellion of the world. But he found no door to leap against. He could see beyond the entrance dear masses of people, yet no dog crossed the threshold. They continued in their patient ring, their gaze upon the winding road. He now advanced cautiously to examine the gate. It occurred to him that it must be fly time in this region, and he did not wish to make himself ridiculous before all these strangers by trying to bolt through an invisible mesh like the one that had baffled him when he was a little chap. Yet there were no screens, and despair entered his soul. What bitter punishment these poor beasts must have suffered before they learned to stay on this side the arch that led to human beings. What had they done on earth to merit this? Stolen bones troubled his conscience, runaway days, sleeping in the best chair until the key clicked in the lock. These were sins. At that moment, an English bull terrier, white, with liver-colored spots, and a jaunty manner approached him, snuffling in a friendly way. No sooner had the bull terrier smelt his collar than he fell to expressing his joy at meeting him. The Airedale's reserve was quite thawed by this welcome, though he did not know just what to make of it. I know you! exclaimed the bull terrier, adding, inconsequentially, "What's your name?" "Tam O'Shanter. They call me Tammy," was the answer, with a pardonable break in the voice. "I know them," said the bull terrier. "Nice folks." "Best ever," said the Airedale, trying to be nonchalant and scratching a flea which was not there. "I don't remember you. When did you know them?" "About 14 tags ago, when they were first married. We keep track of time here by the license tags. I had 4. This is my first and only one. You were before my time, I guess." He felt young and shy. "Come for a walk and tell me all about them," was his new friend's invitation. "Aren't we allowed in there?" asked Tam, looking toward the gate. "Sure, you can go in whenever you want. Some of us do at first, but we don't stay." "Like it better outside?" No, it isn't that." "Then why are all you fellows hanging around here? Any old dog can see it's better beyond the arch." "You see, we're waiting for our folks to come." The Airedale grasped it at once and nodded understandingly. "I felt that way when I came along the road. It wouldn't be what it's supposed to be without them. It wouldn't be the perfect place." "Not to us," said the bull terrier. "Fine. I've stolen bones, but it must be that I have been forgiven if I'm to see them here again. It's the great good place, all right. But look here," he added as a new thought struck him. "Do they wait for us?" The older inhabitant coughed in slight embarrassment. "The humans couldn't do that very well. It wouldn't be the thing to have them hang around outside for just a dog. Not dignified." "Quite right," agreed Tam. "I'm glad they go straight to their mansions. I'd hate to have them missing me as I am missing them," he sighed. "But then, they wouldn't have to wait so long." "Oh, well, they're getting on. Don't be discouraged," comforted the terrier. "And in the meantime, it's like a big hotel in summer, watching the new arrivals. See, there is something doing now." All the dogs were aroused to excitement by a little figure making its way uncertainly up the last slope. Half of them started to meet it, crowding about in a loving, eager pack. "Look out, don't scare it," cautioned the older animals, while word was passed to the farthest from the gate. "Quick, quick, a baby's come." Before they had entirely assembled, however, a gaunt yellow hound pushed through the crowd, gave one sniff at the small child, and with a yelp of joy, crouched at its feet. The baby embraced the hound in recognition, and the two moved toward the gate. Just outside, the hound stopped to speak to an aristocratic St. Bernard who had been friendly. "Sorry to leave you, old fellow," he said, "but I'm going in to watch over the kid. You see, I'm all she has up here." The bull terrier looked at the Airedale for appreciation. "That's the way we do it," he said proudly. "Yes, but—" The Airedale put his head on one side in perplexity. "Yes, but what?" asked the guide. "The dogs that don't have any people. The nobody's dogs. That's the best of all. Oh, everything is thought out here. Crouch down, you must be tired, and watch," said the bull terrier. Soon they spied another small form making the turn in the road. He wore a Boy Scout's uniform, but he was a little fearful for all that. So new was this adventure. The dogs rose again and snuffled, but the better groomed of the circle held back, and in their place a pack of odds and ends of the company ran down to meet him. The Boy Scout was reassured by the friendly attitude, and after petting them impartially, he chose an old-fashioned black and tan, and the two passed in. Tam looked questioningly. "They didn't know each other," he exclaimed. "But they've always wanted to. That's one of the boys who used to beg for a dog, but his father wouldn't let him have one. So all our strays wait for just such little fellows to come along. Every boy gets a dog, and every dog gets a master." "I expect the boy's father would like to know that now," commented the Airedale. "No doubt he thinks quite often, 'I wish I'd let him have a dog.'" The bull terrier laughed. "You're pretty near the earth yet, aren't you?" Tam admitted it. "I've a lot of sympathy with fathers and with boys, having them both in the family, and a mother as well." The bull terrier leapt up in astonishment. "You don't mean to say they keep a boy?" "Sure, greatest boy on earth, 10 this year." Well, this is news. I wish they'd kept a boy when I was there." The Airedale looked at his new friend intently. "See here, who are you?" he demanded. But the other hurried on. "I used to run away from them just to play with a boy. They'd punish me, and I always wanted to tell them it was their fault for not getting one." "Who are you, anyway?" repeated Tam, taking all this interest in me, too. "Whose dog were you?" "You've already guessed. I see it in your quivering snout. I'm the old dog that had to leave them about 10 years ago." "Their old dog Bully?" "Yes, I'm Bully." They nosed each other with deeper affection, then strolled about the glade, shoulder to shoulder. Bully the more eagerly pressed for news. "Tell me, how are they getting along?" "Very well indeed. They've paid for the house." I suppose you occupy the kennel?" "No, they said they couldn't stand it to see another dog in your old place." Bully stopped to howl gently. "That touches me. It's generous in you to tell it, to think they missed me." For a little while they went on in silence, but as evening fell, and the light from the golden streets inside of the city gave the only glow to the scene, Bully grew nervous and suggested that they go back. "We can't see so well at night, and I like to be pretty close to the path, especially toward morning." Tam assented. "And I will point them out. You might not know them just at first." "Oh, we know them. Sometimes the babies have grown up. They're rather hazy in the recollection of how we look. They think we're bigger than we are, but you can't fool us dogs." "It's understood," Tam cunningly arranged, "that when he or she arrives, you'll sort of make them feel at home while I wait for the boy?" "That's the best plan," assented Bully kindly. "And if by any chance the little fellow should come first, there's been a lot of them this summer, of course you'll introduce me?" "I shall be proud to do it." And so, with muzzles sunk between their paws, and with their eyes straining down the Pilgrim's Road, they wait outside the gate. End of At the Gate by Myla Closser.
The Black Mate by Joseph Conrad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allan Lord. The Black Mate by Joseph Conrad. 1884. A good many years ago, there were several ships loading at the jetty, London Dock. I'm speaking here of the 80s of the last century, of the time when London had plenty of fine ships in the docks, though not so many fine buildings in its streets. The ships at the jetty were fine enough. They lay one behind the other, and the Sapphire, third from the end, was as good as the rest of them, and nothing more. Each ship at the jetty had, of course, her chief officer on board, and so had every other ship in dock. The policeman at the gates knew them all by sight, without being able to say at once, without thinking, to what ship any particular man belonged. As a matter of fact, the mates of the ships then lying in the London Dock were like the majority of officers in the merchant service, a steady, hard-working, staunch, unromantic-looking set of men, belonging to various classes of society, but with the professional stamp obliterating the personal characteristics, which were not very marked anyhow. This last was true of them all, with the exception of the mate of the Sapphire. Of him the policeman could not be in doubt. This one had a presence. He was noticeable to them in the street from a great distance, and when in the morning he strode down the jetty to his ship, the lumpers and the dock labourers rolling the bales and trundling the cases of cargo on their hand trucks would remark to each other, "Here's the Black Mate coming along." That was the name they gave him, being a gross lot, who could have no appreciation of the man's dignified bearing, and to call him black was the superficial impressionism of the ignorant. Of course, Mr. Bunter, the mate of the Sapphire, was not black. He was no more black than you or I. and certainly as white as any chief mate of a ship in the whole of the port of London. His complexion was of the sort that did not take the tan easily, and I happened to know that the poor fellow had had a month's illness just before he joined the Sapphire. From this you will perceive that I knew Bunter. Of course I knew him. And what's more, I knew his secret at the time. This secret which... Never mind, just now. Returning to Bunter's personal appearance, it was nothing but ignorant prejudice on the part of the foreman stevedore to say, as he did in my hearing, "I bet he's a foreigner of some sort. A man may have black hair without being set down for a dago. I've known a West Country sailor, boatswain of a fine ship, who looked more Spanish than any Spaniard afloat I've ever met. He looked like a Spaniard in a picture. Competent authorities tell us that this earth is to be finally the inheritance of men with dark hair and brown eyes. It seems that already the great majority of mankind is dark-haired in various shades. But it is only when you meet one that you notice how men with really black hair, black as ebony, are rare. Bunter's hair was absolutely black, black as a raven's wing. He wore, too, all his beard, clipped, but a good length all the same, and his eyebrows were thick and bushy. Add to this steely blue eyes, which in a fair-haired man would have been nothing so extraordinary, but in that sombre framing made a startling contrast, and you will easily understand that Bunter was noticeable enough. If it had not been for the quietness of his movements, for the general soberness of his demeanour, one would have given him credit for a fiercely passionate nature. Of course, he was not in his first youth, but if the expression "in the force of his age" has any meaning, he realised it completely. He was a tall man, too, though rather spare. Seeing him from his poop indefatigably busy with his duties, Captain Ashton of the clipper ship Elsinore, lying just ahead of the Sapphire, remarked once to a friend that "Johns has got somebody there to hustle his ship along for him." Captain Johns, master of the Sapphire, having commanded ships for many years, was well known without being much respected or liked. In the company of his fellows he was either neglected or chaffed. The chaffing was generally undertaken by Captain Ashton, a cynical and teasing sort of man. It was Captain Ashton who permitted himself the unpleasant joke of proclaiming once in company that "Johns is of the opinion that every sailor above 40 years of age ought to be poisoned, shipmasters in actual command excepted." It was in a city restaurant where several well-known shipmasters were having lunch together. There was Captain Ashton, florid and jovial, in a large white waistcoat, and with a yellow rose in his buttonhole. Captain Sellers in a sack coat, thin and pale-faced, with his iron-grey hair tucked behind his ears, and, but for the absence of spectacles, looking like an ascetical, mild man of books. Captain Bell, a bluff sea-dog with hairy fingers, in blue serge and a black felt hat pushed far back off his crimson forehead. There was also a very young shipmaster, with a little fair moustache and serious eyes, who said nothing and only smiled faintly from time to time. Captain Johns, very much startled, raised his perplexed and credulous glance, which, together with a low and horizontally wrinkled brow, did not make a very intellectual ensemble. This impression was by no means mended by the slightly pointed form of his bald head. Everybody laughed outright, and thus guided, Captain Johns ended by smiling rather sourly, and attempted to defend himself. It was all very well to joke, but nowadays, when ships, to pay anything at all, had to be driven hard on the passage and in harbour, the sea was no place for elderly men. Only young men and men in their prime were equal to modern conditions of push and hurry. Look at the great firms, Almost every single one of them was getting rid of men showing any signs of age. He, for one, didn't want any oldsters on board his ship. And indeed, in this opinion, Captain John's was not singular. There was at that time a lot of seamen, with nothing against them but that they were grizzled, wearing out the soles of their last pair of boots on the pavements of the city in the heartbreaking search for a berth. Captain John's added with a sort of ill-humoured innocence that from holding that opinion to thinking of poisoning people was a very long step. This seemed final, but Captain Ashton would not let go his joke. "Oh, yes, I'm sure you would. You said distinctly of no use. What's to be done with men who are of no use? You're a kind-hearted fellow, Johns. I'm sure that if only you thought it over carefully, you would consent to have them poisoned in some painless manner." Captain Sellers twitched his thin, sinuous lips. "Make ghosts of them," he suggested pointedly. At the mention of ghosts, Captain Johns became shy, in his perplexed, sly and unlovely manner. Captain Ashton winked. "Yes, and then perhaps you would get a chance to have a communication with the world of spirits. Surely the ghosts of seamen should haunt ships. Some of them would be sure to call on an old shipmate." Captain Sellers remarked dryly, "Don't raise his hopes like this. It's cruel. He won't see anything. You know, Johns, that nobody has ever seen a ghost." At this intolerable provocation, Captain Johns came out of his reserve, with no perplexity whatever, but with a positive passion of credulity, giving momentary lustre to his dull little eyes. He brought up a lot of authenticated instances. There were books and books full of instances. It was merest ignorance to deny supernatural apparitions. Cases were published every month in a special newspaper. Professor Cranks saw ghosts daily, and Professor Cranks was no small potatoes either. One of the biggest scientific men living. And there was that newspaper fellow, what's his name, who had a girl ghost visitor. He printed in his paper things she said to him. And to say there were no ghosts after that, why, they have been photographed. What more proof do you want? Captain Johns was indignant. Captain Bell's lips twitched, but Captain Ashton protested now. "For goodness sake, don't keep him going with that. And by the by, Johns, who's that hairy pirate you've got for your new mate? Nobody in the dock seems to have seen him before." Captain Johns, pacified by the change of subjects, answered simply that Willie, the tobacconist at the corner of Fenchurch Street, had sent him along. Willie, his shop, and the very house in Fenchurch Street, I believe, are gone now. In his time, wearing a careworn, absent-minded look on his pasty face, Willie served with tobacco many southern-going ships out of the port of London. At certain times of the day the shop would be full of shipmasters. They sat on casks. They lounged against the counter. Many a youngster found his first lift in life there. Many a man got a sorely needed berth by simply dropping in for 4 pennyworth of bird's eye at an auspicious moment. Even Willie's assistant, a red-headed, uninterested, delicate-looking young fellow, would hand you across the counter sometimes a bit of valuable intelligence with your box of cigarettes, in a whisper, lips hardly moving, thus, "The Bellona, Surf Dock, second officer wanted. You may be in time for it if you hurry up." And didn't one just fly? "Oh, Willie sent him," said Captain Ashton. "He's a very striking man. If you were to put a red sash round his waist and a red handkerchief round his head, he would look exactly like one of them buccaneering chaps that made men walk the plank and carried women off into captivity. Look out, Johns, he don't cut your throat for you and run off with the sapphire. What ship has he come out of last?" Captain Johns, after looking up credulously, as usual, wrinkled his brow and said placidly that the man had seen better days. His name was Bunter. He's had command of a Liverpool ship, the Samaria, some years ago. He lost her in the Indian Ocean and had his certificate suspended for a year. Ever since then, he's not been able to get another command. He's been knocking about in the Western Ocean trade lately. That accounts for him being a stranger to everybody about the docks, Captain Ashton concluded as they rose from the table. Captain Johns walked down to the dock after lunch. He was short of stature and slightly bandy. His appearance did not inspire the generality of mankind with esteem, but it must have been otherwise with his employers. He had the reputation of being an uncomfortable commander, meticulous in trifles, always nursing a grievance of some sort and incessantly nagging. He was not a man to kick up a row with you and be done with it, but to say nasty things in a whining voice. A man capable of making one's life a perfect misery if he took a dislike to an officer. That very evening I went to see Bunter on board and sympathised with him on his prospects for the voyage. He was subdued. I suppose a man with a secret locked up in his breast loses his buoyancy. And there was another reason why I could not expect Bunter to show a great elasticity of spirits. For one thing, he had been very seedy lately, and besides, but of that later. Captain Johns had been on board that afternoon, and had loitered and dodged about his chief mate in a manner which had annoyed Bunter exceedingly. What could he mean? He asked with calm exasperation. One would think he suspected I'd stolen something and tried to see in what pocket I'd stowed it away, or that somebody told him I had a tail and he wanted to find out how I managed to conceal it. I don't like to be approached from behind several times in one afternoon in that creepy way, and then to be looked up at suddenly in front from under my elbow. Is it a new sort of peep-bow game? It doesn't amuse me. I'm no longer a baby. I assured him that if anyone were to tell Captain Johns that he, Bunter, had a tail, Johns would manage to get himself to believe the story in some mysterious manner. He would. He was suspicious and credulous to an inconceivable degree. He would believe any silly tale, suspect any man of anything, and crawl about with it and ruminate the stuff and turn it over and over in his mind in the most miserable, inwardly whining perplexity. He would take the meanest possible view in the end and discover the meanest possible course of action by a sort of natural genius for that sort of thing. Bunter also told me that the mean creature had crept all over the ship on his little bandy legs, taking him along to grumble and whine to about a lot of trifles, crept about the decks like a wretched insect, like a cockroach, only not so lively. Thus did the self-possessed Bunter express himself with great disgust. Then, going on with his usual stately deliberation, made sinister by the frown of his jet-black eyebrows. And the fellow was mad, too. He tried to be sociable for a bit, and could find nothing else but to make big eyes at me, and ask me if I believed in communication beyond the grave. Communication beyond... I didn't know what he meant at first. I didn't know what to say. A very solemn subject, Mr. Bunter, says he. I've given a great deal of study to it. Had Johns lived on shore, he would have been the predestined prey of fraudulent mediums, or even if he had had any decent opportunities between the voyages. Luckily for him, when in England, he lived somewhere far away in Leytonstone with a maiden sister, 10 years older than himself, a fearsome virago, twice his size, before whom he trembled. It was said she bullied him terribly in general, and in the particular instance of his spiritualistic leanings, she had her own views. These leanings were to her simply satanic. She was reported as having declared that With God's help, she would prevent that fool from giving himself up to the devils. It was beyond doubt that John's secret ambition was to get into personal communication with the spirits of the dead, if only his sister would let him. But she was adamant. I was told that while in London he had to account to her for every penny of the money he took with him in the morning, and for every hour of his time, and she kept the bank book too. Bunter, he had been a wild youngster, but he was well connected, had ancestors. There was a family tomb somewhere in the home counties. Bunter was indignant, perhaps on account of his own dead. Those steely blue eyes of his flashed with positive ferocity out of that black bearded face. He impressed me. There was so much dark passion in his leisurely contempt. The cheek of the fellow! Enter into relations with a mean little cad like this, it would be an impudent intrusion. He wants to enter, what is it, a new sort of snobbishness or what? I laughed outright at this original view of spiritism, or whatever the ghost craze is called. Even Bunter himself condescended to smile, but it was an austere, quickly vanished smile. A man in his almost, I may say, tragic position couldn't be expected, you understand. He was really worried. He was ready eventually to put up with any dirty trick in the course of the voyage. A man could not expect much consideration should he find himself at the mercy of a fellow like John's. A misfortune is a misfortune, and there's an end of it. But to be bored by mean, low-spirited, inane ghost stories in the John style, all the way out to Calcutta and back again, was an intolerable apprehension to be under. Spiritism was indeed a solemn subject to think about in that light. Dreadful, even. Poor fellow! Little we both thought that before very long he himself... However, I could give him no comfort. I was rather appalled myself. Bunter had also another annoyance that day. A confounded berthing master came on board on some pretence or other, but in reality, Bunter thought, simply impelled by an inconvenient curiosity. Inconvenient to Bunter, that is. After some beating about the bush, that man suddenly said, "I can't help thinking I've seen you before somewhere, Mr. Mate. If I heard your name, perhaps Bunter..." That's the worst of a life with a mystery in it. He was much alarmed. It was very likely that the man had seen him before, worse luck to his excellent memory. Bunter himself could not be expected to remember every casual dock walloper he might have had to do with. Bunter brazened it out by turning upon the man, making use of that impressive black-as-night sternness of expression his unusual hair furnished him with. "My name's Bunter, sir. Does that enlighten your inquisitive intellect? And I don't ask what your name may be. I don't want to know. I've no use for it, sir. An individual who calmly tells me to my face that he's not sure if he's seen me before either means to be impudent or is no better than a worm, sir. Yes, I said a worm. A blind worm." Brave Bunter. That was the line to take. He fairly drove the beggar out of the ship, as if every word had been a blow. But the pertinacity of that brass-bound Paul Pry was astonishing. He cleared out of the ship, of course, before Bunter's ire, not saying anything, and only trying to cover up his retreat by a sickly smile. But once on the jetty, he turned deliberately round and set himself to stare in dead earnest at the ship. He remained planted there like a mooring post, absolutely motionless, and with his stupid eyes winking no more than a pair of cabin portholes. What could Bunter do? It was awkward for him, you know. He could not go and put his head into the bread locker. What he did was to take up a position abaft the mizzen rigging and stare back as unwinking as the other. So they remained, and I don't know which of them grew giddy first. But the man on the jetty, not having the advantage of something to hold on to, got tired the soonest, flung his arm, giving the contest up, as it were, and went away at last. Bunter told me he was glad the Sapphire, that gem amongst ships, as he alluded to her sarcastically, was going to sea the next day. He had had enough of the dock. I understood his impatience. He'd steeled himself against any possible worry the voyage might bring, though it is clear enough now that he was not prepared for the extraordinary experience that was awaiting him already, and in no other part of the world than the Indian Ocean itself, the very part of the world where the poor fellow had lost his ship and had broken his luck, as it seemed for good and all, at the same time. As to his remorse in regard to a certain secret action of his life, well, I understand that a man of Bunter's fine character would suffer not a little. Still, between ourselves, and without the slightest wish to be cynical, it cannot be denied that with the noblest of us, the fear of being found out enters, for some considerable part, into the composition of remorse. I didn't say this in so many words to Bunter, but as the poor fellow harped a bit on it, I told him that there were skeletons in a good many honest cupboards, and that, as to his own particular guilt, it wasn't writ large on his face for everybody to see, so he needn't worry as to that. And besides, he would be gone to sea in about 12 hours from now. He said there was some comfort in that thought, and went off then to spend his last evening for many months with his wife. For all his wildness, Bunter had made no mistake in his marrying. He'd married a lady, a perfect lady. She was a dear little woman too. As to her pluck, I, who know what times they had to go through, I cannot admire her enough for it. Real, hard-wearing, every day and day after day pluck that only a woman is capable of when she is of the right sort, the undismayed sort, I would call it. The black mate felt this parting with his wife more than any of the previous ones in all the years of bad luck. But she was of the undismayed kind and showed less trouble in her gentle face than the black-haired, buccaneer-like but dignified mate of the Sapphire. It may be that her conscience was less disturbed than her husband's. Of course, his life had no secret places for her, but a woman's conscience is somewhat more resourceful in finding good and valid excuses. It depends greatly on the person that needs them, too. They had agreed that she should not come down to the dock to see him off. "I wonder you care to look at me at all," said the sensitive man, and she did not laugh. Bunter was very sensitive. He left her rather brusquely at the last. He got on board in good time and produced the usual impression on the mud pilot in the broken-down straw hat, who took the Sapphire out of dock. The riverman was very polite to the dignified, striking-looking chief mate. "The 5-inch manila for the check rope, Mr. Bunter. Thank you, Mr. Bunter, please." The sea pilot, who left the gem of ships, heading comfortably down channel off Dover, told some of his friends that this voyage the Sapphire had for chief mate a man who seemed a jolly sight too good for old John's. "Bunter's his name. I wonder where he's sprung from. Never seen him before in any ship I piloted in or out all these years. He's the sort of man you don't forget. You couldn't. A thorough good sailor too, and won't old John's just worry his head off, unless the old fool should take fright at him, for he does not seem the sort of man that would let himself be put upon without letting you know what he thinks of you, and that's exactly what old John's will be more afraid of than of anything else." As this is really meant to be the record of a spiritualistic experience which came if not precisely to Captain Johns himself, at any rate to his ship. There is no use in recording the other events of the passage out. It was an ordinary passage. The crew was an ordinary crew. The weather was of the usual kind. The black mate's quiet, sedate method of going to work had given a sober tone to the life of the ship. Even in gales of wind, everything went on quietly somehow. There was only one severe blow, which made things fairly lively for all hands for a full 24 hours. That was off the coast of Africa, after passing the Cape of Good Hope. At the very height of it, several heavy seas were shipped with no serious results, but there was a considerable smashing of breakable objects in the pantry and in the staterooms. Mr. Bunter, who was so greatly respected on board, found himself treated scurvily by the Southern Ocean, which, bursting open the door of his room like a ruffianly burglar, carried off several useful things and made all the others extremely wet. Later, on the same day, the Southern Ocean caused the Sapphire to lurch over in such an unrestrained fashion that the 2 drawers fitted under Mr. Bunter's sleeping berth flew out altogether, spilling all their contents. They ought, of course, to have been locked, and Mr. Bunter had only to thank himself for what had happened. He ought to have turned the key on each before going out on deck. His consternation was very great. The steward, who was paddling about all the time with swabs, trying to dry out the flooded cuddy, heard him exclaim, "Hello!" in a startled and dismayed tone. In the midst of his work, the steward felt a sympathetic concern for the mate's distress. Captain Johns was secretly glad when he heard of the damage. He was indeed afraid of his chief mate, as the sea pilot had ventured to foretell, and afraid of him for the very reason the sea pilot had put forward as likely. Captain Johns, therefore, would have liked very much to hold that black mate of his at his mercy in some way or other. But the man was irreproachable, as near absolute perfection as could be, and Captain Johns was much annoyed, and at the same time congratulated himself on his chief officer's efficiency. He made a great show of living sociably with him, on the principle that the more friendly you are with a man, the more easily you may catch him tripping, and also for the reason that he wanted to have somebody who would listen to his stories of manifestations, apparitions, ghosts, and all the rest of the imbecile spook lore. He had it all at his fingers' ends, and he spun those ghostly yarns in a persistent, colourless voice, giving them a futile turn peculiarly his own. "I like to converse with my officers," he used to say. "There are masters that hardly ever open their mouths from beginning to end of a passage for fear of losing their dignity. What's that, after all, this bit of position a man holds?" His sociability was most to be dreaded in the second dog watch, because he was one of those men who grow lively towards the evening, and the officer on duty was unable then to find excuses for leaving the poop. Captain Johns would pop up the companion suddenly and, sidling up in his creeping way to poor Bunter as he walked up and down, would fire into him some spiritualistic proposition, such as, "Spirits, male and female, show a good deal of refinement in a general way, don't they?" To which Bunter, holding his black whiskered head high, would mutter, "I don't know." "Ah, that's because you don't want to. You're the most obstinate, prejudiced man I've ever met, Mr. Bunter. I told you, you may have any book out of my bookcase. You may just go into my stateroom and help yourself to any volume." And if Bunter protested that he was too tired in his watches below to spare any time for reading, Captain Johns would smile nastily behind his back and remark that, of course, some people needed more sleep than others to keep themselves fit for their work. If Mr. Bunter was afraid of not keeping properly awake when on duty at night, that was another matter. "But I think you borrowed a novel to read from the second mate the other day. A trashy pack of lies." Captain Johns sighed. I'm afraid you're not a spiritually minded man, Mr. Bunter. That's what's the matter. Sometimes he would appear on deck in the middle of the night, looking very grotesque and bandy-legged in his sleeping suit. At that sight, the persecuted Bunter would wring his hands stealthily and break out into moisture all over his forehead. After standing sleepily by the binnacle, scratching himself in an unpleasant manner, Captain Johns was sure to start on some aspect or other of his only topic. He would, for instance, discourse on the improvement of morality to be expected from the establishment of general and close intercourse with the spirits of the departed. The spirits, Captain Johns thought, would consent to associate familiarly with the living if it were not for the unbelief of the great mass of mankind. He himself would not care to have anything to do with a crowd that would not believe in his, Captain John's, existence. Then why should a spirit? This was asking too much. He went on breathing hard by the binnacle and trying to reach round his shoulder blades. Then, with a thick, drowsy severity, declared, "Incredulity, sir, is the evil of the age." It rejected the evidence of Professor Cranks and of the journalist chap. It resisted the production of photographs. For Captain Johns believed firmly that certain spirits had been photographed. He'd read something of it in the papers, and the idea of it having been done had got a tremendous hold on him because his mind was not critical. Bunter said afterwards that nothing could be more weird than this little man, swathed in a sleeping suit 3 sizes too large for him, shuffling with excitement in the moonlight near the wheel, and shaking his fist at the serene sea. "Photographs, photographs," he would repeat, in a voice as creaky as a rusty hinge. The very helmsman just behind him got uneasy at that performance, not being capable of understanding exactly what the old man was kicking up a row with the mate about. Then Johns, after calming down a bit, would begin again. "The sensitized plate can't lie. No, sir." Nothing could be more funny than this ridiculous little man's conviction, his dogmatic tone. Bunter would go on swinging up and down the poop like a deliberate, dignified pendulum. He said not a word, but the poor fellow had not a trifle on his conscience, as you know, and to have imbecile ghosts rammed down his throat like this on top of his own worry nearly drove him crazy. He knew that on many occasions he was on the verge of lunacy, because he could not help indulging in half-delirious visions of Captain Johns, being picked up by the scruff of the neck and dropped over the taffrail into the ship's wake. The sort of thing no sane sailorman would think of doing to a cat or any other animal anyhow. He imagined him bobbing up, a tiny black speck left far astern on the moonlit ocean. I don't think that even at the worst moments Bunter really desired to drown Captain Johns. I fancy that all his disordered imagination longed for was merely to stop the ghostly inanity of the skipper's talk. But all the same, it was a dangerous form of self-indulgence. Just picture to yourself that ship in the Indian Ocean on a clear tropical night, with her sails full and still, the watch on deck stowed away out of sight, and on her poop, flooded with moonlight, the stately black mate, walking up and down with measured, dignified steps, preserving an awful silence, and that grotesquely mean little figure in striped flannelette, alternately creaking and droning of personal intercourse beyond the grave. It makes me creepy all over to think of. And sometimes the folly of Captain Johns would appear clothed in a sort of weird utilitarianism. How useful it would be if the spirits of the departed could be induced to take a practical interest in the affairs of the living. What a help, say, to the police, for instance, in the detection of crime. The number of murders, at any rate, would be considerably reduced, he guessed with an air of great sagacity. Then he would give way to grotesque discouragement. Where was the use of trying to communicate with people that had no faith, and more likely than not would scorn the offered information. Spirits had their feelings. They were all feelings in a way. But he was surprised at the forbearance shown towards murderers by their victims. That was the sort of apparition that no guilty man would dare to pooh-pooh. And perhaps the undiscovered murderers, whether believing or not, were haunted. They wouldn't be likely to boast about it, would they? For myself, he pursued in a sort of vindictive, malevolent whine, if anybody murdered me, I would not let him forget it. I would wither him up. I would terrify him to death. The idea of his skipper's ghost terrifying anyone was so ludicrous that the black mate, little disposed to mirth as he was, could not help giving vent to a weary laugh. And this laugh, the only acknowledgment of a long and earnest discourse, offended Captain Johns. "What's there to laugh at in this conceited manner, Mr. Bunter?" he snarled. "Supernatural visitations have terrified better men than you. Don't you allow me enough soul to make a ghost of?" I think it was the nasty tone that caused Bunter to stop short and turn about. "I shouldn't wonder," went on the angry fanatic of spiritism, "if you weren't one of them people that take no more account of a man than if he were a beast. You would be capable, I don't doubt, to deny the possession of an immortal soul to your own father." And then Bunter, being bored beyond endurance, and also exasperated by the private worry, lost his self-possession. He walked up suddenly to Captain Johns and, stooping a little to look close into his face, said in a low, even tone, "You don't know what a man like me is capable of." Captain Johns threw his head back, but was too astonished to budge. Bunter resumed his walk, and for a long time his measured footsteps and the low wash of the water alongside were the only sounds which troubled the silence brooding over the great waters. Then Captain Johns cleared his throat uneasily and, after sidling away towards the companion for greater safety, plucked up enough courage to retreat under an act of authority. "Raise the starboard clew of the mainsail and lay the yards dead square, Mr. Bunter. Don't you see the wind is nearly right aft?" Bunter at once answered, "Aye, aye, sir," though there was not the slightest necessity to touch the yards, and the wind was well out on the quarter. While he was executing the order, Captain Johns hung on the companion steps, growling to himself. "Walk this poop like an apple and don't even notice when the yards want trimming," loud enough for the helmsman to overhear. Then he sank slowly backwards out of the man's sight, and when he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stood still and thought. "He's an awful ruffian, with all his gentlemanly airs. No more gentleman mates for me." 2 nights afterwards, he was slumbering peacefully in his berth when a heavy thumping just above his head, a well-understood signal that he was wanted on deck, made him leap out of bed, broad awake in a moment. "What's up?" he muttered, running out barefooted. On passing through the cabin, he glanced at the clock. It was the middle watch. "What on earth can the mate want me for?" he thought. Bolting out of the companion, he found a clear, dewy, moonlit night and a strong, steady breeze. He looked around wildly. There was no one on the poop except the helmsman, who addressed him at once. "It was me, sir. I let go of the wheel for a second to stamp over your head. I'm afraid there's something wrong with the mate." "Where's he got to?" asked the captain sharply. The man, who was obviously nervous, said, "The last I saw of him was as he fell down the port poop ladder." "Fell down the poop ladder? What did he do that for? What made him?" "I don't know, sir. He was walking the port side. Then, just as he turned towards me to come aft—" "You saw him?" interrupted the captain. "I did. I was looking at him, and I heard the crash too, something awful, like the mainmast going overboard. It was as if something had struck him." Captain Johns became very uneasy and alarmed. "Come," he said sharply. "Did anybody strike him? What did you see?" "Nothing, sir, so help me. There was nothing to see. He just gave a little sort of hello, threw his hands before him, and over he went, crash. I couldn't hear anything more, so I just let go the wheel for a second to call you up." "You're scared," said Captain Johns. "I am, sir, straight." Captain Johns stared at him. The silence of his ship driving on her way seemed to contain a danger, a mystery. He was reluctant to go and look for his mate himself in the shadows of the main deck, so quiet, so still. All he did was to advance to the break of the poop and call for the watch. As the sleepy men came trooping aft, he shouted to them fiercely, "Look at the foot of the port poop ladder, some of you. See the mate lying there?" Their startled exclamations told him immediately that they did see him. Somebody even screeched out emotionally, "He's dead!" Mr. Bunter was laid in his bunk, and when the lamp in his room was lit, he looked, indeed, as if he were dead. But it was obvious, also, that he was breathing yet. The steward had been roused out. The second mate called and sent on deck to look after the ship. And for an hour or so, Captain Johns devoted himself silently to the restoring of consciousness. Mr. Bunter at last opened his eyes, but he could not speak. He was dazed and inert. The steward bandaged a nasty scalp wound, while Captain Johns held an additional light. They had to cut away a lot of Mr. Bunter's jet-black hair to make a good dressing. This done, and after gazing for a while at their patient, the two left the cabin. "A rum go, this, steward," said Captain Johns in the passage. "Yes, sir. A sober man that's right in his head does not fall down a poop ladder like a sack of potatoes. The ship's as steady as a church. Yes, sir. Fit of some kind, I shouldn't wonder." "Well, I should. He doesn't look as if he was subject to fits and giddiness. Why, the man's in the prime of life. I wouldn't have another kind of mate, not if I knew it. You don't think he has a private store of liquor, do you, eh? He seemed to me a bit strange in his manner several times lately. Off his feed, too, a bit, I noticed." "Well, sir, if he ever had a bottle or two of grog in his cabin, that must have gone a long time ago. I saw him throw some broken glass overboard after the last gale we had, but that didn't amount to anything. Anyway, sir, you couldn't call Mr. Bunter a drinking man." "No," conceded the captain reflectively, and the steward, locking the pantry door, tried to escape out of the passage, thinking he could manage to snatch another hour of sleep before it was time for him to turn out for the day. Captain Johns shook his head. "There's some mystery there. There's special providence that he didn't crack his head like an eggshell on the quarter-deck mooring bits, sir. The men tell me he couldn't have missed them by more than an inch." And the steward vanished skilfully. Captain Johns spent the rest of the night and the whole of the ensuing day between his own room and that of the mate. In his own room he sat with his open hands reposing on his knees, his lips pursed up, and the horizontal furrows on his forehead marked very heavily. Now and then raising his arm by a slow, as if cautious movement, he scratched lightly the top of his bald head. In the mate's room he stood for long periods of time with his hand to his lips, gazing at the half-conscious man. For 3 days Mr. Bunter did not say a single word. He looked at people sensibly enough, but did not seem to be able to hear any questions put to him. They cut off some more of his hair and swathed his head in wet cloths. He took some nourishment and was made as comfortable as possible. At dinner on the 3rd day, the second mate remarked to the captain in connection with the affair, "These half-round brass plates on the steps of the poop ladders are beastly dangerous things." "Are they?" retorted Captain Johns sourly. "It takes more than a brass plate to account for an able-bodied man crashing down in this fashion like a felled ox." The second mate was impressed by that view. There was something in that, he thought. And the weather fine, everything dry, and the ship going along as steady as a church?" pursued Captain Johns gruffly. As Captain Johns continued to look extremely sour, the second mate did not open his lips any more during the dinner. Captain Johns was annoyed and hurt by an innocent remark, because the fitting of the aforesaid brass plates had been done at his suggestion only the voyage before, in order to smarten up the appearance of the poop ladders. On the fourth day Mr. Bunter looked decidedly better. Very languid yet, of course, but he heard and understood what was said to him, and even could say a few words in a feeble voice. Captain Johns, coming in, contemplated him attentively, without much visible sympathy. "Well, can you give us your account of this accident, Mr. Bunter?" Bunter moved slightly his bandaged head, and fixed his cold blue stare on Captain John's face, as if taking stock and appraising the value of every feature. The perplexed forehead, the credulous eyes, the inane droop of the mouth, and he gazed so long that Captain Johns grew restive and looked over his shoulder at the door. "No accident," breathed out Bunter in a peculiar tone. "You don't mean to say you've got the falling sickness?" said Captain Johns. "How would you call it, signing as chief mate of a clipper ship with a thing like that on you?" Bunter answered him only by a sinister look. The skipper shuffled his feet a little. "Well, what made you have that tumble, then?" Bunter raised himself a little, and, looking straight into Captain John's eyes, said in a very distinct whisper, "You were right." He fell back and closed his eyes. Not a word more could Captain Johns get out of him, and the steward, coming into the cabin, the skipper withdrew. But that very night, unobserved, Captain Johns, opening the door cautiously, entered again the mate's cabin. He could wait no longer. The suppressed eagerness, the excitement expressed in all his mean, creeping little person, did not escape the chief mate, who was lying awake, looking frightfully pulled down and perfectly impassive. "You're coming to gloat over me, I suppose," said Bunter, without moving and yet making a palpable hit. "Bless my soul!" exclaimed Captain Johns with a start, and assuming a sobered demeanour. "There's a thing to say." "Well, gloat then. You and your ghosts. You've managed to get over a live man." And this was said by Bunter, without stirring, in a low voice and with not much expression. "Do you mean to say," inquired Captain Johns in awe-struck whisper, "that you had a supernatural experience that night? You saw an apparition, then, on board my ship?" Reluctance, shame, disgust would have been visible on poor Bunter's countenance if the great part of it had not been swathed up in cotton wool and bandages. His ebony eyebrows, more sinister than ever amongst all that lot of white linen, came together in a frown as he made a mighty effort to say, "Yes, I have seen." The wretchedness in his eyes would have awakened the compassion of any other man than Captain Johns. But Captain Johns was all agog with triumphant excitement. He was just a little bit frightened too. He looked at that unbelieving scoffer laid low, and did not even dimly guess at his profound, humiliating distress. He was not generally capable of taking much part in the anguish of his fellow creatures. This time, moreover, he was excessively anxious to know what had happened. Fixing his credulous eyes on the bandaged head, he asked, trembling slightly, "And did it knock you down?" "Come, am I the sort of man to be knocked down by a ghost?" protested Bunter in a little stronger tone. "Don't you remember what you said yourself the other night? Better men than me. Ha! You'll have to look a long time before you find a better man for a mate of your ship." Captain Johns pointed a solemn finger at Bunter's bedplace. "You've been terrified," he said. "That's what's the matter. You've been terrified. Why, even the man at the wheel was scared. Though he couldn't see anything, he felt the supernatural. You are punished for your incredulity, Mr. Bunter. You were terrified." "And suppose I was," said Bunter. "Do you know what I had seen? Can you conceive the sort of ghost that would haunt a man like me? Do you think it was a ladyish afternoon call, another cup of tea please, apparition that visits your Professor Cranks and that journalist chap you're always talking about? No, I can't tell you what it was like. Every man has his own ghosts. You couldn't conceive." Bunter stopped, out of breath, and Captain Johns remarked, with the glow of inward satisfaction reflected in his tone, "I've always thought you were the sort of man that was ready for anything, from pitch and toss to wilful murder, as the saying goes. Well, well, so you were terrified." "I stepped back," said Bunter curtly. "I don't remember anything else. The man at the wheel told me you went backwards as if something had hit you." "It was a sort of inward blow," explained Bunter. "Something too deep for you, Captain Johns, to understand. Your life and mine haven't been the same. Aren't you satisfied to see me converted?" "And you can't tell me any more?" asked Captain Johns anxiously. "No, I can't. I wouldn't. It would be no use if I did. That sort of experience must be gone through. Say I am being punished, well, I take my punishment, but talk of it, I won't." "Very well," said Captain Johns, "you won't. But mind, I can draw my own conclusions from that." "Draw what you like, but be careful what you say, sir. You don't terrify me. You aren't a ghost." "One word. Has it any connection with what you said to me on that last night, when we had a talk together on spiritualism?" Bunter looked weary and puzzled. "What did I say?" "You told me that I couldn't know what a man like you was capable of." Yes, enough." "Very good. I am fixed, then," remarked Captain Johns. "All I say is that I am jolly glad not to be you, though I would have given almost anything for the privilege of personal communication with the world of spirits. Yes, sir, but not in that way." Poor Bunter moaned pitifully. "It has made me feel 20 years older." Captain Johns retired quietly. He was delighted to observe this overbearing ruffian humbled to the dust by the moralizing agency of the spirits. The whole occurrence was a source of pride and gratification, and he began to feel a sort of regard for his chief mate. It is true that in further interviews Bunter showed himself very mild and deferential. He seemed to cling to his captain for spiritual protection. He used to send for him and say, "I feel so nervous," and Captain Johns would stay patiently for hours in the hot little cabin and feel proud of the call. For Mr. Bunter was ill and could not leave his berth for a good many days. He became a convinced spiritualist, not enthusiastically, that could hardly have been expected from him, but in a grim, unshakable way. He could not be called exactly friendly to the disembodied inhabitants of our globe, as Captain Johns was, but he was now a firm, if gloomy, recruit of spiritualism. One afternoon, as the ship was already well to the north in the Gulf of Bengal, the steward knocked at the door of the captain's cabin and said, without opening it, "The mate asks if you could spare him a moment, sir. He seems to be in a state in there." Captain Johns jumped up from the couch at once. "Yes, tell him I'm coming." He thought, could it be possible there'd been another spiritual manifestation? In the daytime, too? He revelled in the hope. It was not exactly that, however. Still, Bunter, whom he saw sitting collapsed in a chair, he'd been up for several days, but not on deck as yet. And poor Bunter had something startling enough to communicate. His hands covered his face. His legs were stretched straight out, dismally. "What's the news now?" croaked Captain Johns, not unkindly, because in truth it always pleased him to see Bunter, as he expressed it, tamed. "News," exclaimed the crushed sceptic through his hands. "Aye, news enough, Captain Johns. Who will be able to deny the awfulness, the genuineness? Another man would have dropped dead. You want to know what I had seen? All I can tell you is that since I've seen it, my hair is turning white." Bunter detached his hands from his face, and they hung on each side of his chair as if dead. He looked broken in the dusky cabin. "You don't say?" stammered out Captain Johns. "Turn white? Hold on a bit. I'll light the lamp." When the lamp was lit, the startling phenomenon could be seen plainly enough, as if the dread, the horror, the anguish of the supernatural were being exhaled through the pores of his skin. A sort of silvery mist seemed to cling to the cheeks and the head of the mate. His short beard, his cropped hair were growing, not black, but grey, almost white. When Mr. Bunter, thin-faced and shaky, came on deck for duty, he was clean-shaven and his head was white. The hands were awestruck. "Another man," they whispered to each other. It was generally and mysteriously agreed that the mate had seen something, with the exception of the man at the wheel at the time, who maintained that the mate was struck by something. This distinction hardly amounted to a difference. On the other hand, everybody admitted that, after he picked up his strength a bit, he seemed even smarter in his movements than before. One day in Calcutta, Captain Johns, pointing out to a visitor his white-headed chief mate standing by the main hatch, was heard to say oracularly, "That man's in the prime of life." Of course, while Bunter was away, I called regularly on Mrs. Bunter every Saturday, just to see whether she had any use for my services. It was understood I would do that. She had just his half-pay to live on. It amounted to about £1 a week. She'd taken one room in a quiet little square in the East End, and this was affluence to what I had heard that the couple were reduced to for a time after Bunter had to give up the Western Ocean trade. He used to go as mate of all sorts of hard packets after he lost his ship and his luck together. It was affluence to that time when Bunter would start at 7 o'clock in the morning, with but a glass of hot water and a crust of dry bread. It won't stand thinking about, especially for those who know Mrs. Bunter. I had seen something of them too at that time, and it just makes me shudder to remember what that born lady had to put up with. Enough. Dear Mrs. Bunter used to worry a good deal after the Sapphire left for Calcutta. She would say to me, "It must be so awful for poor Winston." Winston is Bunter's name, and I tried to comfort her the best I could. Afterwards she got some small children to teach in a family, and was half the day with them, and the occupation was good for her. In the very first letter she had from Calcutta, Bunter told her he had had a fall down the poop ladder and cut his head, but no bones broken, thank God. That was all. Of course she had other letters from him, but that vagabond Bunter never gave me a scratch of the pen the solid 11 months. I supposed, naturally, that everything was going on all right. Who could imagine what was happening? Then one day, dear Mrs. Bunter got a letter from a legal firm in the city, advising her that her uncle was dead. Her old curmudgeon of an uncle, a retired stockbroker, a heartless, petrified antiquity that had lasted on and on. He was nearly 90, I believe, and if I were to meet his venerable ghost this minute, I would try to take him by the throat and strangle him. The old beast would never forgive his niece for marrying Bunter, and years afterwards, when people made a point of letting him know that she was in London, pretty nearly starving at 40 years of age, he only said, "Serve the little fool right." I believe he meant her to starve. And lo and behold, the old cannibal died intestate, with no other relatives but that very identical little fool. The Bunters were wealthy people now. Of course, Mrs. Bunter wept as if her heart would break. In any other woman, it would have been mere hypocrisy. Naturally, too, she wanted to cable the news to her Winston in Calcutta, but I showed her, Gazette in hand, that the ship was on the homeward bound list for more than a week already. So we sat down to wait, and talked meantime of dear old Winston every day. There was just 100 such days before the Sapphire got reported all well in the chops of the Channel by an incoming mailboat. "I'm going to Dunkirk to meet him," says she. The Sapphire had a cargo of jute for Dunkirk. Of course, I had to escort the dear lady in the quality of her ingenious friend. She calls me our ingenious friend to this day, and I've observed some people, strangers, looking hard at me for the signs of the ingenuity, I suppose. After settling Mrs. Bunter in a good hotel in Dunkirk, I walked down to the docks. Late afternoon it was, and what was my surprise to see the ship actually fast alongside. Either Johns or Bunter or both must have been driving her hard up the Channel. Anyway, she'd been in since the day before last, and her crew was already paid off. I met 2 of her apprentice boys going off home on leave with their dunnage on a Frenchman's barrow, as happy as larks, and I asked them if the mate was on board. "There he is on the quay, looking at the moorings," says one of the youngsters as he skipped past me. You may imagine the shock to my feelings when I beheld his white head. I could only manage to tell him that his wife was at an hotel in town. He left me at once to go and get his hat on board. I was mightily surprised by the smartness of his movements as he hurried up the gangway. Whereas the black mate struck people as deliberate and strangely stately in his gait for a man in the prime of life, this white-headed chap seemed the most wonderfully alert of old men. I don't suppose Bunter was any quicker on his pins than before. It was the colour of the hair that made all the difference in one's judgment. The same with his eyes. Those eyes that looked at you so steely, so fierce and so fascinating out of a bush of a buccaneer's black hair, now had an innocent, almost boyish expression in their good-humoured brightness under those white eyebrows. I led him without any delay into Mrs. Bunter's private sitting-room. After she had dropped a tear over the late cannibal, given a hug to her Winston, and told him that he must grow his moustache again, the dear lady took the feet upon the sofa, and I got out of Bunter's way. He started at once to pace the room, waving his long arms. He worked himself into a regular frenzy and tore Johns limb from limb many times over that evening. Fell down? Of course I fell down by slipping backwards on that fool's patent brass plates. 'Pon my word, I'd been walking that poop in charge of the ship, and I didn't know whether I was in the Indian Ocean or in the moon. I was crazy. My head spun round and round with sheer worry. I'd made my last application of your chemist's wonderful stuff. This to me. All the store of bottles you gave me got smashed when those drawers fell out in the last gale. I'd been getting some dry things to change when I heard the cry, "All hands on deck!" I made one jump of it without even pushing them in properly. Ass! When I came back and saw the broken glass and the mess, I felt ready to faint. No, look here. Deception is bad, but not to be able to keep it up after one has been forced into it. You know that since I've been squeezed out of the Western Ocean packets by younger men, just on account of my grizzled muzzle, do you know how much chance I had to ever get a ship and not a soul to turn to? We've been a lonely couple, we two. She threw away everything for me, and to see her want a piece of dry bread. He banged with his fist, fit to split the Frenchman's table in two. I would have turned a sanguinary pirate for her, let alone cheating my way into her berth by dyeing my hair. So when you came to me with your chemist's wonderful stuff, he checked himself. By the way, that fellow's got a fortune when he likes to pick it up. It's a wonderful stuff. You tell him salt water can do nothing to it. It stays on as long as your hair will. All right, I said. Go on. Thereupon he went for John's again with a fury that frightened his wife and made me laugh till I cried. Just you try to think what it would have meant to be at the mercy of the meanest creature that ever commanded a ship. Just fancy what a life that crawling Johns would have led me. And I knew that in a week or so the white hair would begin to show. And the crew? Did you ever think of that? To be shown up as a low fraud before all hands. What a life for me till we got to Calcutta. And once there, kicked out, of course. Half-pay stopped. Annie here, alone without a penny, starving, and I on the other side of the earth, ditto. You see? I thought of shaving twice a day, but could I shave my head too? No way at all. Unless I dropped John's overboard, and even then. Do you wonder now that with all these things boiling in my head, I didn't know where I was putting down my foot that night? I just felt myself falling and crash and all dark. When I came to myself, that bang on the head seemed to have steadied my wits somehow. I was so sick of everything that for 2 days I wouldn't speak to anyone. They thought it was a slight concussion of the brain. Then the idea dawned upon me as I was looking at that ghost-ridden, wretched fool. Ah, you love ghosts, I thought. Well, you shall have something from beyond the grave. I didn't even trouble to invent a story. I couldn't imagine a ghost if I wanted to. I wasn't fit to lie connectedly if I'd tried. I just bawled him onto it. Do you know, he got quite by himself a notion that at some time or other I had done somebody to death in some way, and that, oh, the horrible man, cried Mrs. Bunter from the sofa. There was a silence. And didn't he bore my head off on the home passage, began Bunter again in a weary voice. He loved me. He was proud of me. I was converted. I had had a manifestation. Do you know what he was after? He wanted me and him to make a séance, in his own words, and to try to call up that ghost, the one that had turned my hair white, the ghost of my supposed victim, and, as he said, talk it over with him, the ghost, in a friendly way. Or else, Bunter, he says, you may get another manifestation when you least expect it, and tumble overboard, perhaps, or something. You ain't really safe till we pacify the spirit world in some way. Can you conceive a lunatic like that? No. Say? I said nothing, but Mrs. Bunter did in a very decided tone. Winston, I don't want you to go on board that ship again any more. My dear, says he, I have all my things on board yet. You don't want the things. Don't go near that ship at all. He stood still. Then, dropping his eyes with a faint smile, said slowly in a dreamy voice, The haunted ship. And your last, I added. We carried him off as he stood by the night train. He was very quiet, but crossing the channel, as we two had a smoke on deck, he turned to me suddenly and, grinding his teeth, whispered, He'll never know how near he was being dropped overboard. He meant Captain Johns. I said nothing. But Captain Johns, I understand, made a great to-do about the disappearance of his chief mate. He set the French police scouring the country for the body. In the end, I fancy he got word from his owner's office to drop all his fuss, that it was all right. I don't suppose he ever understood anything of that mysterious occurrence. To this day, he tries at times. He's retired now, and his conversation is not very coherent. He tries to tell the story of a black mate he once had, a murderous, gentlemanly ruffian with raven black hair, which turned white all at once in consequence of a manifestation from beyond the grave, an avenging apparition. What with reference to black and white hair, to poop ladders, and to his own feelings and views, it is difficult to make head or tail of it. If his sister, she's very vigorous still, should be present, she cuts all this short peremptorily. Don't you mind what he says. He's got devils on the brain. The End of The Black Mate by Joseph Conrad. Recording by Allan Lord. Part 1 of The Brown Man's Servant by W. Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allan Lord. The Brown Man's Servant by W. Jacobs. Part 1, Chapter 1. The shop of Solomon Hyam stood in a small thoroughfare branching off the commercial road. In its windows, unredeemed pledges of all kinds, from old-time watches to seaman's boots, appealed to all tastes and requirements. Bundles of cigars, candidly described as wonderful, were marked at absurdly low figures, while silver watches endeavoured to excuse the clumsiness of their make by describing themselves as strong workmen's. The side entrance, up a narrow alley, was surmounted by the usual 3 brass balls, and here Mr. Hyam's clients were wont to call. They entered as optimists, smiled confidently upon Mr. Hyams, argued, protested shrilly, and left the establishment pessimists of the most pronounced and virulent type. None of these things, however, disturbed the pawnbroker. The drunken client who endeavoured to bail out his Sunday clothes with a tram ticket was accommodated with a chair, while the assistant went to hunt up his friends and contract for a speedy removal. The old woman who, with a view of obtaining a higher advance than usual, poured a tale of grievous woe into the hardened ears of Mr. Hyams, found herself left to the same invaluable assistant, and, realizing her failure, would at once become cheerful and take what was offered. Mr. Hyam's methods of business were quiet and unostentatious, and rumour had it that he might retire at any time and live in luxury. It was a cold, cheerless afternoon in November, as Mr. Hyams, who had occasional hazy ideas of hygiene, stood at his door taking the air. It was an atmosphere laden with soot and redolent of many blended odours, but after the fusty smell of the shop, it was almost health-giving. In the large public house opposite, with its dirty windows and faded signboards, the gas was already being lit, which should change it from its daylight dreariness to a resort of light and life. Mr. Hyams, who was never in a hurry to light up his own premises, many of his clients preferring the romantic light which comes between day and night for their visits, was about to leave the chilly air for the warmth inside, when his attention was attracted by a seaman of sturdy aspect stopping and looking in at his window. Mr. Hyams rubbed his hands softly. There was an air of comfort and prosperity about this seaman, and the pawnbroker had many small articles in his window, utterly useless to the man, which he would have liked to have sold him. The man came from the window, made as though to pass, and then paused, irresolute, before the pawnbroker. "You want a watch?" said the latter genially. "Come inside." Mr. Hyams went behind his counter and waited. "I don't want to buy nothing, and I don't want to pawn nothing," said the sailor. "What do you think of that?" Mr. Hyams, who objected to riddles, especially those which seemed to be against business, eyed him unfavourably from beneath his shaggy eyebrows. "We might have a little quiet talk together," said the seaman. "You and me. We might do a little bit of business together, you and me. In the parlour, shall we say, over a glass of something hot?" Mr. Hyams hesitated. He was not averse to a little business of an illicit nature, but there rose up vividly before him the picture of another sailor who had made much the same sort of proposal, and, after 4 glasses of rum, had merely suggested to him that he should lend him £20 on the security of an IOU. It was long since, but the memory of it still rankled. "What sort of business is it?" he inquired. "Business that's too big for you, perhaps," said the sailor with a lordly air. "I'll try a bigger place. What's that lantern-faced swab shoving his ugly mug into the daylight for?" "Get off," said the pawnbroker to the assistant, who was quietly and unobtrusively making a third. "Mind the shop. This gentleman and I have business in the parlour. Come this way, sir." He raised the flap of the counter and led the way to a small, untidy room at the back of the shop. A copper kettle was boiling on the fire, and the table was already laid for tea. The pawnbroker, motioning his visitor to a dingy leather armchair, went to a cupboard and produced a bottle of rum, 3 parts full, and a couple of glasses. "Tea for me," said the seaman, eyeing the bottle wistfully. The pawnbroker pricked up his ears. "Nonsense," he said, with an attempt at heartiness. "A jolly fellow like you don't want tea. Have some of this." "Tea, confound you," said the other. "When I say tea, I mean tea." The pawnbroker, repressing his choler, replaced the bottle, and, seating himself at the table, reached over for the kettle and made the tea. It was really a pleasing picture of domestic life, and would have looked well in a lantern slide at a temperance lecture. The long, gaunt Jew and the burly seaman hobnobbing over the blameless teapot. But Mr. Hyams grew restless. He was intent upon business, but the other, so far as his inroads on the teapot and the eatables gave any indication, seemed to be bent only upon pleasure. Once again, the picture of the former sailor rose before Mr. Hyams' eyes, and he scowled fiercely as the seaman pushed his cup up for the 4th time. "And now for a smoke," said his visitor, as he settled back in his chair. "A good 'un, mind. Lord, this is comfort. It's the first bit of comfort I've had since I come ashore 5 days ago." The pawnbroker grunted, and, producing a couple of black, greasy-looking cigars, gave one to his guest. They both fell to smoking, the former ill at ease, the latter with his feet spread out on the small fender, making the very utmost of his bit of comfort. "Are you a man who's fond of asking questions?" he said at length. "No," said the pawnbroker, shutting his lips illustratively. "Suppose," said the sailor, leaning forward intently, "suppose a man came to you and says, There's that confounded assistant of yours, peeping through the door. The pawnbroker got up, almost as exasperated as the seaman, and, after rating his assistant through the half-open door, closed it with a bang and pulled down a small blind over the glass. "Suppose a man came to you," resumed the sailor, after the pawnbroker had seated himself again, "and asked you for £500 for something. Have you got it?" "Not here," said the pawnbroker suspiciously. "I don't keep any money on the premises." "You could get it, though," suggested the other. "We'll see," said the pawnbroker. £500 is a fortune. £500, why, it takes years of work, £500. "I don't want no blessed psalms," said the seaman abruptly. "But look here, suppose I wanted £500 for something and you wouldn't give it. How am I to know you wouldn't give information to the police if I didn't take what you offered me for it?" The pawnbroker threw up his huge palms in virtuous horror. "I'd mark you for it if you did," said the seaman menacingly through his teeth. "It'd be the worst day's work you ever did. Will you take it or leave it at my price? And if you won't give it, leave me to go as I came." "I will," said the pawnbroker solemnly. The seaman laid his cigar in the tray, where it expired in a little puddle of tea, and, undoing his coat, cautiously took from his waist a canvas belt. In a hesitating fashion, he dangled the belt in his hands, looking from the Jew to the door, and from the door back to the Jew again. Then from a pocket in the belt he took something wrapped in a small piece of dirty flannel, and, unrolling it, deposited on the table a huge diamond, whose smouldering fires flashed back in many colours the light from the gas. The Jew, with an exclamation, reached forward to handle it, but the sailor thrust him back. "Hands off," he said grimly. "None of your ringing the changes on me." He tipped it over with his fingernail on the table from side to side, the other, with his head bent down, closely inspecting it. Then, as a great indulgence, he laid it on the Jew's open palm for a few seconds. £500, he said, taking it in his own hands again. The pawnbroker laughed. It was a laugh which he kept for business purposes, and would have formed a valuable addition to the goodwill of the shop. "I'll give you 50, he said, after he had regained his composure. The seaman replaced the gem in its wrapper again. "Well, I'll give you 70 and risk whether I lose over it," continued the pawnbroker. "500's my price," said the seaman calmly, as he placed the belt about his waist and began to buckle it up. 75, said the pawnbroker persuasively. "Look here," said the seaman, regarding him sternly. "You drop it. I'm not going to haggle with you. I'm not going to haggle with any man. I ain't no judge of diamonds, but I've had cause to know as this is something special. See here." He rolled back the coat sleeve from his brawny arm and revealed a long, newly healed scar. "I risked my life for that stone," he said slowly. "I value my life at £500. It's likely worth more than as many thousands, and you know it. However, good night to you, mate. How much for the tea?" He put his hand contemptuously in his trouser pocket and pulled out some small change. "There's the risk of getting rid of the stone," said the pawnbroker, pushing aside the proffered coin. "Where did it come from? Has it got a history?" "Not in Europe, it ain't," said the seaman. "So far as I know, you and me and one other are the only white men as know of it. That's all I'm going to tell you. Do you mind waiting while I go and fetch a friend of mine to see it? Enquired the pawnbroker. You needn't be afraid, he added hastily. He's a respectable man and as close as the grave. I'm not afraid, said the seaman quietly. But no larks, mind. I'm not a nice man to play them on. I'm pretty strong, and I've got something else besides. He settled himself in the armchair again, and, accepting another cigar, watched his host as he took his hat from the sideboard. I'll be back as soon as I can, said the latter somewhat anxiously. You won't go before I come? Not me, said the seaman bluntly. When I say a thing, I stick to it. I don't haggle and... He paused a moment for a word. And haggle, he concluded. Left to himself, he smoked on contentedly, blandly undisturbed by the fact that the assistant looked in at the door occasionally to see that things were all right. It was quite a new departure for Mr. Hyams to leave his parlour to a stranger, and the assistant felt a sense of responsibility so great that it was a positive relief to him when his master returned, accompanied by another man. This is my friend, said Mr. Hyams, as they entered the parlour and closed the door. You might let him see the stone. The seaman took off his belt again, and placing the diamond in his hand, held it before the stranger, who, making no attempt to take it, turned it over with his finger and examined it critically. Are you going to see again just yet? He inquired softly. Thursday night, said the seaman. 500 is my price. Perhaps he told you. I'm not going to haggle. Just so, said the other quietly. It's worth 500. Spoke like a man, said the seaman warmly. I like to deal with a man who knows his own mind, said the stranger. It saves trouble, but if we buy it for that amount, you must do one thing for us. Keep quiet, and don't touch a drop of liquor until you sail, and not a word to anybody. You needn't be afraid of the liquor, said the sailor grimly. I shan't touch that for my own sake. He's a teetotaler, explained the pawnbroker. He's not, said the seaman indignantly. Why won't you drink then? Asked the other man. Fancy, said the seaman dryly, and closed his mouth. Without another word, the stranger turned to the pawnbroker, who, taking a pocketbook from his coat, counted out the amount in notes. These, after the sailor had examined them in every possible manner, he rolled up and put in his pocket. Then, without a word, he took out the diamond again and laid it silently on the table. Mr. Hyams, his fingers trembling with eagerness, took it up and examined it delightedly. You've got it a bargain, said the seaman. Good night, gentlemen. I hope for your sakes nobody will know I've parted with it. Keep your eyes open and trust nobody. When you see black, smell mischief. I'm glad to get rid of it. He threw his head back and, expanding his chest as though he already breathed more freely, nodded to both men and, walking through the shop, passed out into the street and disappeared. Long after he had gone, the pawnbroker and his friend Levi sat with the door locked and the diamond before them, eagerly inspecting it. It's a great risk, said the pawnbroker. A stone like that generally makes some noise. Anything good is risky, said the other somewhat contemptuously. You don't expect to get a windfall like that without any drawback, do you? He took the stone in his hand again and eyed it lovingly. It's from the east, somewhere, he said quietly. It's badly cut, but it's a diamond of diamonds, a king of gems. I don't want any trouble with the police, said the pawnbroker as he took it from him. You're talking now as though you've just made a small advance on a stolen overcoat, said his friend impatiently. A risk like that, and you have done it before now, is a foolish one to run. The game is not worth the candle. But this? Why, it warms one's blood to look at it. Well, I'll leave it with you, said the pawnbroker. If you do well with it, I ought not to want to work any more. The other placed it in an inside pocket while the owner watched him anxiously. Don't let any accident happen to you tonight, Levi, he said nervously. Thanks for your concern, said Levi, grimacing. I shall probably be careful for my own sake. He buttoned up his coat and, drinking a glass of hot whisky, went out whistling. He had just reached the door when the pawnbroker called him back. If you like to take a cab, Levi, he said in a low voice so that his assistant should not hear, I'll pay for it. I'll take an omnibus, said Levi, smiling quietly. You're getting extravagant, Hyams. Besides, fancy the humour of sitting next to a pickpocket with this on me. He waved a cheery farewell, and the pawnbroker, watching him from the door, scowled angrily as he saw his light-hearted friend hail an omnibus at the corner and board it. Then he went back to the shop and his everyday business of making advances on flat irons and other realizable assets of the neighbourhood. At 10 o'clock, he closed for the night, the assistant hurriedly pulling down the shutters that his time for recreation might not be unduly curtailed. He slept off the premises, and the pawnbroker, after his departure, made a slight supper and sat revolving the affairs of the day over another of his black cigars until nearly midnight. Then, well contented with himself, he went up the bare, dirty stairs to his room and went to bed, and, despite the excitement of the evening, was soon in a loud slumber, from which he was aroused by a distant and sustained knocking. Chapter 2. At first, the noise mingled with his dreams and helped to form them. He was down a mine, and grimy workers with strong picks were knocking diamonds from the walls, diamonds so large that he became despondent at the comparative smallness of his own. Then he awoke suddenly and sat up with a start, rubbing his eyes. The din was infernal to a man who liked to do a quiet business in an unobtrusive way. It was a knocking which he usually associated with the police, and it came from his side door. With a sense of evil strong upon him, the Jew sprang from his bed and, slipping the catch, noiselessly opened the window and thrust his head out. In the light of a lamp which projected from the brick wall at the other end of the alley, he saw a figure below. "Hulloa!" said the Jew harshly. His voice was drowned in the noise. "What do you want?" he yelled. "Hulloa there! What do you want, I say?" The knocking ceased, and the figure, stepping back a little, looked up at the window. "Come down and open the door," said a voice which the pawnbroker recognised as the sailor's. "Go away," he said in a low, stern voice. "Do you want to rouse the neighbourhood?" "Come down and let me in," said the other. "It's for your own good. You're a dead man if you don't." Impressed by his manner, the Jew, after bidding him shortly not to make any more noise, lit his candle, and, dressing hurriedly, took the light in his hand and went grumbling downstairs into the shop. "Now, what do you want?" he said through the door. "Let me in and I'll tell you," said the other, "or I'll ball it through the keyhole, if you like." The Jew, placing the candle on the counter, drew back the heavy bolts and cautiously opened the door. The seaman stepped in, and, as the other closed the door, vaulted onto the counter and sat there with his legs dangling. "That's right," he said, nodding approvingly in the direction of the Jew's right hand. "I hope you knows how to use it." "What do you want?" demanded the other irritably, putting his hand behind him. "What time of night do you call this for turning respectable men out of their beds?" "I didn't come for the pleasure of seeing your pretty face again, you can bet," said the seaman carelessly. "It's good nature what's brought me here. What have you done with that diamond?" "That's my business," said the other. "What do you want?" "I told you I sailed in 5 days," said the seaman. "Well, I got another ship this evening instead, and I sail at 6 a.m. Things are getting just a bit too thick for me, and I thought, out of pure good nature, I'd step round and put you on your guard." "Why didn't you do so at first?" said the Jew, eyeing him suspiciously. "Well, I didn't want to spoil a bargain," said the seaman carelessly. "Maybe you wouldn't have bought the stone if I'd told you. Mind that thing don't go off. I don't want to rob you. Point it the other way." "There was 4 of us in that deal," he continued, after the other had complied with his request. "Me and Jack Ball and Nosey Wheeler and a Burmese chap. The last I see of Jack Ball, he was quiet and peaceful with a knife sticking in his chest. If I hadn't been a very careful man, I'd have had one sticking in mine. If you ain't a very careful man and do what I tell you, you'll have one sticking in yours." "Speak a little more plainly," said the Jew. "Come into the parlour. I don't want the police to see a light in the shop." "We stole it," said the seaman, as he followed the other into the little back parlour. "The 4 of us from—" "I don't want to know anything about that," interrupted the other hastily. The sailor grinned approvingly and continued. "Then me and Jack, being stronger than them, we took it from them 2, but they got level with poor Jack. I shipped before the mast on a bark, and they came over by steamer and waited for me." "Well, you're not afraid of them?" said the Jew interrogatively. "Besides, a word to the police." "Telling them all about the diamond," said the seaman. "Oh, yeah. Well, you can do that now if you feel so inclined. They know all about that, bless you. And if they were had, they'd blab about the diamond." "Have they been dogging you?" inquired the pawnbroker. "Dogging me?" said the seaman. "Dogging's no word for it. Where I've been, they've been my shadows. They want to hurt me, but they're careful about being hurt themselves. That's where I have the pull of them. They want the stone back first and revenge afterwards. So I thought I'd put you on your guard, for they pretty well guess who's got the thing now. You'll know Wheeler by his nose, which is broken." "I'm not afraid of them," said the Jew, "but thank you for telling me. Did they follow you here?" "They're outside, I've no doubt," said the other. "But they come along like human cats. Leastways, the Burma chap does. You want eyes in the back of your head for them, almost. The Burmese is an old man, and soft as velvet, and Jack Ball, just afore he died, was going to tell me something about him. I don't know what it was, but poor Jack, he was a superstitious sort of chap, and I know it was something horrible. He was as brave as a lion was, Jack, but he was afraid of that little shrivelled-up Burmese. They'll follow me to the ship tonight. If they'll only come close enough and there's nobody nigh, I'll do Jack a good turn." "Stay here till the morning," said the Jew. The seaman shook his head. "I don't want to miss my ship," said he. "But remember what I've told you, and mind, they're villains, both of them. And if you're not very careful, they'll have you sooner or later. Good night." He buttoned up his coat and, leading the way to the door, followed by the Jew with the candle, opened it noiselessly and peered carefully out, right and left. The alley was empty. "Take this," said the Jew, proffering his pistol. "I've got one," said the seaman. "Good night." He strode boldly up the alley, his footsteps sounding loudly in the silence of the night. The Jew watched him to the corner and then, closing the door, secured it with extra care and went back to his bedroom, where he lay meditating upon the warning which had just been given to him until he fell asleep. Before going downstairs next morning, he placed the revolver in his pocket, not necessarily for use, but as a demonstration of the lengths to which he was prepared to go. His manner with 2 or 3 inoffensive gentlemen of colour was also somewhat strained. Especially was this the case with a worthy lascar who, knowing no English, gesticulated cheerfully in front of him with a long dagger, which he wanted to pawn. The morning passed without anything happening, and it was nearly dinner time before anything occurred to justify the sailor's warning. Then, happening to glance at the window, he saw between the articles which were hanging there a villainous face, the principal feature of which, being strangely bent, at once recalled the warning of the sailor. As he looked, the face disappeared, and a moment later its owner, after furtively looking in at the side door, entered quietly. "Morning, boss," said he. The pawnbroker nodded and waited. "I want to have a little talk with you, boss," said the man, after waiting for him to speak. "All right, go on," said the other. "What about him?" said the man, indicating the assistant with a nod. "Well, what about him?" inquired the Jew. "What I've got to say is private," said the man. The Jew raised his eyebrows. "You can go in and get your dinner, Bob," he said. "Now, what do you want?" he continued. "Hurry up, because I'm busy." "I come from a pal of mine," said the man, speaking in a low voice. "Him what was here last night. He couldn't come himself, so he sent me. He wants it back." "Wants what back?" asked the Jew. "The diamond," said the other. "Diamond? What on earth are you talking about?" demanded the pawnbroker. "You needn't try to come it on me," said the other fiercely. "We want that diamond back, and, mind you, we'll have it." "You clear out," said the Jew. "I don't allow people to come threatening me. Out you go." "We'll do more than threaten you," said the man, the veins in his forehead swelling with rage. "You've got that diamond. You got it for £500. We'll give you that back for it, and you may think yourself lucky to get it." "You've been drinking," said the Jew, "or somebody's been fooling you." "Look here," said the man with a snarl. "Drop it. I'm dealing fair and square by you. I don't want to hurt a hair of your head. I'm a peaceable man." but I want my own. And what's more, I can get it. I got the shell, and I can get the kernel. Do you know what I mean by that? I don't know, and I don't care, said the Jew. He moved off a little way, and, taking some tarnished spoons from a box, began to rub them with a piece of leather. I dare say you can take a hint as well as anybody else, said the other. Have you seen that before? He threw something on the counter, and the Jew started, despite himself, as he glanced up. It was the sailor's belt. That's a hint, said the man with a leer, and a very fair one. The Jew looked at him steadily, and saw that he was white and nervous, his whole aspect that of a man who was running a great risk for a great stake. I suppose, he said at length, speaking very slowly, that you want me to understand that you have murdered the owner of this? Understand what you like, said the other with sullen ferocity. Will you let us have that back again? No, said the Jew explosively. I have no fear of a dog like you. If it was worth the trouble, I'd send for the police and hand you over to them. Call them, said the other. Do. I'll wait. But mark my words, if you don't give us the stone back, you're a dead man. I've got a pal what half that diamond belongs to. He's from the east, and a bad man to cross. He's only got to wish it, and you're a dead man, without his raising a finger at you. I've come here to do you a good turn. If he comes here, it's all up with you. Well, you go back to him, jeered the Jew. A clever man like that can get the diamond without going near it, seemingly. You're wasting your time here, and it's a pity. You must have got a lot of friends. Well, I've warned you, said the other. You'll have one more warning. If you won't be wise, you must keep the diamond, but it won't be much good to you. It's a good stone, but, speaking for myself, I'd sooner be alive without it than dead with it. He gave the Jew a menacing glance and departed, and the assistant, having by this time finished his dinner, the pawnbroker went to his own with an appetite by no means improved by his late interview. End of Part 1 of The Brown Man's Servant by W. Jacobs. Part 2 of The Brown Man's Servant by W. Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allan Lord. The Brown Man's Servant by W. Jacobs. Part 2, Chapter 3. The cat, with its forepaws tucked beneath it, was dozing on the counter. Business had been slack that morning, and it had only been pushed off 3 times. It had staked out a claim on that counter some 5 years before, and if anything was required to convince it of the value of the possession, it was the fact that it was being constantly pushed off. To a firm-minded cat, this alone gave the counter a value difficult to overestimate, and sometimes an obsequious customer fell into raptures over its beauty. This was soothing, and the animal allowed customers of this type to scratch it gently behind the ear. The cat was, for the time, the only occupant of the shop. The assistant was out, and the pawnbroker sat in the small room beyond, with the door half open, reading a newspaper. He had read the financial columns, glanced at the foreign intelligence, and was just about to turn to the leader when his eye was caught by the headline, "Murder in Whitechapel." He folded the paper back and, with a chilly feeling creeping over him, perused the account. In the usual thrilling style, it recorded the finding of the body of a man, evidently a sailor, behind a hoarding placed in front of some shops in course of erection. There was no clue to the victim, who had evidently been stabbed from behind in the street and then dragged or carried to the place in which the body had been discovered. The pockets had been emptied, and the police, who regarded the crime as an ordinary one of murder and robbery, entertained the usual hopes of shortly arresting the assassins. The pawnbroker put the paper down and drummed on the table with his fingers. The description of the body left no room for doubt that the victim of the tragedy and the man who had sold him the diamond were identical. He began to realise the responsibilities of the bargain, and the daring of his visitor of the day before, in venturing before him almost red-handed, gave him an unpleasant idea of the lengths to which he was prepared to go. In a pleasanter direction, it gave him another idea. It was strong confirmation of Levi's valuation of the stone. "I shall see my friend again," said the Jew to himself as he looked up from the paper. "Let him make an attempt on me, and we'll see." He threw the paper down and, settling back in his chair, fell into a pleasing reverie. He saw his release from sordid toil close at hand. He would travel and enjoy his life. Pity the diamond hadn't come 20 years before. As for the sailor, well, poor fellow, why didn't he stay when he was asked? The cat, still dozing, became aware of a strange odour. In a lazy fashion it opened one eye and discovered that an old, shrivelled-up little man with a brown face was standing by the counter. It watched him lazily, but warily, out of a half-closed eye, and then, finding that he appeared to be quite harmless, closed it again. The intruder was not an impatient type of customer. He stood for some time gazing round him. Then a thought struck him, and he approached the cat and stroked it with a masterly hand. Never, in the course of its life, had the animal met such a born stroker. Every touch was a caress, and a gentle thrum, thrum rose from its interior in response. Something went wrong with the stroker. He hurt. The cat started up suddenly and jumped behind the counter. The dark gentleman smiled an evil smile, and, after waiting a little longer, tapped on the counter. The pawnbroker came from the little room beyond, with a newspaper in his hand, and his brow darkened as he saw the customer. He was of a harsh and dominant nature, and he foresaw more distasteful threats. "Well, what do you want?" he demanded abruptly. "Morning, sir," said the brown man in perfect English. "Fine day." "The day's well enough," said the Jew. "I want a little talk with you," said the other suavely. "A little quiet, reasonable talk." "You'd better make it short," said the Jew. "My time is valuable." The brown man smiled and raised his hand with a deprecatory gesture. "Many things are valuable," said he, "but time is the most valuable of all, and time to us means life." The Jew saw the covert threat and grew more irritable still. "Get to your business," he said sharply. The brown man leant on the counter and regarded him with a pair of fierce brown eyes, which age had not dimmed. "You're a reasonable man," he said slowly. "A good merchant, I can see it. But sometimes a good merchant makes a bad bargain. In that case, what does the good merchant do?" "Get out of here," said the Jew angrily. "He makes the best of it," continued the other calmly. "And he is a lucky man if it's not too late to repair the mischief. You are not too late." The Jew laughed boisterously. "There was a sailor once made a bad bargain," said the brown man, still in the same even tones, "and he died of grief." He grinned at this pleasantry until his face looked like a cracked mask. "I read in this paper of a sailor being killed," said the Jew, holding it up. "Have you ever heard of the police, of prison, and of the hangman?" "All of them," said the other softly. "I might be able to put the hangman on the track of the sailor's murderer," continued the Jew grimly. The brown man smiled and shook his head. "You are too good a merchant," he said. "Besides, it would be very difficult." "It would be a pleasure to me," said the Jew. "Let us talk business like men, not nonsense like children," said the brown man suddenly. "You talk of hangmen. I talk of death. Well, listen. 2 nights ago, you bought a diamond from a sailor for £500. Unless you give me that diamond back for the same money, I will kill you." "What?" snarled the Jew, drawing his gaunt figure to its full height. You miserable mummy!" "I will kill you," repeated the brown man calmly. "I will send death to you, death in a horrible shape. I will send the devil, a little artful, teasing devil, to worry you and kill you. In the darkness, he will come and spring out on you. You'd better give back the diamond and live. If you give it back, I promise you your life." He paused, and the Jew noticed that his face had changed, and in place of the sardonic good humour which had before possessed it, was now distorted by a devilish malice. His eyes gleamed coldly, and he snapped them quickly as he spoke. "Well, what do you say?" he demanded. "This," said the Jew. He leant over the counter and, taking the brown man's skinny throat in his great hand, flung him reeling back to the petition, which shook with his weight. Then he burst into a laugh as the being who had just been threatening him with a terrible and mysterious death changed into a little weak old man, coughing and spitting as he clutched at his throat and fought for breath. "What about your servant, the devil?" asked the Jew maliciously. "He serves when I am absent," said the brown man faintly. "Even now, I give you one more chance. I will let you see the young fellow in your shop die first. But no, he has not offended. I will kill—" He paused, and his eye fell on the cat, which at that moment sprang up and took its old place on the counter. "I will kill your cat," said the brown man. "I will send the devil to worry it. Watch the cat, and as its death is, so shall yours be. Unless—" "Unless," said the Jew, regarding him mockingly. "Unless, tonight, before 10 o'clock, you mark on your doorpost 2 crosses in chalk, said the other. Do that and live. Watch your cat. He pointed his lean, brown finger at the animal and, still feeling at his throat, stepped softly to the door and passed out. With the entrance of other customers, the pawnbroker forgot the annoyance to which he had been subjected, and attended to their wants in a spirit made liberal by the near prospect of fortune. It was certain that the stone must be of great value. With that, and the money he had made by his business, he would give up work and settle down to a life of pleasant ease. So liberal was he that an elderly Irish woman forgot their slight differences in creeds and blessed him fervently with all the saints in the calendar. His assistant being back in his place in the shop, the pawnbroker returned to the little sitting room and once more carefully looked through the account of the sailor's murder. Then he sat still, trying to work out a problem. To hand the murderers over to the police without his connection with the stolen diamond being made public, and after considerable deliberation convinced himself that the feat was impossible. He was interrupted by a slight scuffling noise in the shop, and the cat came bolting into the room and, after running round the table, went out at the door and fled upstairs. The assistant came into the room. "What are you worrying the thing for?" demanded his master. "I'm not worrying it," said the assistant in an aggrieved voice. "It's been moving about up and down the shop, and then it suddenly started like that. It's got a fit, I suppose." He went back to the shop, and the Jew sat in his chair, half ashamed of his nervous credulity, listening to the animal, which was rushing about in the rooms upstairs. "Go and see what's the matter with the thing, Bob," he cried. The assistant obeyed, returning hastily in a minute or two and closing the door behind him. "Well, what's the matter?" demanded his master. "The brute's gone mad," said the assistant, whose face was white. "It's flying about upstairs like a wild thing. Mind it don't get in. It's as bad as a mad dog." "Oh, rubbish," said the Jew. "Cats are often like that." "Well, I've never seen one like it before," said the other. "And what's more, I'm not going to see that again." The animal came downstairs, scuffling along the passage, hit the door with its head, and then dashed upstairs again. "It must have been poisoned, or else it's gone mad," said the assistant. "What's it been eating, I wonder?" The pawnbroker made no reply. The suggestion of poisoning was a welcome one. It was preferable to the sinister hintings of the brown man. But even if it had been poisoned, it was a very singular coincidence, unless indeed the Burmese had himself poisoned it. He tried to think whether it could have been possible for his visitor to have administered poison undetected. "It's quiet now," said the assistant as he opened the door a little way. "It's all right," said the pawnbroker, half ashamed of his fears, "and get back to the shop." The assistant complied, and the Jew, after sitting down a little while to persuade himself that he really had no particular interest in the matter, rose and went slowly upstairs. The staircase was badly lighted, and halfway up he stumbled on something soft. He gave a hasty exclamation and, stooping down, saw that he had trodden on the dead cat. Chapter 4. At 10 o'clock that night, the pawnbroker sat with his friend Levi, discussing a bottle of champagne, which the open-eyed assistant had procured from the public house opposite. "You're a lucky man, Hyams," said his friend as he raised his glass to his lips. £30,000, it's a fortune. A small fortune," he added correctively. "I shall give this place up," said the pawnbroker, and go away for a time. I'm not safe here. Safe? Queried Levi, raising his eyebrows. The pawnbroker related his adventures with his visitors. I can't understand that cat business, said Levi, when he had finished. It's quite farcical. He must have poisoned it. He wasn't near it, said the pawnbroker. He was at the other end of the counter. Oh, hang it, said Levi the more irritably, because he could not think of any solution to the mystery. You don't believe in occult powers and all that sort of thing? This is the neighbourhood of the Commercial Road. Time, 19th century. The thing's got on your nerves. Keep your eyes open and stay indoors. They can't hurt you here. Why not tell the police? I don't want any questions, said the pawnbroker. I mean, just tell them that one or two suspicious characters have been hanging round lately, said the other. If this precious couple see that they are watched, they'll probably bolt. There's nothing like a uniform to scare that sort. I won't have anything to do with the police, said the pawnbroker firmly. Well, let Bob sleep on the premises, suggested his friend. I think I will tomorrow, said the other. I'll have a bed fixed up for him. Why not tonight? Asked Levi. He's gone, said the pawnbroker briefly. Didn't you hear him shut up? He was in the shop 5 minutes ago, said Levi. He left at 10, said the pawnbroker. I'll swear I heard somebody. Only a minute or two back, said Levi, staring. Nerves, as you remarked a little while ago, said his friend with a grin. Well, I thought I heard him, said Levi. You might just secure the door anyway. The pawnbroker went to the door and made it fast, giving a careless glance round the dimly lighted shop as he did so. Perhaps you could stay tonight yourself, he said as he returned to the sitting-room. I can't possibly tonight, said the other. By the way, you might lend me a pistol of some kind. With all these cutthroats hanging round, visiting you is a somewhat perilous pleasure. They might take it into their heads to kill me, to see whether I have got the stone. Take your pick, said the pawnbroker, going to the shop and returning with 2 or 3 second-hand revolvers and some cartridges. I never fired one in my life, said Levi dubiously, but I believe the chief thing is to make a bang, which will make the loudest. On his friend's recommendation, he selected a revolver of the service pattern, and after 1 or 2 suggestions from the pawnbroker, expressed himself as qualified to shoot anything between a chimney pot and a paving stone. Make your room door fast tonight, and tomorrow let Bob have a bed there, he said earnestly as he rose to go. By the way, why not make those chalk marks on the door, just for the night? You can laugh at them tomorrow. Sort of suggestion of the Passover about it, isn't there? I'm not going to mark my door for all the assassins that ever breathed, said the Jew fiercely as he rose to see the other out. Well, I think you're safe enough in the house, said Levi. Beastly dreary the shop looks. To a man of imagination like myself, it's quite easy to fancy that there is one of your brown friends' pet devils crouching under the counter, ready to spring. The pawnbroker grunted and opened the door. Poof! Fog, said Levi, as a cloud streamed in. Bad night for pistol practice. I shan't be able to hit anything. The 2 men stood in the doorway for a minute, trying to peer through the fog. A heavy, measured tread sounded in the alley. A huge figure loomed up, and, to the relief of Levi, A constable halted before them. "Thick night, sir," said he to the pawnbroker. "Very," was the reply. "Just keep your eye on my place tonight, constable. There have been one or two suspicious-looking characters hanging about here lately." "I will, sir," said the constable, and moved off in company with Levi. The pawnbroker closed the door hastily behind them and bolted it securely. His friend's jest about the devil under the counter occurred to him as he eyed it, and for the first time in his life the lonely silence of the shop became oppressive. He half thought of opening the door again and calling them back, but by this time they were out of earshot, and he had a very strong idea that there might be somebody lurking in the fog outside. "Bah!" said he aloud. £30,000. He turned the gas jet on full. A man that had just made that sum could afford to burn a little gas, and, first satisfying himself by looking under the counter around the shop, re-entered the sitting-room. Despite his efforts, he could not get rid of the sense of loneliness and danger which possessed him. The clock had stopped, and the only sound audible was the snapping of the extinguished coals in the grate. He crossed over to the mantelpiece, and, taking out his watch, wound up the clock. Then he heard something else. With great care, he laid the key softly on the mantelpiece and listened intently. The clock was now aggressively audible, so that he opened the case again and, putting his finger against the pendulum, stopped it. Then he drew his revolver and cocked it, and, with his set face turned towards the door and his lips parted, waited. At first, nothing. Then all the noises which a lonely man hears in a house at night. The stairs creaked. Something moved in the walls. He crossed noiselessly to the door and opened it. At the head of the staircase, he fancied the darkness moved. "Who's there?" he cried in a strong voice. Then he stepped back into the room and lit his lamp. "I'll get to bed," he said grimly. "I've got the horrors." He left the gas burning, and with the lamp in his left hand and the pistol in his right, slowly ascended the stairs. The first landing was clear. He opened the doors of each room and, holding the lamp aloft, peered in. Then he mounted higher and looked in the rooms, crammed from floor to ceiling with pledges, ticketed and placed on shelves. In one room, he thought he saw something crouching in a corner. He entered boldly, and as he passed along one side of a row of shelves, could have sworn that he heard a stealthy footfall on the other. He rushed back to the door and hung, listening, over the shaky balusters. Nothing stirred, and, satisfied that he must have been mistaken, he gave up the search and went to his bedroom. He set the lamp down on the drawers and turned to close the door, when he distinctly heard a noise in the shop below. He snatched up the lamp again and ran hastily downstairs, pausing halfway on the lowest flight as he saw a dark figure spread-eagled against the side door, standing on tiptoe to draw back the bolt. At the noise of his approach, it turned its head hastily and revealed the face of the brown man. The bolt shot back, and at the same moment the Jew raised his pistol and fired twice. From beneath the little cloud of smoke, as it rose, he saw that the door stood open, and that the figure had vanished. He ran hastily down to the door, and, with the pistol raised, stood listening, trying to peer through the fog. An unearthly stillness followed the deafening noise of the shots. The fog poured in at the doorway as he stood there, hoping that the noise had reached the ears of some chance passer-by. He stood so for a few minutes, and then, closing the door again, resolutely turned back and went upstairs. His first proceeding upon entering his room was to carefully look beneath and behind the heavy, dusty pieces of furniture, and, satisfied that no foe lurked there, he closed the door and locked it. Then he opened the window gently and listened. The court below was perfectly still. He closed the window and, taking off his coat, barricaded the door with all the heaviest furniture in the room. With a feeling of perfect security, he complacently regarded his handiwork, and then, sitting on the edge of the bed, began to undress. He turned the lamp down a little, and reloading the empty chambers of his revolver, placed it by the side of the lamp on the drawers. Then, as he turned back the clothes, he fancied that something moved beneath them. As he paused, it dropped lightly from the other side of the bed to the floor. At first he sat with knitted brows, trying to see what it was. He'd only had a glimpse of it, but he certainly had an idea that it was alive. A rat, perhaps. He got off the bed again with an oath, and, taking the lamp in his hand, peered cautiously about the floor. Twice he walked round the room in this fashion. Then he stooped down and, raising the dirty bed hangings, peered beneath. He almost touched the wicked little head of the brown man's devil, and with a stifled cry sprang hastily backward. The lamp shattered against the corner of the drawers, and, falling in a shower of broken glass and oil about his stockinged feet, left him in darkness. He threw the fragment of glass stand which remained in his hand from him, and, quick as thought, gained the bed again and crouched there, breathing heavily. He tried to think where he had put the matches, and remembered there were some on the window-sill. The room was so dark that he could not see the foot of the bed, and in his fatuity he had barricaded himself in the room with the loathsome reptile which was to work the brown man's vengeance. For some time he lay listening intently. Once or twice he fancied that he heard the rustle of the snake over the dingy carpet, and he wondered whether it would attempt to climb onto the bed. He stood up and tried to get his revolver from the drawers. It was out of reach, and as the bed creaked beneath his weight, a faint hiss sounded from the floor, and he sat still again, hardly daring to breathe. The cold rawness of the room chilled him. He cautiously drew the bedclothes towards him and rolled himself up in them, leaving only his head and arms exposed. In this position, he began to feel more secure, until the thought struck him that the snake might be inside them. He fought against this idea and tried to force his nerves into steadiness. Then his fears suggested that two might have been placed in the bed. At this, his fears got the upper hand, and it seemed to him that something stirred in the clothes. He drew his body from them slowly and stealthily, and taking them in his arms, flung them violently to the other end of the room. On his hands and knees he now travelled over the bare bed, feeling. There was nothing there. In this state of suspense and dread, time seemed to stop. Several times he thought that the thing had got on the bed, and to stay there in suspense in the darkness was impossible. He felt it over again and again. At last, unable to endure it any longer, he resolved to obtain the matches and stepped cautiously off the bed. But no sooner had his feet touched the floor than his courage forsook him, and he sprang hurriedly back to his refuge again. After that, in a spirit of dogged fatalism, he sat still and waited. To his disordered mind, it seemed that footsteps were moving about the house, but they had no terrors for him. To grapple with a man for life and death would be play. To kill him, joy unspeakable. He sat still, listening. He heard rats in the walls and a babble of jeering voices on the staircase. The whole blackness of the room, with the devilish, writhing thing on the floor, became invested with supernatural significance. Then, dimly at first, and hardly comprehending the joy of it, he saw the window. A little later, he saw the outlines of the things in the room. The night had passed, and he was alive. He raised his half-frozen body to its full height, and, expanding his chest, planted his feet firmly on the bed, stretching his long body to the utmost. He clenched his fist and felt strong. The bed was unoccupied, except by himself. He bent down and scrutinized the floor for his enemy, and set his teeth, as he thought how he would tear it and mangle it. It was light enough, but first he would put on his boots. He leant over cautiously, and lifting one onto the bed, put it on. Then he bent down and took up the other, and, swift as lightning, something issued from it, and coiling round his wrist, ran up the sleeve of his shirt. With starting eyeballs, the Jew held his breath and, stiffened into stone, waited helplessly. The tightness round his arm relaxed as the snake drew the whole of its body under the sleeve and wound round his arm. He felt its head moving. It came wriggling across his chest, and with a mad cry, the wretched man clutched at the front of his shirt with both hands and strove to tear it off. He felt the snake in his hands and for a moment hoped. Then the creature got its head free and struck him smartly in the throat. The Jew's hold relaxed, and the snake fell at his feet. He bent down and seized it, careless now that it bit his hand, and with bloodshot eyes dashed it repeatedly on the rail of the bed. Then he flung it to the floor and, raising his heel, smashed its head to pulp. His fury passed. He strove to think, but his brain was in a whirl. He'd heard of sucking the wound, but one puncture was in his throat, and he laughed discordantly. He'd heard that death had been prevented by drinking heavily of spirits. He would do that first, and then obtain medical assistance. He ran to the door and began to drag the furniture away. In his haste, the revolver fell from the drawers to the floor. He looked at it steadily for a moment, and then, taking it up, handled it wistfully. He began to think more clearly, although a numbing sensation was already stealing over him. £30,000, he said slowly, and tapped his cheek lightly with the cold barrel. Then he slipped it in his mouth and, pulling the trigger, crashed heavily to the floor. The end of Part 2 of The Brown Man's Servant by W. W. Jacobs. Recording by Allan Lord.
Caterpillars by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Caterpillars by E. F. Benson. I saw a month or two ago in an Italian paper that the Villa Cascana, in which I once stayed, had been pulled down, and that a manufactory of some sort was in process of erection on its site. There is therefore no longer any reason for refraining from writing of those things which I myself saw, or imagined I saw, in a certain room and on a certain landing of the villa in question, nor from mentioning the circumstances which followed, which may or may not, according to the opinion of the reader, throw some light on or be somehow connected with this experience. The Villa Cascana was in all ways but one a perfectly delightful house. Yet, if it were standing now, nothing in the world, I use the phrase in its literal sense, would induce me to set foot in it again, for I believe it to have been haunted in a very terrible and practical manner. Most ghosts, when all is said and done, do not do much harm. They may perhaps terrify, but the person whom they visit usually gets over their visitation. They may, on the other hand, be entirely friendly and beneficent. But the appearances in the Villa Cascana were not beneficent, and had they made their visit in a very slightly different manner, I do not suppose I should have got over it any more than Arthur Inglis did.
The house stood on an ilex-clad hill not far from Sestri de Levante on the Italian Riviera.
Looking out over the iridescent blues of that enchanted sea, while behind it rose the pale green chestnut woods that climb up the hillsides till they give place to the pines that, black in contrast with them, crown the slopes. All round it the garden in the luxuriance of mid-spring bloomed and was fragrant, and the scent of magnolia and rose, borne on the salt freshness of the winds from the sea, flowed like a stream through the cool vaulted rooms. On the ground floor, a broad pillared loggia ran round 3 sides of the house, the top of which formed a balcony for certain rooms of the first floor. The main staircase, broad and of grey marble steps, led up from the hall to the landing outside these rooms, which were 3 in number, namely 2 big sitting rooms and a bedroom arranged en suite. The latter was unoccupied. The sitting rooms were in use. From these the main staircase was continued to the 2nd floor, where were situated certain bedrooms, one of which I occupied, while from the other side of the 1st floor landing some 6 steps led to another suite of rooms, where, at the time I am speaking of, Arthur Inglis, the artist, had his bedroom and studio. Thus the landing outside my bedroom at the top of the house commanded both the landing of the 1st floor and also the steps that led to Inglis's rooms. Jim Stanley and his wife, finally, whose guest I was, occupied rooms in another wing of the house, where also were the servants' quarters. I arrived just in time for lunch on a brilliant noon of mid-May.
The garden was shouting with colour and fragrance, and not less delightful after my broiling walk up from the marina should have been, coming from the reverberating heat and blaze of the day into the marble coolness of the villa.
Only, the reader has my bare word for this and nothing more, the moment I set foot in the house, I felt that something was wrong. This feeling, I may say, was quite vague, though very strong, and I remember that when I saw letters waiting for me on the table in the hall, I felt certain that the explanation was here. I was convinced that there was bad news of some sort for me. Yet when I opened them, I found no such explanation of my premonition. My correspondence all reeked of prosperity. Yet this clear miscarriage of a presentiment did not dissipate my uneasiness. In that cool, fragrant house, there was something wrong. I am at pains to mention this because to the general view it may explain that though I am as a rule so excellent a sleeper that the extinction of my light on getting into bed is apparently contemporaneous with being called on the following morning, I slept very badly on my first night in the Villa Cascana. It may also explain the fact that when I did sleep, if it was indeed in sleep that I saw what I thought I saw, I dreamed in a very vivid and original manner. Original, that is to say, in the sense that something that as far as I knew had never previously entered into my consciousness usurped it then. But since, in addition to this evil premonition, certain words and events occurring during the rest of the day might have suggested something of what I thought happened that night, it would be well to relate them. After lunch, then, I went round the house with Mrs. Stanley, and during our tour she referred, it is true, to the unoccupied bedroom on the first floor, which opened out of the room where we had lunched. "We left that unoccupied," she said, "because Jim and I have a charming bedroom and dressing room, as you saw, in the wing, and if we used it ourselves we should have to turn the dining room into a dressing room and have our meals downstairs. As it is, however, we have our little flat there. Arthur Inglis has his little flat in the other passage, and I remembered, aren't I extraordinary, that you once said that the higher up you were in a house, the better you were pleased. So I put you at the top of the house instead of giving you that room." It is true that a doubt, vague as my uneasy premonition, crossed my mind at this. I did not see why Mrs. Stanley should have explained all this, if there had not been more to explain. I allow, therefore, that the thought that there was something to explain about the unoccupied bedroom was momentarily present to my mind. The second thing that may have borne on my dream was this. At dinner, the conversation turned for a moment on ghosts. Inglis, with the certainty of conviction, expressed his belief that anybody who could possibly believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena was unworthy of the name of an ass. The subject instantly dropped. As far as I can recollect, nothing else occurred or was said that could bear on what follows. We all went to bed rather early, and personally I yawned my way upstairs, feeling hideously sleepy. My room was rather hot, and I threw all the windows wide, and from without poured in the white light of the moon and the love song of many nightingales. I undressed quickly and got into bed, and though I had felt so sleepy before, I now felt extremely wide awake. But I was quite content to be awake. I did not toss or turn. I felt perfectly happy listening to the song and seeing the light. Then it is possible I may have gone to sleep, and what follows may have been a dream. I thought anyhow that after a time the nightingales ceased singing and the moon sank. I thought also that if for some unexplained reason I was going to lie awake all night, I might as well read, and I remembered that I had left a book in which I was interested in the dining room on the first floor. So I got out of bed, lit a candle, and went downstairs. I went into the room, saw on a side table the book I had come to look for, and then simultaneously saw that the door into the unoccupied bedroom was open. A curious grey light, not of dawn nor of moonshine, came out of it, and I looked in. The bed stood just opposite the door, a big four-poster hung with tapestry at the head. Then I saw that the greyish light of the bedroom came from the bed, or rather from what was on the bed, for it was covered with great caterpillars, a foot or more in length, which crawled over it. They were faintly luminous, and it was the light from them that showed me the room. Instead of the sucker feet of ordinary caterpillars, they had rows of pincers like crabs, and they moved by grasping what they lay on with their pincers and then sliding their bodies forward. In colour, these dreadful insects were yellowish-grey, and they were covered with irregular lumps and swellings. There must have been hundreds of them, for they formed a sort of writhing, crawling pyramid on the bed. Occasionally one fell off onto the floor with a soft, fleshy thud, and though the floor was of hard concrete, it yielded to the pincer feet as if it had been putty, and crawling back the caterpillar would mount onto the bed again to rejoin its fearful companions. They appeared to have no faces, so to speak, but at one end of them there was a mouth that opened sideways in respiration. Then, as I looked, it seemed to me as if they all suddenly became conscious of my presence. All the mouths, at any rate, were turned in my direction, and next moment they began dropping off the bed with those soft, fleshy thuds onto the floor and wriggling towards me. For 1 second, a paralysis as of a dream was on me, but the next I was running upstairs again to my room, and I remember feeling the cold of the marble steps on my bare feet. I rushed into my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, and then, I was certainly wide awake now, I found myself standing by my bed with the sweat of terror pouring from me. The noise of the banged door still rang in my ears, but, as would have been more usual, if this had been mere nightmare, the terror that had been mine when I saw those foul beasts crawling about the bed or dropping softly onto the floor did not cease then. Awake now, if dreaming before, I did not at all recover from the horror of the dream. It did not seem to me that I had dreamed. And until dawn I sat or stood, not daring to lie down, thinking that every rustle or movement that I heard was the approach of the caterpillars. To them, and the claws that bit into the cement, the wood of the door was child's play. Steel would not keep them out. But with the sweet and noble return of day, the horror vanished. The whisper of wind became benignant again. The nameless fear, whatever it was smoothed out and terrified me no longer. Dawn broke, hueless at first, then it grew dove-coloured, then the flaming pageant of light spread over the sky. The admirable rule of the house was that everybody had breakfast where and when he pleased, and in consequence it was not till lunch-time that I met any of the other members of our party, since I had breakfast on my balcony and wrote letters and other things till lunch. In fact, I got down to that meal rather late, after the other three had begun. Between my knife and fork there was a small pillbox of cardboard, and as I sat down Inglis spoke. "Do look at that," he said. "Since you are interested in natural history, I found it crawling on my counterpane last night, and I don't know what it is." I think that before I opened the pillbox I expected something of the sort which I found in it. Inside it, anyhow, was a small caterpillar, greyish-yellow in colour, with curious bumps and excrescences on its rings. It was extremely active, and hurried round the box this way and that. Its feet were unlike the feet of any caterpillar I ever saw. They were like the pincers of a crab. I looked and shut the lid down again. "No, I don't know it," I said, "but it looks rather unwholesome. What are you going to do with it?" "Oh, I shall keep it," said Inglis. "It has begun to spin. I want to see what sort of a moth it turns into." I opened the box again and saw that these hurrying movements were indeed the beginning of the spinning of the web of its cocoon. Then Inglis spoke again. "It has got funny feet, too," he said. "They are like a crab's pincers. What's the Latin for crab? Oh, yes, cancer. So in case it is unique, let's christen it Cancer Inglisensis." Then something happened in my brain, some momentary piecing together of all that I had seen or dreamed. Something in his words seemed to me to throw light on it all, and my own intense horror at the experience of the night before linked itself onto what he had just said. In effect, I took the box and threw it, caterpillar and all, out of the window. There was a gravel path just outside, and beyond it a fountain playing into a basin. The box fell onto the middle of this. Inglis laughed. "So the students of the occult don't like solid facts," he said. "My poor caterpillar." The talk went off again at once onto other subjects, and I have only given in detail as they happened these trivialities in order to be sure myself that I have recorded everything that could have borne on occult subjects or on the subject of caterpillars. But at the moment when I threw the pillbox into the fountain, I lost my head. My only excuse is that, as is probably plain, the tenant of it was, in miniature, exactly what I had seen crowded onto the bed in the unoccupied room. And though this translation of those phantoms into flesh and blood, or whatever it is that caterpillars are made of, ought perhaps to have relieved the horror of the night, as a matter of fact it did nothing of the kind. It only made the crawling pyramid that covered the bed in the unoccupied room more hideously real. After lunch we spent a lazy hour or two strolling about the garden or sitting in the loggia, and it must have been about 4 o'clock when Stanley and I started off to bathe, down the path that led by the fountain into which I had thrown the pillbox. The water was shallow and clear, and at the bottom of it I saw its white remains. The water had disintegrated the cardboard, and it had become no more than a few strips and shreds of sodden paper. The centre of the fountain was a marble Italian Cupid, which squirted the water out of a wineskin held under its arm. And crawling up its leg was the caterpillar. Strange and scarcely credible as it seemed, it must have survived the falling to bits of its prison and made its way to shore. And there it was, out of arm's reach, weaving and waving this way and that as it evolved its cocoon. Then as I looked at it, it seemed to me again that, like the caterpillar I had seen last night, it saw me, and breaking out of the threads that surrounded it, it crawled down the marble leg of the Cupid and began swimming like a snake across the water of the fountain towards me. It came with extraordinary speed. The fact of a caterpillar being able to swim was new to me, and in another moment was crawling up the marble lip of the basin. Just then Inglis joined us. "Why, if it isn't old Cancer Inglisensis again," he said, catching sight of the beast. "What a tearing hurry it is in!" We were standing side by side on the path, and when the caterpillar had advanced to within about a yard of us, it stopped and began waving again as if in doubt as to the direction in which it should go. Then it appeared to make up its mind and crawled onto Inglis's shoe. "It likes me best," he said, "but I don't really know that I like it, and as it won't drown, I think perhaps—" He shook it off his shoe onto the gravel path and trod on it. All afternoon the air got heavier and heavier with a sirocco that was without doubt coming up from the south, and that night again I went up to bed feeling very sleepy. But below my drowsiness, so to speak, there was the consciousness, stronger than before, that there was something wrong in the house, that something dangerous was close at hand. But I fell asleep at once, and, how long after I do not know, either woke or dreamed I awoke, feeling that I must get up at once or I should be too late. Then, dreaming or awake, I lay and fought this fear, telling myself that I was but the prey of my own nerves, disordered by sirocco or what not, and at the same time quite clearly knowing in another part of my mind, so to speak, that every moment's delay added to the danger. At last this second feeling became irresistible, and I put on coat and trousers and went out of my room onto the landing. And then I saw that I had already delayed too long, and that I was now too late. The whole of the landing of the first floor below was invisible under the swarm of caterpillars that crawled there. The folding doors into the sitting room from which opened the bedroom where I had seen them last night were shut, but they were squeezing through the cracks of it and dropping one by one through the keyhole, elongating themselves into mere string as they passed, and growing fat and lumpy again on emerging. Some, as if exploring, were nosing about the steps, into the passage at the end of which were Inglis's rooms. Others were crawling on the lowest steps of the staircase that led up to where I stood. The landing, however, was completely covered with them. I was cut off, and of the frozen horror that seized me when I saw that, I can give no idea in words. Then at last a general movement began to take place, and they grew thicker on the steps that led to Inglis's room. Gradually, like some hideous tide of flesh, they advanced along the passage, and I saw the foremost, visible by the pale grey luminousness that came from them, reach his door. Again and again I tried to shout and warn him, in terror all the time that they would turn at the sound of my voice and mount my stair instead, but for all my efforts I felt that no sound came from my throat. They crawled along the hinge crack of his door, passing through as they had done before, and still I stood there, making impotent efforts to shout to him, to bid him escape while there was time. At last the passage was completely empty. They had all gone, and at that moment I was conscious for the first time of the cold of the marble landing on which I stood barefooted. The dawn was just beginning to break in the eastern sky. 6 months after, I met Mrs. Stanley in a country house in England. We talked on many subjects, and at last she said, "I don't think I have seen you since I got that dreadful news about Arthur Inglis a month ago." "I haven't heard," said I. "No? He has got cancer. They don't even advise an operation, for there is no hope of a cure. He is riddled with it, the doctors say." Now during all these 6 months I do not think a day had passed on which I had not had in my mind the dreams, or whatever you like to call them, which I had seen in the Villa Cascana. "It is awful, is it not?" she continued. "And I can't help feeling that he may have—" "Caught it at the villa?" I asked. She looked at me in blank surprise. "Why did you say that?" she asked. "How did you know?" Then she told me. In the unoccupied bedroom a year before there had been a fatal case of cancer. She had, of course, taken the best advice, and had been told that the utmost dictates of prudence would be obeyed so long as she did not put anybody to sleep in the room, which had also been thoroughly disinfected and newly whitewashed and painted. But End of the Caterpillars. Read by Russell Llewellyn.
Under the Shadow of Etna, Sicilian Stories from the Italian of Giovanni Verga. Translation by Nathan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. La Lupa by Giovanni Verga. She was tall and lean, but she had a firm, full bust, and yet she was no longer young. Her complexion was brunette, but pallid as if she had always suffered from malaria, and this pallor set forth 2 big eyes and fresh, rosy lips that seemed to eat you. In the village, she was called La Lupa, the she-wolf, because she was never satisfied. Women made the sign of the cross when they saw her pass, always alone, like a big, ugly hound, with the vagabond and suspicious gait of a famished wolf. She would bewitch their sons and their husbands in the twinkling of an eye with her red lips, and she made them fall in love with her merely by looking at them out of those big satanic eyes of hers, even if they were before Santa Agrippina's altar. Fortunately, La Lupa never came to church at Easter, or at Christmas, nor to hear Mass, or to make confession. Padre Angiolino of Santa Maria di Gesù, a true servant of God, had lost his soul on her account. Marichia, poor girl, pretty and clever she was, secretly wept because she was La Lupa's daughter, and no one had offered to marry her, though she had nice clothes in her bureau, and her own little piece of land in the sun, like every other girl of the village. One time La Lupa fell in love with a handsome youth who had just served out his time in the army, and had come home, and was helping to reap the notary's harvest with her. For surely it means to be in love when she felt the flesh burn under the fustian shift, and on looking at him to experience the thirst that one has in hot June days down in the lowlands. But he went on with his work, undisturbed, with his nose on his sheaves, and he said to her, "Oh, what's the matter, Niapina?" In the immense fields, where the only sound was the rustle of the grasshoppers flying up, while the sun was pouring down his hottest beams perpendicularly, La Lupa was heaping up sheaf on sheaf and pile on pile, without ever showing any signs of fatigue, without one moment straightening herself up, without once touching her lips to the water jug. so as to stick close to Nani's heels as he reaped and reaped. And now and again he would ask, "What do you want, Nyapina?" One evening she told him it was while the men were sleeping in the threshing floor, weary of the long day's work, and the dogs were howling through the vast black campagna. "I want you. You're as handsome as the sun and as sweet as honey. I want you." "But I want your daughter. I want the young calf," said Nani, laughing at his own joke. La Lupa thrust her hands into the masses of her hair, scratching her temples without saying a word, and went off and was not seen again in the harvest field. But the following October she saw Nani again at the same time when they were pressing the oil, because he worked near her house, and the rattle of the press kept her awake all night. "Take a bag of olives," she said to her daughter, "and come with me." Nani was shoveling the olives into the hopper and shouting "Oi" to the mule to keep it going. "Do you want my daughter Marikia?" demanded Nyapina. "What dowry will you give me with your daughter Marikia?" replied Nani. "She has her father's things, and besides I will give her my house. It will be enough for me if you let me have a corner in the kitchen to spread out a mattress in." "If that is so, we can talk about it at Christmas," said Nani. Nani was all grease and dirt from the olives put to fermenting, and Marikia would not have him on any account. But her mother grabbed her by the hair as they stood in front of the hearth, and hissed through her set teeth, "If you don't take him, I'll kill you." La Lupa looked ill, and the people remarked, when the devil was old, the devil a monk would be. She no longer went wandering about. She stood no more at her doorway, looking out with those eyes as of one possessed. Her son-in-law, when she fixed those eyes on his face, always began to laugh, and would pull out his cloth talisman with its effigy of the Madonna to cross himself with. Marikia stayed at home to nurse her children, and her mother went out to work in the fields with the men, just like a man, to weed, to dig, to guide the animals, to dress the vines, whether it were during the Greek Levant winds of January or during the August sirocco, when mules let their heads droop, and men sleep prone on their bellies under the shadow of the north wall. In that time between Vespers and Nones, when, according to the saying, no good woman is seen going about, Nyapina was the only living creature to be seen wandering across the Campagna, over the fiery hot stones of the narrow streets, among the parched stubble of the wide fields that stretched away into the burning haze toward cloudy Etna, where the sky hangs heavy on the horizon. "Wake up," said La Lupa to Nani, who was asleep in the ditch next the dusty harvest field, with his head on his arms. "Wake up, for I've brought you some wine to cool your throat." Nani opened his eyes, half awake, and saw her sitting up straight and pale before him, with her swelling breast and her eyes as black as coal, and drew back, waving his arms. "No, a good woman does not go about between Vespers and Nones," groaned Nani, thrusting his face in amongst the dried weeds of the ditch as far as he could, and putting his fingers into his hair. "Go away, get you gone, and don't you come to the threshing floor any more." She turned and went away, La Lupa nodding up her splendid tresses again, looking down steadily as she made her way among the hot stubble, with her eyes black as coal. But she did not go back to the threshing floor, and Nani no longer approached her. And when she failed to come, in that hour between Vespers and Nones, he went, and with perspiration on his brow, waited for her at the top of the white, deserted footpath. But afterwards he would thrust his hands through his hair, and every time he would say, "Go away, don't come to the threshing floor again." Marikia wept night and day, and she looked into her mother's face with eyes blazing with tears and jealousy, like a Lupa Quiota, a young wolf herself, every time that she saw her coming back from the fields, silent and pale. "Vile Sherarata," she would say, "vile mamma, hold your tongue. Thief, thief, hold your tongue. I'll go to the brigadiere." And she actually went with her infants in her arms, without a sign of fear, and without shedding a tear, like a crazy woman, because now she passionately loved that husband whom she had been forced to marry, greasy and dirty as he was from the olives set to fermenting. The brigadiere summoned Nani and threatened him with the galleys and the gallows. Nani began to weep and pull his hair. He denied nothing, did not try to justify himself. "The temptation was too much," said he. "'Twas the temptation of hell." He flung himself at the brigadiere's feet, begging him to send him to the galleys. "For mercy's sake, Signor Brigadiere, take me out of this hell. Have me shot, send me to prison. Don't let me see her ever again, never again." "No," replied La Lupa to the brigadiere's question. "I kept a corner of the kitchen to sleep in when I gave him my house as my daughter's diary. The house is mine. I do not intend to go away." Shortly after, Nani was kicked in the chest by a mule and was like to die. But the priest refused to bring him the holy unction unless La Lupa was out of the house. La Lupa went away, and her son-in-law was then permitted to pass away like a good Christian. He confessed and partook of the sacrament with such signs of penitence and contrition that all the neighbors and inquisitive visitors wept as they surrounded the dying man's bed. And it would have been better for him if he had died then and there, before the devil had a chance to return to tempt him and take possession of him, mind and body, when he got well again. "Let me be," he said to La Lupa. "For mercy's sake, leave me in peace. I have seen death with my own eyes. Poor Marikia is in despair. Now the whole region knows about it. If I don't see you, it's better for you and better for me." And he would rather have put his eyes out than see La Lupa's, for when hers were fastened on him, they made him lose soul and body. He did not know what to do to overcome the enchantment. He paid for masses to be sung for the souls in purgatory, and he went for aid to the priest and the brigadiere. At Easter he went to confession, and as a penance publicly stood on the flint stones of the holy ground in front of the church, putting out 6 handbreadths of tongue. And then, when La Lupa returned to tempt him, "See here," said he, "don't you come on the threshing floor again, because if you do come to seek me again, as sure as God exists, I'll kill you." "All right, kill me," replied La Lupa. "It makes no difference to me, but I cannot live without you." When he saw her afar off coming through the green cornfield, he left off pruning the vines and went and got his axe from the elm. La Lupa saw him coming to meet her, with his face pale and his eyes rolling wildly, with the axe shining in the sun. But she did not hesitate an instant, did not look away. She went straight forward with her hands full of bunches of red poppies, and devouring him with those black eyes of her. "Ah, a curse on your soul!" stammered Nani. The end of La Lupa.
Part 1 of lot number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lot number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle. Of the dealings of Edward Bellingham with William Monkhouse Lee, and of the cause of the Great Terror of Abercrombie Smith, it may be that no absolute and final judgment will ever be delivered. It is true that we have the full and clear narrative of Smith himself, and such corroboration as he could look for from Thomas Styles the servant, from the Reverend Plumptree Peterson, fellow of Olds, and from such other people as chanced to gain some passing glance at this or that incident in a singular chain of events. Yet in the main, the story must rest upon Smith alone, and the most will think that it is more likely that one brain, however outwardly sane, has some subtle warp in its texture, some strange flaw in its workings, than that the path of nature has been overstepped in open day in so famed a centre of learning and light as the University of Oxford. Yet when we think how narrow and how devious this path of nature is, how dimly we can trace it, for all our lamps of science, and how from the darkness which girds it round great and terrible possibilities loom ever shadowly upwards, it is a bold and confident man who will put a limit to the strange bypaths into which the human spirit may wander. In a certain wing of what we will call Old College in Oxford there is a corner turret of an exceeding great age. The heavy arch which spans the open door has bent downwards in the centre under the weight of its years, and the grey, lichen-blotched blocks of stone are bound and knitted together with withes and strand of ivy, as though the old mother had set herself to brace them up against wind and weather. From a door a stone stair curves upwards spirally, passing 2 landings, and terminating in a third one, its steps all shapeless and hollowed by the tread of so many generations of the seekers after knowledge. Life has flowed like water down this winding stair, and water-like has left these smooth-worn grooves behind it. From the long-gowned, pedantic scholars of Plantagenet days down to the young bloods of a later age, how full and strong had been that tide of young English life. And what was left now of all those hopes, those strivings, those fiery energies, save here and there in some old-world churchyard, a few scratches upon a stone, and perchance a handful of dust in a mouldering coffin? Yet here were the silent stair and the grey old wall, with bend and saltire and many other heraldic device still to be read upon its surface, like grotesque shadows thrown back from the days that had passed. In the month of May in the year 1884, 3 young men occupied the sets of rooms which opened onto the separate landings of the old stair. Each set consisted simply of a sitting room and a bedroom, while the 2 corresponding rooms upon the ground floor were used, the one as a coal cellar, and the other as the living room of the servant, or scout, Thomas Styles, whose duty it was to wait upon the 3 men above him. To right and to left was a line of lecture rooms and of offices, so that the dwellers in the old turret enjoyed a certain seclusion, which made the chambers popular among the more studious undergraduates. Such were the 3 who occupied them now, Abercrombie Smith above, Edward Bellingham beneath them, and William Monkhouse Lee upon the lowest story. It was 10 o'clock on a bright spring night, and Abercrombie Smith lay back in his armchair, his feet upon the fender, and his briar-root pipe between his lips. In a similar chair, and equally at his ease, there lounged on the other side of the fireplace his old school friend Jethro Hasty. Both men were in flannels, for they had spent their evening upon the river, but apart from their dress no one could look at their hard-cut, alert faces without seeing that they were open-air men whose minds and tastes turned naturally to all that was manly and robust. Hasty, indeed, was stroke of his college boat, and Smith was an even better oar, but a coming examination had already cast its shadow over him and held him to his work, save for the few hours a week which health demanded. A litter of medical books upon the table, with scattered bones, models, and anatomical plates, pointed to the extent as well as the nature of his studies, while a couple of single sticks and a set of boxing gloves above the mantelpiece hinted at the means by which, with Hasty's help, he might take his exercise in its most compressed and least distant form. They knew each other very well, so well that they could sit now in that soothing silence which is the very highest development of companionship. "Have some whiskey," said Abercrombie Smith at last between 2 cloudbursts. "Scotch in the jug and Irish in the bottle." "No thanks, I'm in for the skulls. I don't liquor when I'm training. How about you?" "I'm reading hard. I think it best to leave it alone." Hasty nodded, and they relapsed into a contented silence. "By the way, Smith," asked Hasty presently, "have you made the acquaintance of either of the fellows on your stair yet?" "Just a nod when we pass, nothing more." I should be inclined to let it stand at that. I know something of them both. Not much, but as much as I want. I don't think I should take them to my bosom if I were you. Not that there's much amiss with Monkhouse Lee." "Mean the thin one?" "Precisely. He is a gentlemanly little fellow. I don't think there is any vice in him, but then you can't know him without knowing Bellingham." "Meaning the fat one?" "Yes, the fat one. And he's a man whom I, for one, would rather not know." Abercrombie Smith raised his eyebrows and glanced across at his companion. "What's up, then?" he asked. "Drink? Cards? Cad? You used not to be censorious." "Ah, you evidently don't know the man you wouldn't ask. There's something damnable about him, something reptilian. My gorge always rises at him. I should put him down as a man with secret vices, an evil liver. He's no fool, though. They say that he is one of the best men in his line that they have ever had in the college. Medicine or classics? Eastern languages. He's a demon at them. Chillingworth met him somewhere above the Second Cataract last long, and he told me that he just prattled to the Arabs as if he had been born and nursed and weaned among them. He talked Coptic to the Copts, and Hebrew to the Jews, and Arabic to the Bedouins, and they were all ready to kiss the hem of his frock coat. There are some old hermit Johnnies up in those parts who sit on rocks and scowl and spit at the casual stranger. Well, when they saw this chap Bellingham before he had said 5 words, they just lay down on their bellies and wriggled. Chillingworth said that he never saw anything like it. Bellingham seemed to take it as his right to, and strutted about among them and talked down to them like a Dutch uncle. Pretty good for an undergrad. Of old's, wasn't it? Why do you say you can't know Lee without knowing Bellingham? Because Bellingham is engaged to his sister Evelyn. Such a bright little girl, Smith. I know the whole family well. It's disgusting to see that brute with her. A toad and a dove, that's what they always remind me of. Abercrombie Smith grinned and knocked his ashes out against the side of the grate. "You show every card in your hand, old chap," said he. "What a prejudiced, green-eyed, evil-thinking old man it is. You have really nothing against the fellow except that." "Well, I've known her ever since she was as long as that cherrywood pipe, and I don't like to see her taking risks. And it is a risk. He looks beastly, and he has a beastly temper, a venomous temper. You remember his row with Long Norton?" "No, you always forget that I am a freshman." "Ah, it was last winter, of course. Well, you know the towpath along by the river. There were several fellows going along it, Bellingham in front, when they came on an old market woman coming the other way. It had been raining. You know what those fields are like when it has rained, and the path ran between the river and a great puddle that was nearly as broad. Well, what does this swine do but keep the path and push the old girl into the mud where she and her marketings came to terrible grief. It was a blackguard thing to do, and Long Norton, who was as gentle a fellow as ever stepped, told him what he thought of it. One word led to another, and it ended in Norton laying his stick across the fellow's shoulders. There was the deuce of a fuss about it, and it's a treat to see the way in which Bellingham looks at Norton when they meet now. By Jove, Smith, it's nearly 11 o'clock. No hurry. Light your pipe again." "Not I. I'm supposed to be in training. Here I've been sitting gossiping when I ought to have been safely tucked up. I'll borrow your skull if you can share it. Williams has had mine for a month. I'll take the little bones of your ear, too, if you are sure you won't need them. Thanks very much. Never mind a bag. I can carry them very well under my arm. Good night, my son, and take my tip as to your neighbor." When Hasty, bearing his anatomical plunder, had clattered off down the winding stair, Abercrombie Smith hurled his pipe into the waste-paper basket, and, drawing his chair nearer to the lamp, plunged into a formidable green-covered volume adorned with great colored maps of that strange eternal kingdom of which we are the hapless and helpless monarchs. Though a freshman at Oxford, the student was not so in medicine, for he had worked 4 years at Glasgow and at Berlin, and this coming examination would place him finally as a member of his profession. With his firm mouth, broad forehead, and clear-cut, somewhat hard-featured face, he was a man who, if he had no brilliant talent, was yet so dogged, so patient, and so strong that he might in the end overtop a more showy genius. A man who can hold his own among Scotchmen and North Germans is not a man to be easily set back. Smith had left a name at Glasgow and at Berlin, and he was bent now upon doing as much at Oxford, if hard work and devotion could accomplish it. He sat reading for about an hour, and the hands of the noisy carriage clock upon the side table were rapidly closing together upon the 12, when a sudden sound fell upon the student's ear. A sharp, rather shrill sound, like the hissing intake of a man's breath who gasps under some strong emotion. Smith laid down his book and slanted his ear to listen. There was no one on either side or above him, so that the interruption came certainly from the neighbor beneath, the same neighbor of whom Hasty had given so unsavory an account. Smith knew him only as a flabby, pale-faced man of silent and studious habits, a man whose lamp threw a golden bar from the old turret even after he had extinguished his own. This community and lateness had formed a certain silent bond between them. It was soothing to Smith when the hours stole on towards dawning to feel that there was another so close who set as small a value upon his sleep as he did. Even now, as his thoughts turned towards him, Smith's feelings were kindly. Hasty was a good fellow, but he was rough, strong-fired, with no imagination or sympathy. He could not tolerate departures from what he looked upon as the model type of manliness. If a man cannot be measured by a public school standard, then he was beyond the pale with Hasty. Like so many who are themselves robust, he was apt to confuse the constitution with the character, to ascribe to want of principle what was really a want of circulation. Smith, with his stronger mind, knew his friend's habit, and made allowance for it now as his thoughts turned towards the man beneath him. There was no return of the singular sound, and Smith was about to turn to his work once more, when suddenly there broke out in the silence of the night a hoarse cry, a positive scream, the call of a man who was moved and shaken beyond all control. Smith sprang out of his chair and dropped his book. He was a man of fairly firm fibre, but there was something in this sudden, uncontrollable shriek of horror which chilled his blood and prinkled in his skin. Coming in such a place and at such an hour, it brought 1,000 fantastic possibilities into his head. Should he rush down, or was it better to wait? He had all the national hatred of making a scene, and he knew so little of his neighbor that he would not lightly intrude upon his affairs. For a moment he stood in doubt, and even as he balanced the matter there was a quick rattle of footsteps upon the stairs, and young Monkhouse Lee, half-dressed and as white as ashes, burst into his room. "Come down," he gasped. "Bellingham's ill." Abercrombie Smith followed him closely downstairs into the sitting-room which was beneath his own, and intent as he was upon the matter in hand, he could not but take an amazed glance around him as he crossed to the threshold. It was such a chamber as he had never seen before, a museum rather than a study. Walls and ceilings were thickly covered with 1,000 strange relics from Egypt and the East. Tall, angular figures bearing burdens or weapons stalked in an uncouth frieze around the apartments. Above were bull-headed, stork-headed, cat-headed, owl-headed statues, with viper-crowned, almond-eyed monarchs, and strange beetle-like deities cut out of the blue Egyptian lapis lazuli. Horus and Isis and Osiris peeped down from every niche and shelf, while across the ceiling a true son of old Nile, a great, hanging, jolly crocodile, was slung in a double noose. In the center of this singular chamber was a large square table littered with papers, bottles, and the dried leaves of some graceful palm-like plant. These varied objects had all been heaped together in order to make room for a mummy case, which had been conveyed from the wall, as was evident from the gap there, and laid across the front of the table. The mummy itself, a horrid black withered thing, like a charred head on a gnarled bush, was lying half out of the case, with its claw-like hand and bony forearm resting upon the table. Propped up against the sarcophagus was an old yellow scroll of papyrus, and in front of it, in a wooden armchair, sat the owner of the room, his head thrown back, his widely opened eyes directed in a horrified stare to the crocodile above him, and his blue thick lips puffing loudly with every expiration. "He's dying!" cried Monkhouse Lee distractedly. He was a slim, handsome young fellow, olive-skinned and dark-eyed, of a Spanish rather than of an English type, with a Celtic intensity of manner which contrasted with the Saxon phlegm of Abercrombie Smith. "Only a faint, I think," said the medical student. "Just give me a hand with him. You take his feet. Now on to the sofa. Can you kick all those little wooden devils off? What a litter it is! Now he will be all right if we undo his collar and give him some water. What has he been up to at all?" "I don't know. I heard him cry out. I ran up. I know him pretty well, you know. It is very good of you to come down." "His heart is going like a pair of castanets," said Smith, laying his hand on the breast of the unconscious man. "He seems to me to be frightened all to pieces. Chuck the water over him. What a face he has got on him!" It was indeed a strange and most repellent face, for color and outline were equally unnatural. It was white, not with the ordinary pallor of fear, but with an absolutely bloodless white, like the underside of a sole. He was very fat, but gave the impression of having at some time been considerably fatter, for his skin hung loosely in creases and folds, and was shot with a meshwork of wrinkles. Short, stubbly brown hair bristled up from his scalp, with a pair of thick, wrinkled ears protruding at the sides. His light gray eyes were still open, the pupils dilated and the balls projecting in a fixed and horrid stare. It seemed to Smith as he looked down upon him that he had never seen nature's danger signals flying so plainly upon a man's countenance, and his thoughts turned more seriously to the warning which Hasty had given him an hour before. "What the deuce can have frightened him so?" he asked. "It's the mummy." "The mummy? How then?" "I don't know. It's beastly and morbid. I wish he would drop it. It's the second fright he has given me. It was the same last winter. I found him just like this with that horrid thing in front of him." What does he want with the mummy, then? Oh, he's a crank, you know. It's his hobby. He knows more about these things than any man in England. But I wish he wouldn't. Ah, he was beginning to come to. A faint tinge of color had begun to steal back into Bellingham's ghastly cheeks, and his eyelids shivered like a sail after a calm. He clasped and unclasped his hands, drew a long, thin breath between his teeth, and suddenly jerking up his head, threw a glance of recognition around him. As his eyes fell upon the mummy, he sprang off the sofa, seized the roll of papyrus, thrust it into a drawer, turned the key, and then staggered back onto the sofa. "What's up?" he asked. "What do you chaps want?" "You've been shrieking out and making no end of a fuss," said Monkhouse-Lee. "If our neighbor here from above hadn't come down, I'm sure I don't know what I should have done with you." "Ah, it's Abercrombie Smith," said Bellingham, glancing up at him. "How very good of you to come in. What a fool I am. Oh, what a fool I am." He sunk his head onto his hands and burst into peal after peal of hysterical laughter. "Look here, drop it," cried Smith, shaking him roughly by the shoulder. "Your nerves are all in a jangle. You must drop these little midnight games with mummies or you'll be going off your chump. You're all on wires now." "I wonder," said Bellingham, "whether you would be as cool as I am if you had seen—" "What then?" "Oh, nothing. It meant that I wonder if you could sit up at night with a mummy without trying your nerves. I have no doubt that you are quite right. I dare say that I have been taking it out of myself too much lately. But I am all right now. Please don't go, though. Just wait for a few minutes until I am quite myself." "The room is very close," remarked Lee, throwing open the window and letting in the cool night air. "It's balsamic resin," said Bellingham. He lifted up one of the dried palmate leaves from the table and frizzled it over the chimney of the lamp. It broke away into heavy smoke wreaths, and a pungent, biting odor filled the chamber. "It's the sacred plant, the plant of the priests," he remarked. "Do you know anything of Eastern languages, Smith?" "Nothing at all. Not a word." The answer seemed to lift a weight from the Egyptologist's mind. "By the way," he continued, "how long was it from the time that you ran down until I came to my senses?" "Not long. Some 4 or 5 minutes." "I thought it could not be very long," said he, drawing a long breath. "But what a strange thing unconsciousness is! There is no measurement to it. I cannot tell from my own sensations if it were seconds or weeks. Now that gentleman on the table was packed up in the days of the 11th dynasty, some 40 centuries ago, and yet if he can find his tongue, he would tell us that this lapse of time has been but a closing of the eyes and a reopening of them. He is a singularly fine mummy, Smith." Smith stepped over to the table and looked down with a professional eye at the black and twisted form in front of him. The features, though horribly discolored, were perfect, and 2 little nut-like eyes still lurked in the depths of the black hollow sockets. The blotched skin was drawn tightly from bone to bone, and a tangled wrap of black coarse hair fell over the ears. 2 thin teeth, like those of a rat, overlay the shriveled lower lip. In its crouching position, with bent joints and craned head, there was a suggestion of energy about the horrid thing which made Smith's gorge rise. The gaunt ribs, with their parchment-like covering, were exposed, and the sunken, leaden-hued abdomen, with the long slit where the embalmer had left his mark. But the lower limbs were wrapped around with coarse yellow bandages. A number of little clove-like pieces of myrrh and of cassia were sprinkled over the body, and lay scattered on the inside of the case. "I don't know his name," said Bellingham, passing his hand over the shriveled head. "You see the outer sarcophagus with the inscriptions is missing. Lot 249 is all the title he has now. You see it printed on his case. That was his number in the auction at which I picked him up." "He has been a very pretty sort of fellow in his day," remarked Abercrombie Smith. "He has been a giant. His mummy is 6 feet 7 in length, and that would be a giant over there, for they were never a very robust race. Feel these great knotted bones, too. He would be a nasty fellow to tackle." "Perhaps these very hands helped to build the stones into the pyramids," suggested Monkhouse-Lee, looking down with disgust in his eyes at the crooked, unclean talons. "No fear. This fellow has been pickled in natron, and looked after in the most approved style. They did not serve hoddsmen in that fashion. Salt or bitumen was enough for them. It has been calculated that this sort of thing cost about £730 in our money. Our friend was a noble at the least. What do you make of that small inscription near his feet, Smith?" "I told you that I know no Eastern tongue." "Ah, so you did." "It is the name of the embalmer, I take it. A very conscientious worker he must have been. I wonder how many modern works will survive 4,000 years. He kept on speaking lightly and rapidly, but it was evident to Abercrombie Smith that he was still palpitating with fear. His hands shook, his lower lip trembled, and look where he would, his eye always came sliding round to his gruesome companion. Through all his fear, however, there was a suspicion of triumph in his tone and manner. His eyes shone, and his footstep, as he paced the room, was brisk and jaunty. He gave the impression of a man who has gone through an ordeal, the marks of which he still bears upon him, but which has helped him to his end. "You're not going yet," he cried, as Smith rose from the sofa. At the prospect of solitude, his fears seemed to crowd back upon him, and he stretched out a hand to detain him. "Yes, I must go. I have my work to do. You are all right now. I think that with your nervous system you should take up some less morbid study." "Oh, I am not nervous as a rule, and I have unwrapped mummies before." "You fainted last time," observed Monkhouse Lee. "Ah, yes, so I did. Well, I must have a nerve tonic or a course of electricity. You are not going, Lee?" "I'll do whatever you wish, Ned." "Then I'll come down with you and have a shakedown on your sofa. Good night, Smith. I am so sorry to have disturbed you with my foolishness." They shook hands, and as the medical student stumbled up the spiral and irregular stair he heard a key turn in the door, and the steps of his two new acquaintances as they descended to the lower floor. In this strange way began the acquaintance between Edward Bellingham and Abercrombie Smith, an acquaintance which the latter, at least, had no desire to push forward. Bellingham, however, appeared to have taken a fancy to his rough-spoken neighbor, and made his advances in such a way that he could hardly be repulsed without absolute brutality. Twice he called to thank Smith for his assistance, and many times afterwards he looked in with books, papers, and such other civilities as two bachelor neighbors can offer each other. He was, as Smith soon found, a man of wide reading, with catholic tastes and an extraordinary memory. His manner, too, was so pleasing and suave that one came, after a time, to overlook his repellent appearance. For a jaded and wearied man he was no unpleasant companion, and Smith found himself, after a time, looking forward to his visits, and even returning them. Clever as he undoubtedly was, however, the medical student seemed to detect a dash of insanity in the man. He broke out at times into a high, inflated style of talk which was in contrast with the simplicity of his life. "It is a wonderful thing," he cried, "to feel that one can command powers of good and evil, a ministering angel or a demon of vengeance." And again, of Monkhouse Lee, he said, "Lee is a good fellow, an honest fellow, but he is without strength or ambition. He would not make a fit partner for a man with a great enterprise. He would not make a fit partner for me." At such hints and innuendos stolid Smith, puffing solemnly at his pipe, would simply raise his eyebrows and shake his head, with little interjections of medical wisdom as to earlier hours and fresher air. One habit Bellingham had developed of late which Smith knew to be a frequent herald of a weakening mind. He appeared to be forever talking to himself. At late hours of the night, when there could be no visitor with him, Smith could still hear his voice beneath him in a low, muffled monologue, sunk almost to a whisper, and yet very audible in the silence. This solitary babbling annoyed and distracted the student, so that he spoke more than once to his neighbor about it. Bellingham, however, flushed up at the charge, and denied curtly that he had uttered a sound. Indeed, he showed more annoyance over the matter than the occasion seemed to demand. Had Abercrombie Smith had any doubt as to his own ears, he had not to go far to find corroboration. Tom Styles, the little wrinkled manservant who had attended the wants of the lodgers in the turret for a longer time than any man's memory could carry him, was sorely put to it over the same matter. "If you please, sir," said he, as he tidied down the top chamber one morning, "do you think Mr. Bellingham is all right, sir?" "All right, Styles?" "Yes, sir, right in his head, sir." "Why should he not be, then?" "Well, I don't know, sir. His habits has changed of late. He's not the same man he used to be, though I make free to say that he was never quite one of my gentlemen, like Mr. Hasty or yourself, sir. He's took to talking to himself something awful. I wonder it don't disturb you. I don't know what to make of him, sir." "I don't know what business it is of yours, Styles." "Well, I takes an interest, Mr. Smith. It may be forward of me, but I can't help it. I feel sometimes as if I was mother and father to my young gentleman. It all falls on me when things go wrong and the relations come. But Mr. Bellingham, sir, I want to know what it is that walks about his room sometimes when he's out and when the door's locked on the outside. Eh? You're talking nonsense, Styles. Maybe so, sir, but I heard it more than once with my own ears. Rubbish, Styles. Very good, sir. You'll ring the bell if you want me. Abercrombie Smith gave little heed to the gossip of the old manservant, but a small incident occurred a few days later, which left an unpleasant effect upon his mind, and brought the words of Styles forcibly to his memory. Bellingham had come up to see him late one night, and was entertaining him with an interesting account of the rock tombs of Beni Hassan in Upper Egypt, when Smith, whose hearing was remarkably acute, distinctly heard the sound of a door opening on the landing below. "There's some fellow gone in and out of your room," he remarked. Bellingham sprang up and stood helpless for a moment, with the expression of a man who is half incredulous and half afraid. I surely locked it. I am almost positive that I locked it," he stammered. "No one could have opened it." "Why, I hear someone coming up the steps now," said Smith. Bellingham rushed out through the door, slammed it loudly behind him, and hurried down the stairs. About halfway down Smith heard him stop, and he thought he caught the sound of whispering. A moment later the door beneath him shut, a key creaked in a lock, and Bellingham, with beads of moisture upon his pale face, ascended the stairs once more, and re-entered the room. "It's all right," he said, throwing himself down in a chair. "It was that fool of a dog. He had pushed the door open. I don't know how I came to forget to lock it." "I didn't know you kept a dog," said Smith, looking very thoughtfully at the disturbed face of his companion. "Yes, I haven't had him long. I must get rid of him. He is a great nuisance." "He must be if you find it so hard to shut him up." "I should have thought that shutting the door would have been enough, without locking it. I want to prevent old Styles from letting him out. He's of some value, you know, and it would be awkward to lose him." "I am a bit of a dog fancier myself," said Smith, still gazing hard at his companion from the corner of his eyes. "Perhaps you'll let me have a look at it." "Certainly, but I am afraid it cannot be tonight. I have an appointment. Is that clock right? Then I am a quarter of an hour late already. You'll excuse me, I am sure." He picked up his cap and hurried from the room. In spite of his appointment, Smith heard him re-enter his own chamber and lock his door upon the inside. The interview left a disagreeable impression upon the medical student's mind. Bellingham had lied to him, and lied so clumsily that it looked as if he had desperate reasons for concealing the truth. Smith knew that his neighbor had no dog. He knew, also, that the step which he had heard upon the stairs was not the step of an animal. But if it were not, then what could it be? There was old Styles' statement about something which used to pace the room at times when the owner was absent. Could it be a woman? Smith rather inclined to the view. If so, it would mean disgrace and expulsion to Bellingham if it were discovered by the authorities, so that his anxiety and falsehoods might be accounted for. And yet it was inconceivable that an undergraduate could keep a woman in his rooms without being instantly detected. Be the explanation what it might, there was something ugly about it, and Smith determined, as he turned to his books, to discourage all further attempts at intimacy on the part of his soft-spoken and ill-favored neighbor. But his work was destined to interruption that night. He had hardly caught up the broken threads when a firm, heavy footfall came 3 steps at a time from below, and Hasty, in blazer and flannels, burst into the room. "Still at it," said he, plumping down into his wonted armchair. "What a chap you are to stew! I believe an earthquake might come and knock Oxford into a cocked hat, and you would sit perfectly placid with your books among the ruins. However, I won't bore you long. 3 whiffs of baccy, and I am off." "What's the news, then?" asked Smith, cramming a plug of bird's eye into his briar with his forefinger. "Nothing very much. Wilson made 70 for the freshmen against the 11. They say that they will play him instead of Buddycombe, for Buddycombe is clean off color. He used to be able to bowl a little, but it's nothing but half volleys and long hops now." "Medium right," suggested Smith, with the intense gravity which comes upon a varsity man when he speaks of athletics. "Inclining to fast, with the work from leg. Come with the arm about 3 inches or so. He used to be nasty on a wet wicket. Oh, by the way, have you heard about Long Norton?" "What's that?" "He's been attacked." "Attacked?" "Yes, just as he was turning out of the High Street and within 100 yards of the Gate of Olds." "But who—" "Ah, that's the rub. If you said what, you would be more grammatical. Norton swears that it was not human, and, indeed, from the scratches on his throat, I should be inclined to agree with him." "What then? Have we come down to spooks?" Abercrombie Smith puffed his scientific contempt. "Well, no, I don't think that is quite the idea either. I am inclined to think that if any showman has lost a great ape lately, and the brute is in these parts, a jury would find a true bill against it." Norton passes that way every night, you know, about the same hour. There's a tree that hangs low over the path, the big elm from Rainey's garden. Norton thinks the thing dropped on him out of the tree. Anyhow, he was nearly strangled by two arms, which, he says, were as strong and as thin as steel bands. He saw nothing, only those beastly arms that tightened and tightened on him. He yelled his head nearly off, and a couple of chaps came running, and the thing went over the wall like a cat. He never got a fair sight of it the whole time. It gave Norton a shake-up, I can tell you. I tell him it has been as good as a change at the seaside for him. A garroter, most likely, said Smith. Very possible. Norton says not, but we don't mind what he says. The garroter had long nails and was pretty smart at swinging himself over walls. By the way, your beautiful neighbor would be pleased if he heard about it. He had a grudge against Norton, and he's not a man, from what I know of him, to forget his little debts. But hello, old chap, what have you got in your novel? Nothing, Smith answered curtly. He had started in his chair, and the look had flashed over his face which comes upon a man who is struck suddenly by some unpleasant idea. You looked as if something I had said had taken you on the raw. By the way, you have made the acquaintance of Master B since I looked in last, have you not? Young Monkhouse Lee told me something to that effect. Yes, I know him slightly. He has been up here once or twice. Well, you're big enough and ugly enough to take care of yourself. He's not what I should call exactly a healthy sort of Johnny, though, no doubt. He's very clever and all that. But you'll soon find out for yourself. Lee is all right. He's a very decent little fellow. Well, so long, old chap. I round Mullins for the Vice-Chancellor's Pod on Wednesday week, so mind you come down in case I don't see you before. End of Part 1 of Lot Number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle. Part 2 of Lot Number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lot Number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle. Bovine Smith laid down his pipe and turned stolidly to his books once more. But with all the will in the world he found it very hard to keep his mind upon his work. It would slip away to brood upon the man beneath him, and upon the little mystery which hung round his chambers. Then his thoughts turned to this singular attack of which Hasty had spoken, and to the grudge which Bellingham was said to owe the object of it. The two ideas would persist in rising together in his mind, as though there were some close and intimate connection between them. And yet the suspicion was so dim and vague that it could not be put down in words. "Confound the chap!" cried Smith, as he shied his book on pathology across the room. "He has spoiled my night's reading, and that's reason enough, if there were no other, why I should steer clear of him in the future." For 10 days the medical student confined himself so closely to his studies that he neither saw nor heard anything of either of the men beneath him. At the hours when Bellingham had been accustomed to visit him, he took care to sport his oak, and though he more than once heard a knocking at his outer door, he resolutely refused to answer it. One afternoon, however, he was descending the stairs when, just as he was passing it, Bellingham's door flew open, and young Monkhouse Lee came out with his eyes sparkling, and a dark flush of anger upon his olive cheeks. Close at his heels followed Bellingham, his fat, unhealthy face all quivering with malignant passion. "You fool!" he hissed. "You'll be sorry." "Very likely," cried the other. "Mind what I say. It's off. I won't hear of it." "You've promised, anyhow." "Oh, I'll keep that. I won't speak. But I'd rather little Ava was in her grave. Once for all, it's off. She'll do what I say. We don't want to see you again." So much Smith could not avoid hearing, but he hurried on, for he had no wish to be involved in their dispute. There had been a serious breach between them, that was clear enough, and Lee was going to cause the engagement with his sister to be broken off. Smith thought of Hasty's comparison of the toad and the dove, and was glad to think that the matter was at an end. Bellingham's face when he was in a passion was not pleasant to look upon. He was not a man to whom an innocent girl could be trusted for life. As he walked, Smith wondered languidly what could have caused the quarrel, and what the promise might be which Bellingham had been so anxious that Monkhouse Lee should keep. It was the day of the sculling match between Hasty and Mullins, and a stream of men were making their way down to the banks of the Isis. A May sun was shining brightly, and the yellow path was barred with the black shadows of the tall elm trees. On either side the gray colleges lay back from the road. the hoary old mothers of minds looking out from their high mullioned windows at the tide of young life which swept so merrily past them. Black-clad tutors, prim officials, pale reading men, brown-faced, straw-hatted young athletes in white sweaters or many-colored blazers, all were hurrying towards the blue winding river which curves through the Oxford meadows. Abercrombie Smith, with the intuition of an old oarsman, chose his position at the point where he knew that the struggle, if there were a struggle, would come. Far off he heard the hum which announced the start, the gathering roar of the approach, the thunder of running feet, and the shouts of the men in the boats beneath him. A spray of half-clad, deep-breathing runners shot past him, and, craning over their shoulders, he saw Hasty pulling a steady 36, while his opponent, with a jerky 40, was a good boat's length behind him. Smith gave a cheer for his friend, and, pulling out his watch, was starting off again for his chambers, when he felt a touch upon his shoulder, and found that young Monkhouse Lee was beside him. "I saw you there," he said in a timid, deprecating way. "I wanted to speak to you if you could spare me a half-hour. This cottage is mine. I share it with Harrington of King's. Come in and have a cup of tea." "I must be back presently," said Smith. "I am hard on the grind at present. But I'll come in for a few minutes with pleasure. I wouldn't have come out only Hasty is a friend of mine." "So he is of mine. Hasn't he a beautiful style?" "Mullins wasn't in it. But come into the cottage. It's a little dead of a place, but it is pleasant to work in during the summer months." It was a small, square, white building with green doors and shutters and a rustic trellis-work porch, standing back some 50 yards from the river's bank. Inside, the main room was roughly fitted up as a study. Deal table, unpainted shelves with books, and a few cheap oleographs upon the wall. A kettle sang upon a spirit stove, and there were tea things upon a tray on the table. "Try that chair and have a cigarette," said Lee. "Let me pour you out a cup of tea. It's so good of you to come in, for I know that your time is a good deal taken up. I wanted to say to you that, if I were you, I should change my rooms at once." "Eh?" Smith sat staring with a lighted match in one hand and his unlit cigarette in the other. "Yes, it must seem very extraordinary, and the worst of it is that I cannot give my reasons, for I am under a solemn promise, a very solemn promise. But I may go so far as to say that I don't think Bellingham is a very safe man to live near. I intend to camp out here as much as I can for a time." "Not safe? What do you mean?" That's what I mustn't say. But do take my advice and move your rooms. We had a grand row today. You must have heard us, for you came down the stairs." "I saw that you had fallen out." "He's a horrible chap, Smith. That is the only word for him. I have had doubts about him ever since that night when he fainted. You remember, when you came down? I taxed him today, and he told me things that made my hair rise and wanted me to stand in with him. I'm not straight-laced, but I am a clergyman's son, you know, and I think there are some things which are quite beyond the pale. I only thank God that I found him out before it was too late, for he was to have married into my family." "This is all very fine, Lee," said Abercrombie Smith curtly, "but either you are saying a great deal too much or a great deal too little. I give you a warning. If there is real reason for warning, no promise can bind you. If I see a rascal about to blow a place up with dynamite, no pledge will stand in my way of preventing him." "Ah, but I cannot prevent him, and I can do nothing but warn you." "Without saying what you warn me against." "Against Bellingham." "But that is childish. Why should I fear him, or any man?" "I can't tell you. I can only entreat you to change your rooms. You are in danger where you are. I don't even say that Bellingham would wish to injure you. But it might happen, for he is a dangerous neighbor just now." "Perhaps I know more than you think," said Smith, looking keenly at the young man's boyish, earnest face. "Suppose I tell you that someone else shares Bellingham's rooms?" Monkhouse Lee sprang from his chair in uncontrollable excitement. "You know, then?" he gasped. "A woman." Lee dropped back again with a groan. "My lips are sealed," he said. "I must not speak." "Well, anyhow," said Smith, rising, "it is not likely that I should allow myself to be frightened out of rooms which suit me very nicely. It would be a little too feeble for me to move out all my goods and chattels because you say that Bellingham might in some unexplained way do me an injury. I think that I'll just take my chance and stay where I am, and as I see that it's nearly 5 o'clock, I must ask you to excuse me." He bade the young student adieu in a few curt words, and made his way homeward through the sweet spring evening, feeling half ruffled, half amused, as any other strong, unimaginative man might who has been menaced by a vague and shadowy danger. There was one little indulgence which Abercrombie Smith always allowed himself, however closely his work might press upon him. Twice a week, on the Tuesday and the Friday, it was his invariable custom to walk over to Farlingford, the residence of Dr. Plumtree Peterson, situated about 1.5 miles out of Oxford. Peterson had been a very close friend of Smith's elder brother Francis, and he was a bachelor, fairly well-to-do, with a good cellar and a better library. His house was a pleasant goal for a man who was in need of a brisk walk. Twice a week, then, the medical student would swing out there along the dark country roads and spend a pleasant hour in Peterson's comfortable study, discussing, over a glass of old port, the gossip of the varsity or the latest developments of medicine or of surgery. On the day which followed his interview with Monkhouse Lee, Smith shut up his books at 8:15, the hour when he usually started for his friend's house. As he was leaving his room, however, his eyes chanced to fall upon one of the books which Bellingham had lent him, and his conscience pricked him for not having returned it. However repellent the man might be, he should not be treated with discourtesy. Taking the book, he walked downstairs and knocked at his neighbor's door. There was no answer, but on turning the handle he found that it was unlocked. Pleased at the thought of avoiding an interview, he stepped inside and placed the book with his card upon the table. The lamp was turned half down, but Smith could see the details of the room plainly enough. It was all much as he had seen it before: the frieze, the animal-headed gods, the hanging crocodile, and the table littered over with papers and dried leaves. The mummy case stood upright against the wall, but the mummy itself was missing. There was no sign of any second occupant in the room, and he felt as he withdrew that he had probably done Bellingham an injustice. Had he a guilty secret to preserve, he would hardly leave his door open so that all the world might enter. The spiral stair was as black as pitch, and Smith was slowly making his way down its irregular steps when he was suddenly conscious that something had passed him in the darkness. There was a faint sound, a whiff of air, a light brushing past his elbow, but so slight that he could scarcely be certain of it. He stopped and listened, but the wind was rustling among the ivy outside, and he could hear nothing else. "Is that you, Styles?" he shouted. There was no answer, and all was still behind him. It must have been a sudden gust of air, for there were crannies and cracks in the old turret, and yet he could have almost sworn that he heard a footfall by his very side. He had emerged into the quadrangle, still turning the matter over in his head, when a man came running swiftly across the smooth-cropped lawn. "Is that you, Smith?" "Hello, Hasty." "For God's sake, come at once! Young Lee is drowned. Here's Harrington of King's with the news. The doctor is out. You'll do, but come along at once. There may be life in him. Have you brandy?" "No. I'll bring some. There's a flask on my table." Smith bounded up the stairs, taking 3 at a time, seized the flask, and was rushing down with it when, as he passed Bellingham's room, his eyes fell upon something which left him gasping and staring upon the landing. The door, which he had closed behind him, was now open, and right in front of him, with the lamplight shining upon it, was the mummy case. 3 minutes ago it had been empty, he could swear to that. Now it framed the lank body of its horrible occupant, who stood, grim and stark, with his black shriveled face towards the door. The form was lifeless and inert, but it seemed to Smith as he gazed that there still lingered a lurid spark of vitality, some faint sign of consciousness in the little eyes which lurked in the depths of the hollow sockets. So astounded and shaken was he that he had forgotten his errand, and was still staring at the lean, sunken figure when the voice of his friend below recalled him to himself. "Come on, Smith!" he shouted. "It's life and death, you know. Hurry up! Now then," he added as the medical student reappeared, "let us do a sprint. It is well under 1 mile, and we should do it in 5 minutes. A human life is better worth running for than a pot." Neck and neck they dashed through the darkness, and did not pull up until, panting and spent, they had reached the little cottage by the river. Young Lee, limp and dripping like a broken water plant, was stretched upon the sofa, the green scum of the river upon his black hair, and a fringe of white foam upon his leaden-hued lips. Beside him knelt his fellow student, Harrington, endeavoring to chafe some warmth back into his rigid limbs. "I think there's life in him," said Smith, with his hand to the lad's side. "Put your watch-glass to his lips. Yes, there's dimming on it. You take one arm, Hasty. Now work it as I do, and we'll soon pull him round." For 10 minutes they worked in silence, inflating and depressing the chest of the unconscious man. At the end of that time a shiver ran through his body, his lips trembled, and he opened his eyes. The three students burst out into an irrepressible cheer. "Wake up, old chap. You've frightened us quite enough. Have some brandy. Take a sip from the flask." "He's all right now," said his companion Harrington. "Heavens, what a fright I got! I was reading here and had gone out for a stroll as far as the river when I heard a scream and a splash. Out I ran, and by the time I could find him and fish him out, all life seemed to have gone. Then Simpson couldn't get a doctor for he has a game leg, and I had to run, and I don't know what I'd have done without you fellows." "That's right, old chap. Sit up." Monkhouse Lee had raised himself on his hands and looked wildly about him. "What's up?" he asked. "I've been in the water." "Ah, yes, I remember." A look of fear came into his eyes, and he sank his face into his hands. "How did you fall in?" "I didn't fall in." "How then?" "I was thrown in. I was standing by the bank, and something from behind picked me up like a feather and hurled me in. I heard nothing and I saw nothing, but I know what it was for all that." "And so do I," whispered Smith. Lee looked up with a quick glance of surprise. "You've learned, then?" he said. "You remember the advice I gave you?" "Yes, and I begin to think that I shall take it." "I don't know what the deuce you fellows are talking about," said Hasty, "but I think, if I were you, Harrington, I should get Lee to bed at once. It will be time enough to discuss the why and the wherefore when he is a little stronger. I think, Smith, you and I can leave him alone now. I am walking back to college. If you are coming in that direction we can have a chat." But it was little chat that they had upon their homeward path. Smith's mind was too full of the incidents of the evening, the absence of the mummy from his neighbor's rooms, the step that passed him on the stair, the reappearance, the extraordinary, inexplicable reappearance of the grisly thing, and then this attack upon Lee, corresponding so closely to the previous outrage upon another man against whom Bellingham bore a grudge. All this settled in his thoughts, together with the many little incidents which had previously turned him against his neighbor, and the singular circumstances under which he was first called in to him. What had been a dim suspicion, a vague, fantastic conjecture, had suddenly taken form, and stood out in his mind as a grim fact, a thing not to be denied. And yet how monstrous it was! How unheard of! How entirely beyond all bounds of human experience! An impartial judge, or even the friend who walked by his side, would simply tell him that his eyes had deceived him, that the mummy had been there all the time, that young Lee had tumbled into the river as any other man tumbles into a river, and that a blue pill was the best thing for a disordered liver. He felt he would have said as much if the positions had been reversed. And yet he could swear that Bellingham was a murderer at heart, and that he wielded a weapon such as no man had ever used in all the grim history of crime. Hasty had branched off to his rooms with a few crisp and emphatic comments upon his friend's unsociability, and Abercrombie Smith crossed the quadrangle to his corner turret with a strong feeling of repulsion for his chambers and their associations. He would take Lee's advice and move his quarters as soon as possible, for how could a man study when his ear was ever straining for every murmur or footstep in the room below? He observed, as he crossed over the lawn, that the light was still shining in Bellingham's window, and as he passed up the staircase the door opened, and the man himself looked out at him. With his fat, evil face he was like some bloated spider fresh from the weaving of this poisonous web. "Good evening," said he. "Won't you come in?" "No!" cried Smith fiercely. "No? You are busy as ever? I wanted to ask you about Lee. I was sorry to hear that there was a rumor that something was amiss with him." His features were grave, but there was the gleam of a hidden laugh in his eyes as he spoke. Smith saw it, and he could have knocked him down for it. "You'll be sorrier still to hear that Monkhouse Lee is doing very well and is out of all danger," he answered. "Your hellish tricks have not come off this time. Oh, you needn't try to brazen it out. I know all about it." Bellingham took a step back from the angry student, and half closed the door as if to protect himself. "You are mad," he said. "What do you mean? Do you assert that I had anything to do with Lee's accident?" "Yes," thundered Smith. "You and that bag of bones behind you. You worked it out between you. I tell you what it is, Master B. They have given up burning folk like you, but we still keep a hangman, and by George, if any man in this college meets his death while you are here, I'll have you up, and if you don't swing for it, it won't be my fault. You'll find that your filthy Egyptian tricks won't answer in England." "You're a raving lunatic," said Bellingham. "All right, you just remember what I say, for you'll find that I'll be better than my word." The door slammed, and Smith went fuming up to his chamber, where he locked the door upon the inside, and spent half the night in smoking his old briar and brooding over the strange events of the evening. Next morning Abercrombie Smith heard nothing of his neighbor, but Harrington called upon him in the afternoon to say that Lee was almost himself again. All day Smith stuck fast to his work, but in the evening he determined to pay the visit to his friend Dr. Peterson upon which he had started the night before. A good walk and a friendly chat would be welcome to his jangled nerves. Bellingham's door was shut as he passed, but glancing back when he was some distance from the turret, he saw his neighbor's head at the window outlined against the lamplight, his face pressed apparently against the glass as he gazed out into the darkness. It was a blessing to be away from all contact with him, if but for a few hours, and Smith stepped out briskly and breathed the soft spring air into his lungs. The half-moon lay in the west between two Gothic pinnacles, and threw upon the silvered street a dark tracery from the stonework above. There was a brisk breeze, and light fleecy clouds drifted swiftly across the sky. Olds was on the very border of the town, and in 5 minutes Smith found himself beyond the houses and between the hedges of a may-scented Oxfordshire lane. It was a lonely and little frequented road which led to his friend's house. Early as it was, Smith did not meet a single soul upon his way. He walked briskly along until he came to the avenue gate, which opened into the long gravel drive leading up to Farlingford. In front of him he could see the cozy red light of the windows glimmering through the foliage. He stood with his hand upon the iron latch of the swinging gate, and he glanced back at the road along which he had come. Something was coming swiftly down it. It moved in the shadow of the hedge, silently and furtively, a dark crouching figure, dimly visible against the black background. Even as he gazed at it, it had lessened its distance by 20 paces, and was fast closing upon him. Out of the darkness he had a glimpse of a scraggy neck and of 2 eyes that will ever haunt him in his dreams. He turned, and with a cry of terror he ran for his life up the avenue. There were the red lights, the signals of safety, almost within a stone's throw of him. He was a famous runner, but never had he run as he ran that night. The heavy gate had swung into place behind him, but he heard it dash open again before his pursuer. As he rushed madly and wildly through the night, he could hear a swift, dry patter behind him, and could see, as he threw back a glance, that this horror was bounding like a tiger at his heels, with blazing eyes and one stringy arm outthrown. Thank God the door was ajar. He could see the thin bar of light which shot from the lamp in the hall. Nearer yet sounded the clatter from behind. He heard a hoarse gurgling at his very shoulder. With a shriek he flung himself against the door, slammed and bolted it behind him, and sank half fainting onto the hall chair. "My goodness, Smith, what's the matter?" asked Peterson, appearing at the door of his study. "Give me some brandy." Peterson disappeared and came rushing out again with a glass and a decanter. "You need it," he said as his visitor drank off what he poured out for him. "Why, man, you were white as a cheese." Smith laid down his glass, rose up, and took a deep breath. "I am my own man again now," said he. "I was never so unmanned before. But, with your leave, Peterson, I will sleep here tonight, for I don't think I can face that road again except by daylight. It's weak, I know, but I can't help it." Peterson looked at his visitor with a very questioning eye. "Of course you shall sleep here if you wish. I'll tell Mrs. Burney to make up the spare bed. Where are you off to now?" "Come up with me to the window that overlooks the door. I want you to see what I have seen." They went up to the window of the upper hall whence they could look down upon the approach to the house. The drive and the fields on either side lay quiet and still, bathed in the peaceful moonlight. "Well, really, Smith," remarked Peterson, "it is well that I know you to be an abstemious man. What in the world can have frightened you?" "I'll tell you presently. But where can it have gone? Ah, now, look, look! See the curve of the road just beyond your gate?" "Yes, I see. You needn't pinch my arm off." "I saw someone pass. I should say a man, rather thin apparently, and tall, very tall. But what of him, and what of yourself? You were still shaking like an aspen leaf." "I had been within hand grip of the devil, that's all. But come down to your study, and I shall tell you the whole story." He did so. Under the cheery lamplight, with a glass of wine on the table beside him, and the portly form and florid face of his friend in front, he narrated, in their order, all the events, great and small, which had formed so singular a chain, from the night on which he had found Bellingham fainting in front of the mummy case until this horrid experience of an hour ago. "There now," he said as he concluded, "that's the whole black business. It is monstrous and incredible, but it is true." Dr. Plumtree Peterson sat for some time in silence with a very puzzled expression upon his face. "I never heard of such a thing in my life. Never," he said at last. "You have told me the facts. Now tell me your inferences. You can draw your own. But I should like to hear yours. You have thought over the matter, and I have not." "Well, it must be a little vague in detail, but the main points seem to me to be clear enough. This fellow Bellingham, in his Eastern studies, has got hold of some infernal secret by which a mummy, or possibly only this particular mummy, can be temporarily brought to life. He was trying this disgusting business on the night when he fainted. No doubt the sight of the creature moving had shaken his nerve, even though he had expected it. You remember that almost the first words he said were to call out upon himself as a fool. Well, he got more hardened afterwards, and carried the matter through without fainting. The vitality which he could put into it was evidently only a passing thing, for I have seen it continually in its case as dead as this table. He has some elaborate process, I fancy, by which he brings the thing to pass. Having done it, he naturally bethought him that he might use the creature as an agent. It has intelligence and it has strength. For some purpose he took Lee into his confidence, but Lee, like a decent Christian, would have nothing to do with such a business. Then they had a row, and Lee vowed that he would tell his sister of Bellingham's true character. Bellingham's game was to prevent him, and he nearly managed it, by setting this creature of his on his track. He had already tried its powers upon another man, Norton, towards whom he had a grudge. It is the merest chance that he has not 2 murders upon his soul. Then, when I taxed him with the matter, he had the strongest reasons for wishing me out of the way, before I could convey my knowledge to anyone else. He got his chance when I went out, for he knew my habits and where I was bound for. I have had a narrow shave, Peterson, and it is mere luck you didn't find me on your doorstep this morning. I am not a nervous man as a rule, and I never thought to have the fear of death put upon me as it was tonight." "My dear boy, you take the matter too seriously," said his companion. "Your nerves are out of order with your work, and you make too much of it. How could such a thing as this stride about the streets of Oxford even at night without being seen? It has been seen. There is quite a scare in the town about an escaped ape, as they imagine the creature to be. It is the talk of the place." "Well, it's a striking chain of events. And yet, my dear fellow, you must allow that each incident in itself is capable of a more natural explanation." "What? Even my adventure of tonight?" "Certainly. You come out with your nerves all unstrung, and your head full of this theory of yours. Some gaunt, half-famished tramp steals after you, and, seeing you run, is emboldened to pursue you. Your fears and imagination do the rest. It won't do, Peterson. It won't do. And again, in the instance of your finding the mummy case empty, and then a few moments later with an occupant, you know that it was lamplight, that the lamp was half turned down, and that you had no special reason to look hard at the case. It is quite possible that you may have overlooked the creature in the first instance. No, it is out of the question. And then Lee may have fallen into the river, and Norton been garroted. It is certainly a formidable indictment that you have against Bellingham, but if you were to place it before a police magistrate, he would simply laugh in your face." "I know he would. That is why I mean to take the matter into my own hands." "Eh?" "Yes, I feel that a public duty rests upon me, and besides, I must do it for my own safety, unless I choose to allow myself to be hunted by this beast out of the college, and that would be a little too feeble. I have quite made up my mind what I shall do." "And first of all, may I use your paper and pens for an hour?" "Most certainly. You will find all that you want upon that side table." Abercrombie Smith sat down before a sheet of foolscap, and, for an hour, and then for a second hour, his pen travelled swiftly over it. Page after page was finished and tossed aside while his friend leaned back in his armchair, looking across at him with patient curiosity. At last, with an exclamation of satisfaction, Smith sprang to his feet, gathered his papers up into order, and laid the last one upon Peterson's desk. "Kindly sign this as a witness," he said. "A witness? Of what?" "Of my signature, and of the date. The date is the most important. Why, Peterson, my life might hang upon it." "My dear Smith, you are talking wildly. Let me beg you to go to bed." "On the contrary, I never spoke so deliberately in my life, and I will promise to go to bed the moment you have signed it." "But what is it?" "It is a statement of all that I have been telling you tonight. I wish you to witness it." "Certainly," said Peterson, signing his name under that of his companion. "There you are. But what is the idea?" "You will kindly retain it, and produce it in case I am arrested." "Arrested? For what?" "For murder. It is quite on the cards. I wish to be ready for every event. There is only one course open to me, and I am determined to take it." For heaven's sake, don't do anything rash. Believe me, it would be far more rash to adopt any other course. I hope that we won't need to bother you, but it will ease my mind to know that you have this statement of my motives. And now I am ready to take your advice and to go to roost, for I want to be at my best in the morning. Abercrombie Smith was not an entirely pleasant man to have as an enemy. Slow and easy-tempered, he was formidable when driven to action. He brought to every purpose in life the same deliberate resoluteness which had distinguished him as a scientific student. He had laid his studies aside for a day, but he intended that the day should not be wasted. Not a word did he say to his host as to his plans, but by 9 o'clock he was well on his way to Oxford. In the High Street he stopped at Clifford's the gunmaker's, and bought a heavy revolver with a box of central fire cartridges. 6 of them he slipped into the chambers, and half-cocking the weapon, placed it in the pocket of his coat. He then made his way to Hasty's rooms, where the big oarsman was lounging over his breakfast, with the Sporting Times propped up against the coffee pot. "Hello, what's up?" he asked. "Have some coffee?" "No, thank you. I want you to come with me, Hasty, and do what I ask you." "Certainly, my boy. And bring a heavy stick with you." "Hello," Hasty stared. "Here's a hunting crop that would fell an ox." "One other thing. You have a box of amputating knives. Give me the longest of them." "There you are. You seem to be fairly on the war trail. Anything else?" "No, that will do." Smith placed the knife inside his coat and led the way to the quadrangle. "We are neither of us chickens, Hasty," said he. "I think I can do this job alone, but I take you as a precaution. I am going to have a little talk with Bellingham. If I have only him to deal with, I won't, of course, need you. If I shout, however, up you come, and lam out with your whip as hard as you can lick. Do you understand?" "All right, I'll come if I hear you bellow." "Stay here, then. It may be a little time, but don't budge until I come down." "I'm a fixture." Smith ascended the stairs, opened Bellingham's door, and stepped in. Bellingham was seated behind his table, writing. Beside him, among his litter of strange possessions, towered the mummy case, with its sale number 249 still stuck upon its front, and its hideous occupant stiff and stark within it. Smith looked very deliberately around him, closed the door, and then stepping across to the fireplace, struck a match and set the fire alight. Bellingham sat staring, with amazement and rage upon his bloated face. "Well, really now, you make yourself at home," he gasped. Smith sat himself deliberately down, placing his watch upon the table, drew out his pistol, cocked it, and laid it in his lap. Then he took the long amputating knife from his bosom, and threw it down in front of Bellingham. "Now then," said he, "just get to work and cut out that mummy." "Oh, is that it?" said Bellingham with a sneer. "Yes, that's it. They tell me that the law can't touch you. But I have a law that will set matters straight. If in 5 minutes you have not set to work, I swear by the God who made me that I will put a bullet through your brain." "You would murder me?" Bellingham had half risen, and his face was the color of putty. "Yes. And for what?" "To stop your mischief. 1 minute has gone." "But what have I done?" "I know when you know. This is mere bullying. 2 minutes are gone. But you must give reasons. You are a madman, a dangerous madman. Why should I destroy my own property? It is a valuable mummy. You must cut it up, and you must burn it." "I will do no such thing. 4 minutes are gone." Smith took up the pistol, and he looked towards Bellingham with an inexorable face. As the second hand stole round, he raised his hand, and the finger twitched upon the trigger. "There! There! I'll do it!" screamed Bellingham. In frantic haste he caught up the knife and hacked at the figure of the mummy, ever glancing round to see the eye and the weapon of his terrible visitor bent upon him. The creature crackled and snapped under every stab of the keen blade. A thick yellow dust rose up from it. Spices and dried essences rained down upon the floor. Suddenly, with a rending crack, its backbone snapped asunder, and it fell, a brown heap of sprawling limbs, upon the floor. "Now into the fire," said Smith. The flames leaped and roared as the dried and tinder-like debris was piled upon it. The little room was like the stoke hole of a steamer, and the sweat ran down the faces of the 2 men. But still the one stooped and worked, while the other sat watching him with a set face. A thick, fat smoke oozed out from the fire, and a heavy smell of burned rosin and singed hair filled the air. In a quarter of an hour a few charred and brittle sticks were all that was left of lot number 249. "Perhaps that will satisfy you," snarled Bellingham, with hate and fear in his little gray eyes as he glanced back at his tormentor. "No, I must make a clean sweep of all your materials. We must have no more devil's tricks. In with all these leaves. They may have something to do with it." "And what now?" asked Bellingham, when the leaves also had been added to the blaze. "Now the roll of papyrus which you had on the table that night. It is in that drawer, I think." "No, no!" shouted Bellingham. "Don't burn that. Why, man, you don't know what you do. It is unique. It contains wisdom which is nowhere else to be found. Out with it!" "But look here, Smith, you can't really mean it. I'll share the knowledge with you. I'll teach you all that is in it. Or stay, let me only copy it before you burn it." Smith stepped forward and turned the key in the drawer. Taking out the yellow, curled roll of paper, he threw it into the fire and pressed it down with his heel. Bellingham screamed and grabbed at it, but Smith pushed him back and stood over it until it was reduced to a formless gray ash. "Now, Master B," said he, "I think I have pretty well drawn your teeth. You'll hear from me again if you return to your old tricks. And now good morning, for I must go back to my studies." And such is the narrative of Abercrombie Smith as to the singular events which occurred in Old College, Oxford, in the spring of '84. As Bellingham left the university immediately afterwards, and was last heard of in the Sudan, there is no one who can contradict his statement. But the wisdom of men is small, and the ways of nature are strange, and who shall put a bound to the dark things which may be found by those who seek for them? End of Part 2 of Lot Number 249 by Arthur Conan Doyle.
A Meeting of the Psychical Club, from the book entitled The Intoxicated Ghost and Other Stories by Arlo Bates. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Twyla Johnson, Lee Summit, Missouri, June 10th, 2021. The meeting of the Psychical Club had been rather dull, and it was just as the members were languidly expecting an adjournment that the only interesting moment of the evening came. The papers had been more than usually vapid, and as one man whispered to another, not even a ghost could be convicted upon evidence so slight as that brought forward to prove the existence of disembodied visitants to certain forsaken and rat-haunted houses. At the last moment, however, the president, Dr. Taunton, made an announcement which did arouse some attention. "Before we go," he said, smiling with the air of one who desires it to be understood that in what he says he distinctly disclaims all personal responsibility, "it is my duty to submit to the club a singular proposition which has been made to me. A gentleman whom I am not at liberty to name, but who is personally known to many, perhaps most of you, offers to give the club an exhibition of occult phenomena." The members roused somewhat, but too many propositions of a nature not dissimilar had ended in entire failure and flatness for any immediate enthusiasm. "What are his qualifications?" a member asked. "I did not dream that he possessed any," Dr. Taunton responded, smiling more broadly. "Indeed, to me, that is the interesting thing. I had never suspected that he had even the slightest knowledge or curiosity in such matters, and still less that he made any pretensions to occult powers. The fact that he is a man of a position so good and of brains so well proved as to make it unlikely that he would gratuitously make a fool of himself is the only ground on which his proposition seems to me worth attention. What does he propose to do?" "He does not say." "Well, he must have given some sort of idea." "He said only that he was able to perform some tricks. Experiments, I think, was his word. No, he said demonstrations. He thought they would interest the members." "Did he say why he offered to do them?" "No further than to observe not over politely that he was weary of some of the nonsense the club circulated, and that he would therefore take the trouble to teach them better." The members smiled, but some colored a little, as if the touch had reached a spot somewhat sensitive. "It is exceedingly kind of him," one elderly gentleman remarked stiffly. "He is explicit in his conditions," the president added. The members were beginning to seem really awake, and Judge Hobart asked with some quickness what the conditions were. First, the president answered, that his identity shall not be revealed. I am not to tell his name, and he trusts to the honor of any member who may recognize him. A meeting is to be appointed when and where we please. He is to know nothing more than the time. I am to send a carriage for him, to provide certain things of which he has given me a list, to arrange a room according to his directions, and to give him my word that no record of the meeting shall appear in the newspapers. Are the things he wishes difficult to procure? This is the list, said Dr. Taunton, taking a paper from his pocket. You will see that they are all sufficiently simple. 2 rings of iron, 4 or 5 inches in diameter, interlocked and welded firmly, a 10-inch cube of hard wood, a 6-inch cube of iron, a sealed letter written by some member, a carpenter's saw, a goldfish globe 10 inches or so across, 3 smaller globes, one filled with red, one with blue, and one with a colorless liquid, a scale on which a man may be weighed, a stick of sealing wax, a flower pot filled with earth, an orange seed. The articles are simple enough, Judge Hobart commented. Are the arrangements required difficult? No, he asked for a committee to examine him in the dressing room, a platform insulated with glass, and some substance he will furnish, and a little matter of the arrangement of lights that is easy enough. The members of the club meditated in silence for a moment, and then Professor Gray spoke. It must depend, it seems to me, he said, on the sort of man your mysterious magician is. If he is a person to be trusted, I should say go ahead. He is a gentleman, the president answered, a man of social standing, money, education, and with a reputation in his special branch of knowledge, both here and in Europe. If I named him, you would, I feel sure, give him a hearing without question. What is his specialty? One member inquired. I hardly think it would be fair for me to tell. It would probably be too good a clue to his identity. Is it fair to ask if it's connected with any psychical branch? Not in the least. I think I said at the start that I never suspected him of any interest in such subjects. He was asked to join this club and declined. Did he give any particular reason? The president smiled satirically. He said it would never accomplish anything. Perhaps that shows his common sense, Judge Hobart observed dryly. I am bound to say that it has not accomplished much thus far. What I do not understand is why, at this late day, he takes an interest in our work. He didn't go into that. He did not seem especially anxious. He merely told me that he was willing to show the club certain things and named his conditions. That is about the whole of it. Well, observed Judge Hobart, with his air of burly frankness, I vote we have him. The only reason for shying off is that so many fellows, otherwise sensible, lose their heads the moment they try to investigate something psychical. Is that a reflection on our club? Professor Gray asked good-naturedly. In the end, the decision was that the president should be instructed to make arrangements with the unknown, and an evening was chosen for the meeting. The place was left to the president, to be imparted to the members confidentially on the day appointed. Then the gentlemen went their several ways, each except the president, who knew, speculating upon the possible identity of the mysterious wonder-worker. When the clock struck 8 on the evening appointed, The members of the club were all present. The room to which they had been summoned by Dr. Taunton was simply furnished with a table, before which the seats were arranged in a semicircle, and behind which was a small platform on which stood a single chair. This platform was raised on blocks of glass, above which were thin slabs of a substance which to the eye seemed like a sort of brown resin, in which were to be discerned sparkles of yellow, as of minute crystals. The chair, in turn, insulated in the same manner, while before it, for the feet of the performer, was placed a slab of glass covered with the same resinous substance. On the chair lay a thick robe of knitted silk. Beneath the table was a trunk containing the articles of which the president had read a list at the previous meeting. The members examined everything and handled everything except the platform and the chair upon it. These they were especially requested not to touch. At 5 minutes past 8, a carriage was heard to stop outside, and almost immediately the president came in. "The gentleman is in the dressing-room," he said, "and is ready for the examining committee. If the members will be seated, we shall be prepared to receive him." The members took their seats, and there was a brief interval of silence. Then Judge Hobart and Professor Gray, who had gone to the dressing-room, re-entered. Between them was a tall man, well-formed, rather slender, but showing in his figure some signs of approaching middle age. He wore simply a single garment of knit silk. It was laced in the back, and fitted him so tightly that the play of his muscles was as evident as it would have been in a nude figure. His face was covered down to the lips by a black mask of silk. The unknown stepped out of the loose slippers he wore, mounted the platform, put on the silk robe, and sat down in the chair. Judge Hobart made a formal statement that their guest had neither properties nor apparatus concealed about his person. Then he sat down, and silence filled the room. "We are ready," President Taunton said. The stranger smoothed from his lips the smile which had curled them when Judge Hobart so nearly spoke of him as the performer. He rose and stood on the slab before his chair. "I must say a word or two by way of preface," he began in a voice cultivated and pleasant. "In the first place, I have no concealed motive in coming here tonight. I am not even, as I shall convince you before we are done, gratifying my vanity by advertising my powers. It seemed to me that the club is not on the right track, and although in one sense it's none of my business, I am interested in the subject which it is, as I understand, the object of this body to investigate. The paper by Judge Hobart in a recent number of the Agassiz Quarterly decided me to show to him that certain forces which he conclusively proves to be non-existent do nevertheless exist. As I am personally known to perhaps half of the gentlemen in the room, and am likely to meet some of them not infrequently, I take the liberty of asking that if anyone shall chance to recognize me, he will remember that I come on the condition that my identity remain concealed. The president," he continued, "will bear me out when I say that I have not seen the things provided for use this evening, and that I have no knowledge of the place appointed for the meeting. The dressing gown I sent him because the scantiness of my dress makes it rather a necessity. I presume that he has examined it carefully enough to be sure that it is innocent of witchery and trickery." He paused for a moment, and then in a tone somewhat more determined, went on. "One thing I must add. I decline to answer any questions whatever in regard to the means which produce the effects to which I shall call your attention. Those from whom I have learned would be sufficiently unwilling that I exhibit my power at all, and were there no other reason, their wishes would be sufficient to prevent me from offering information or explanation. I may not succeed in doing all that I shall attempt. I have laid out a pretty serious evening's work, especially for one who lives as I do amid unfavorable conditions, and of course I can receive no assistance from my audience. He took off the dressing gown and dropped it into the chair. Then he removed from his finger a large seal ring and laid it between his feet on the resinous slab. I wish to show you first, the stranger said, that if I chose, I could manage to deceive you into thinking that I accomplished much that I did not really do. For instance, I perhaps at this moment look to you like an elephant. The members of the Psychical Club gasp in astonishment. Surely upon the platform stood a large white elephant, twisting his pink trunk. Or a palm tree, they heard the voice of the stranger say. No, not an elephant stood on the platform, but a tall and graceful date palm, crowned with a splendid cluster of spreading fronds. Or Dr. Taunton. The members looked in amazement from the figure of the president sitting in his chair, twisting his gold eyeglasses with his familiar gesture, and his double on the platform as faithful as a reflection in a mirror doing the same thing. But all this is mere illusion, the voice went on. I am none of these things. Once more they saw only the silken-clad figure, tall and supple, smiling under the black mask. What I profess to do, the speaker continued, I shall really do, and not depend upon cheating your senses. I shall hope to leave you proofs and evidences to establish this completely. The difficulty of the different expositions of force is not to be judged by appearances. First, for instance, I shall show you an exceedingly simple and easy thing. It has come to be customary, for some foolish reason, to speak of these phenomena as illustrations of the fourth dimension. The term, I suppose, is as good as another, since it certainly conveys no definite idea whatever to people in general. I will ask a couple of gentlemen to take a pair of interlocked iron rings that I suppose are among the articles prepared, and to bring them to me. I do not wish to leave my insulation, as in later trials I shall need all my force. The rings were taken from the trunk and brought forward. They were of iron as thick as a man's thumb, were linked together and firmly welded. To pull them apart would have been impossible for teams of strong horses. By the direction of the stranger, they were held before him by the two gentlemen. I have asked Dr. Taunton, he said, to have the rings privately marked, so as to ensure against any possible suspicion of substitution. I have never seen them. He leaned forward and laid his hand lightly on the junction of the rings. They fell apart instantly. Both were unbroken, and neither gave the slightest appearance of strain or rupture. A murmur of surprise circled the room. Then the members of the club broke into hearty applause. The stranger laughed frankly. I thank you, gentlemen, he said good-humoredly, but I am not a juggler. He asked next for the cube of wood and for the sealed letter. I have never seen either of these, he said, the phrase being repeated almost with a mechanical indifference. I suppose that the president or the person who wrote the letter can identify the note whenever he finds it. At his direction, President Taunton held up before him the cube with the letter lying upon it. The stranger laid his hand over the letter and then showed an empty palm toward the audience. "You see, I have not taken the letter," he said. "If the saw is there, please cut the block in two in the middle. Cut it across the grain." While the sawing was going on, the magician put on his wrap and sat down. He resumed his signet ring and sat with his head bowed in his hands. When the block had been divided, the ends of the letter, cut in halves, appeared in the midst of the wood. "I think," the stranger said, "that the two halves of the note will slip out of the envelope without difficulty, and Dr. Taunton will then be able to say whether it is the original letter or not." The president, with a little trouble, pulled out the pieces of paper and fitted them together. He examined them critically, even using a pocket-glass. "If I had not been deceived earlier in the evening, and if I did not know that it is wildly impossible," he said, "I should say that this is my letter." "I believe because it is impossible," quoted the stranger. "You may keep the pieces and decide at your leisure." He rose as he spoke and once more threw off his robe. The club waited breathless. He again placed the ring between his feet. "I wish now," he said, "the 3 globes filled with colored fluid." These were brought to him on a tray, and at his bidding, placed close together in a triangle. This is only another of the innumerable possible variations upon the penetrability of matter, and would come under the head in common nomenclature of that stupidly used term, 4th dimension. I said that I am not a juggler, but of course I chose some of the tests because they were picturesque, and so might amuse an audience. See. He laid his hand upon the top of the 3 globes. Instantly they became one by intersection, the 3 bases being moved nearer together. Each globe preserved perfectly its shape, and in the divisions now made by the coalescing of the section of one sphere with that of another, the liquid was of the hue resulting from a mingling of the colors of the differently tinted fluids. A murmur went around. Several of the members rose to examine the globes. "Put them on the table," the wonder worker said, "and then everybody may see." "We are not to ask questions of methods," Judge Hobart observed. "Is it proper to inquire whether the experiment involves a contradiction of the old law that 2 bodies cannot occupy the same space?" "Not at all," was the answer. "Modern science has shown clearly enough that to seem to occupy space is only to fill it as the stars fill the sky. I have only taken advantage of that fact to crowd more matter into a defined area." The members were asked to seat themselves, and when this had been done, the stranger said, "Any number of examples of this power could be given, but these should be enough, unless someone would prefer to improvise a test on the spot." "I am glad that you say this," Professor Gray remarked. "I am subject to the prejudice, foolish enough but common, of being more impressed by experiments of my own contriving. Do you mind, sir, if Dr. Taunton and I loop handkerchiefs together, and let you separate them while we hold the ends?" "Certainly not," was the reply. The experiment was instantly successful and was repeated for double assurance. "If we had nothing else to do," the stranger observed, "we might go on in this line indefinitely. But this is enough of the 4th dimension, so-called. Now we will try development." The flower pot filled with earth was placed upon the slab at the feet of the magician. The orange seed was laid upon the earth. So ingenious an explanation has recently been given, or more exactly, recently revived, of the development of a plant from a seed, that you may suppose me to have all the different pieces of an orange grove concealed about me, despite the fact that my dress is not adapted to the concealment of a needle. However, you may judge for yourselves." He leaned forward and with the point of his finger pushed the seed into the earth. "Will someone cover the pot with a handkerchief?" he said. "Please be careful not to touch me or it. Hold the handkerchief out and drop it." One of the members followed the directions, and for a moment the stranger sat quiet, his eyes fixed on the covered flower pot. The center of the handkerchief was seen gradually to rise, and when the cloth was lifted, the astonished eyes of the club beheld a glossy shoot 3 or 4 inches in height. Without trying to cover it, the magician continued to gaze fixedly upon the plant. Before the eyes of the spectators, the shoot became a shrub, the shrub a tree. The fragrance of orange blossoms filled the air, and among the shining leaves began to swell the golden fruit. The time had been numbered only in minutes, yet there stood a tree higher than a man's head and laden with golden globes. "Take it away," the wonder worker said, "and let me rest a little before I try anything more. You will find the tree tomorrow, and I think you will concede that it is too bulky to have been concealed under these fleshings. If you think it only an optical delusion or the result of hypnotism, try tomorrow by the senses of persons who do not know how it was produced." He sat for some moment with his head bowed in his hands. Then at his direction a globe, about 1 foot in diameter, was filled with clear water and placed on the table. The lights were then turned down so as to leave the room in shadow, except the platform. "I must ask you to be as quiet as possible," the magician requested. "The experiment is a difficult one, and from living in the atmosphere which surrounds my daily life, I am out of the proper condition." Putting his hands behind him, he sank downward on the slab to his knees, and so reached forward as to press his thumbs upon his great toes. The position was a singular one, and earlier in the evening might have raised a smile. But all was breathless silence for a couple of moments. Then the stranger sprang suddenly to his full height and directed his forefinger with a violent movement toward the globe. A spark of violet light, not unlike that from an electric battery, flashed from the outstretched finger to the globe, and was seen to remain like a star in the midst of the water. From this violet center, with slow, sinuous movement, numerous filaments of light grew out of the liquid until the globe was filled with tangled and intertwined threads like the roots of a hyacinth in its glass. Slowly, slowly, the nucleus rose to the surface, dragging the threads behind it. Then above the water began to form a faint haze. With gradual motion it mounted, absorbing by degrees the fire from the phosphorescent fibers which served for its roots, until a faintly luminous pillar of dully glowing mist 4 or 5 feet high showed above the mouth of the globe. The magician made strange gestures, and a slow rotary motion was discerned in the cloud. Without abrupt or definitely marked alteration, the pillar was modified in shape until more and more plainly was evident a resemblance to the human form. He rose to his full height and extended both his hands toward the figure. Slowly it detached itself from the water and from the globe, and floated in the air, the perfect shape of a woman, transparent, faintly luminous, but with a luster less cold than at first. One of the men drew in his breath with a deep and audible inspiration. The shape wavered, and another spectator impulsively cried, "Hush!" The words seemed to break the spell. The wonderful visionary form trembled, shivered, and its exquisite beauty melted in the air. The magician resumed his seat with visible disappointment. "I am sorry," he said. "I am already tired, and you distracted my attention. The experiment has failed. May the lights be turned up, please?" A murmur of disappointment ran around the room. "I am sorry," he repeated. "I should have impressed on you more strongly the need of absolute quiet. I am not quite up to beginning this over again. Let me show you the opposite, disintegration. It is easier to tear down than to build up." The block of iron he had asked for was by his direction laid on the floor in front of the platform. The magician sat for a moment with closed eyes, his hands laid palm to palm upon his knees. Then with an abrupt movement he pointed his 2 forefingers, pressed together toward the cube. A report like that of a pistol startled the members, and the solid iron shivered into almost impalpable dust. The members of the club crowded together to the spot. "Please do not touch my platform," he requested, as he had earlier in the evening. "I must still show you something more." "Levitation is a phenomenon which is common enough," he said by way of preface, "but our examination would by no means be complete without it. Of course, I am only touching upon a few of the less subtle principles that underlie what is commonly misnamed occultism. But this is one of the obvious ones. Please let some heavy man step upon the scales." Judge Hobart was with some laughter persuaded to take his place upon the platform of the scales, and the indicator marked a weight of 206 pounds. "Would you look again?" the stranger asked of the gentleman who had read the number. "Why, he weighs nothing!" the weigher exclaimed in astonishment. "His weight has broken the scales," another member declared. "You may think," the magician went on, "that I have bewitched the spring. Will somebody lift the judge?" Professor Gray, who happened to stand nearest, put out one hand and picked up the venerable judge as easily as he would have lifted a pocket handkerchief. As he took his victim by the collar, the effect did not tend toward solemnity. "What do you mean, sir?" demanded the judge. "Put me down, sir, at once." The stranger made a little sign with his hand. The professor saw and understood, so instead of putting Judge Hobart down, he lightly tossed the rotund figure upward. The judge, probably more to his amazement than to his satisfaction, found himself floating in the air with his head against the ceiling, and with his legs paddling hopelessly as if he were learning to swim. The other members shouted with laughter. "That will do," the magician said. "I did not mean to turn things into a farce." The ponderous form of Judge Hobart floated softly to the floor. His face showed a wonderful mixture of bewilderment, wounded vanity, and relief. "It's very warm at the top of the room," he said, wiping his red forehead. "Very warm. Heat rises so." "Other things rise also at times," somebody said. Everybody laughed, and then the members settled into quiet again and listened to the magician. Examples of this sort are infinite in number, but one is as good as many. The principle is everywhere the same. Levitation is really too simple a matter to occupy more of our time. The transporting of matter through space and through other matter is more interesting and more important. It is also more difficult, and consequently less common. Some time ago it was proposed in London, as a test of the reality of occultism, that a copy of an Indian paper of any given date be produced in London on the day of its publication in Calcutta. The test was shirked by those who are advertising themselves by pretending to powers which they did not have, and those who were able to do the feat had no interest in helping to bolster up a sham. That the thing was easily possible is the last fact with which I shall trouble you tonight. Allow me to offer you a copy of the London Times this morning. As he spoke, the newspaper fluttered from the air above and fell upon the table. The stranger checked a movement which Judge Hobart made to examine it. "Let me seal it first," he said. "I will make future identification surer. Please lay it with that stick of sealing wax on the platform." When this had been done, he took the wax and held it above the paper. The wax melted without visible cause and dropped on the margin of the journal. Leaning forward, the magician pressed his seal into the red mass and then flung the paper again on the table. "It will be easy," he remarked, "to compare this with a copy received through the ordinary channels. You do not need to be instructed in the means proper for securing and identifying this. The experiment may seem to you a simple one, but I assure you that it is so difficult that you cannot hope to repeat it without preparation you would find pretty severe." He rose as he spoke and drew his robe about him. "I have to thank you," he continued, "for your patience and attention. As I meet so many of you, not infrequently, it is better to trust to your courtesy, not to name me, than to your ignorance." He pulled off as he spoke the black mask, and with cries of surprise, more than half the members of the club called out the name of one of the best-known clubmen of the town, a man who had traveled extensively in the East, a man who had proved his powers by distinguished services in literature, a man of wealth and leisure, and one of dominating character. Smiling calmly, he replaced the mask and stood a moment in silence. "That is all," he said. Then, with a peculiar gesture, he waved his arms over the company and repeated a few words in some unknown tongue. He stepped down from the platform and walked quietly from the room. But by that gesture or spell he had strangely wrought upon their minds. From that moment no man of them all, not even the president, has ever been able to remember who was their acquaintance, who that evening did such wonders in the sight of the astonished Psychical Club. End of A Meeting of the Psychical Club.
A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Veronica Mead. There once was a little man whose mother made him a beautiful suit of clothes. It was green and gold and woven so that I cannot describe how delicate and fine it was, and there was a tie of orange fluffiness that tied up under his chin. And the buttons in their newness shone like stars. He was proud and pleased by his suit beyond measure, and stood before the long looking-glass when first he put it on, so astonished and delighted with it that he could hardly turn himself away. He wanted to wear it everywhere and show it to all sorts of people. He thought over all the places he had ever visited and all the scenes he had ever heard described, and tried to imagine what the feel of it would be if he were to go now to those scenes and places wearing his shiny suit. And he wanted to go out forthwith into the long grass in the hot sunshine of the meadow wearing it. Just wear it. But his mother told him no. She told him he must take great care of his suit, for never would he have another nearly so fine. He must save it, and only wear it on rare and great occasions. It was his wedding suit, she said, and she took his buttons and twisted them up with tissue paper for fear their bright newness should be tarnished, and she tacked little guards over the cuffs and elbows and wherever the suit was most likely to come to harm. He hated and resisted these things, but what could he do? At last her warnings and persuasions had effect, and he consented to take off his beautiful suit and fold it into its proper creases and put it away. It was almost as though he gave it up again, but he was always thinking of wearing it, and of the supreme occasion when some day it might be worn without the guards, without the tissue paper on the buttons, utterly and delightfully, never caring, beautiful beyond measure. One night, when he was dreaming of it, after his habit, he dreamed he took the tissue paper from one of the buttons, and found its brightness a little faded, and that distressed him mightily in his dream. He polished the poor faded button and polished it, and if anything it grew duller. He woke up and lay awake thinking of the brightness a little dulled, and wondering how he would feel if perhaps when the great occasion, whenever it might be, should arrive, one button should chance to be ever so little short of its first glittering freshness, and for days and days that thought remained with him, distressingly. And when next his mother let him wear his suit, he was tempted and nearly gave way to the temptation just to fumble off one little bit of tissue paper and see if indeed the buttons were keeping as bright as ever. He went trimly along on his way to church, full of this wild desire. For you must know his mother did, with repeated and careful warnings, let him wear his suit at times. On Sundays, for example, to and fro from church, when there was no threatening of rain, no dust nor anything to injure it, with his buttons covered and its protections tacked upon it, and a sunshade in his hand to shadow it if there seemed too strong a sunlight for its colors. And always, after such occasions, he brushed it over and folded it exquisitely as she had taught him, and put it away again. Now all these restrictions his mother set to the wearing of his suit he obeyed. Always he obeyed them, until one strange night he woke up and saw the moonlight shining outside his window. It seemed to him the moonlight was not common moonlight, nor the night a common night, and for a while he lay quite drowsily with his odd persuasion in his mind. Thought joined on to thought like things that whispered warmly in the shadows. Then he sat up in his little bed suddenly, very alert, with his heart beating very fast and a quiver in his body from top to toe. He had made up his mind. He knew now that he was going to wear his suit as it should be worn. He had no doubt in the matter. He was afraid, terribly afraid, but glad, glad. He got out of his bed and stood a moment by the window looking at the moonshine-flooded garden and trembling at the thing he meant to do. The air was full of a minute clamor of crickets and murmurings, of the infinitesimal shouting of little living things. Very gently across the creaking boards, for fear that he might wake the sleeping house, to the big dark clothes-press wherein his beautiful suit lay folded. And he took it out, garment by garment, and softly and very eagerly tore off its tissue paper covering and its tacked protections, until there it was, perfect and delightful as he had seen it when first his mother had given it to him. A long time it seemed ago. Not a button had tarnished, not a thread had faded on this dear suit of his. He was glad enough, for weeping as in a noiseless hurry he put it on. And then back he went, soft and quick, to the window and looked out upon the garden, and stood there for a minute, shining in the moonlight, with his buttons twinkling like stars, before he got out on the sill, and, making as little of a rustling as he could, clambered down to the garden path below. He stood before his mother's house, and it was white and nearly as plain as by day, with every window blind but his own shut like an eye that sleeps. The trees cast still shadows like intricate black lace upon the wall. The garden in the moonlight was very different from the garden by day. Moonshine was tangled in the hedges and stretched in phantom cobwebs from spray to spray. Every flower was gleaming white or crimson black, and the air was aquiver with the thridding of small crickets and nightingales singing unseen in the depths of the trees. There was no darkness in the world, but only warm, mysterious shadows, and all the leaves and spikes were edged and lined with iridescent jewels of dew. The night was warmer than any night had ever been, the heavens by some miracle at once vaster and nearer. In spite of the great ivory-tinted moon that ruled the world, the sky was full of stars. The little man did not shout nor sing for all his infinite gladness. He stood for a time like one awe-stricken, and then, with a queer small cry, and holding out his arms, he ran out as if he would embrace at once the whole warm round immensity of the world. He did not follow the neat set paths that cut the garden squarely, but thrust across the beds and through the wet, tall, scented herbs, through the night stalk and the nicotine, and the clusters of phantom white mellow flowers, and through the thickets of southern wood and lavender, and knee-deep across a wide space of mignonette. He came to the great hedge, and he thrust his way through it, and though the thorns of the brambles scored him deeply and tore threads from his wonderful suit, and though burrs and goosegrass and havers caught and clung to him, he did not care. He did not care, for he knew it was all part of the wearing for which he had longed. "I'm glad I put on my suit," he said. "I'm glad I wore my suit." Beyond the hedge he came to the duck pond, or at least to what was the duck pond by day. But by night it was a great bowl of silver moonshine, all noisy with singing frogs, of wonderful silver moonshine, twisted and clotted with strange patternings, and the little man ran down into its waters between the thin black rushes, knee-deep and waist-deep, into his shoulders, smiting the water to black and shining wavelets with either hand, swaying and shivering wavelets, amid which the stars were netted in the tangled reflections of the brooding trees upon the bank. He waited until he swam, and so he crossed the pond and came out upon the other side, trailing, as it seemed to him, not duckweed, but very silver in long, clinging, dripping masses. And up he went through the transfigured tangles of the willow herb and the uncut seeding grass of the further bank. And so he came glad and breathless into the high road. "I am glad," he said, "beyond measure, that I had clothes that fitted this occasion." The high road ran straight as an arrow flies, straight into the deep blue pit of sky beneath the moon, a white and shining road between the singing nightingales, and along it he went, running now and leaping, and now walking and rejoicing, in the clothes his mother had made for him with tireless, loving hands. The road was deep in dust, but that for him was only soft whiteness, and as he went a great dim moth came fluttering round his wet and shimmering and hastening figure. At first he did not heed the moth, and then he waved his hands at it and made a sort of dance with it as it circled round his head. "Soft moth," he cried, "dear moth, and wonderful night of the world. Do you think my clothes are beautiful, dear moth? As beautiful as your scales and all this silver vesture of the earth and sky?" And then the moth circled closer and closer until at last its velvet wings just brushed his lips. And the next morning they found him dead, with his neck broken in the bottom of the stone pit, with his beautiful clothes a little bloody and foul and stained with the duckweed from the pond. But his face was a face of such happiness that, had you seen it, you would have understood indeed how he had died happy, never knowing the cool and streaming silver for the duckweed in the pond. End of A Moonlight Fable.
The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Do you think a story will ever make you shudder with a horror too great to bear? There is one like that, and you will have to read it. The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. The room was a very plain room. It had 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor. But it was new to Thompson because he had never seen it before. He stood up in a reflexed fashion, studying it. There was a desk in the center of the room. It was gray, but Thompson could not identify the material from which it was made. A very old man, with a clipped beard, sat behind the desk. A candle flickered in a brass holder on top of the desk. "Pardon me," said Thompson. The old man looked at him. He had been looking at Thompson for a long time. In fact, Thompson could not remember a time when the old man had not looked at him. "You like horror stories, I take it," the old man said. "That's why you're here. Everybody in the world likes a good horror story, at least once in their lives." "Yes," said Thompson, filled with a vague relief. "I guess that's why I'm here." "Fine," said the old man. He reached into the desk. Where, Thompson couldn't tell. Just out of sight. No drawers slid, but his hands came out and they held a white card. Again they vanished. This time they held a metal-pointed pen. There was ink in the pen. It shone with a night blue luster in the candle flame. "Name?" said the old man. James Thompson. Born. Thompson thought a minute. March 3rd, 1902. Is all this necessary? The old man seemed annoyed. Of course. We must have all the records in order that you may become a full-time member. Full-time member of what? Thompson asked. He noticed that the pen seemed always full of ink. The Horror Book Club, of course, the old man replied. He scratched on the card, writing down the information Thompson had given him. Then he put both card and pen out of sight under the desk. His hands came back up, empty. Everything has been taken care of, he said, smiling. You've been admitted. Is that right? Thompson said aloud. He had begun to wonder whether membership in this club was exclusive. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. What kind of books do you have? I mean, could you let me have an idea of some of your titles? Dracula? Frankenstein? The Turn of the Screw? Things like that? The old man laughed again, this time like he was chiding a small and extremely foolish child. Oh, no, Mr. Thompson. We deal in actual stark horror. We never use second-rate products. The hands dipped down again. Thompson wondered if it was some kind of game. They came back up. They put a book on the desk. It was a thin book, roughly a foot square. It had a whitish cover. The old man's fingers rasped on the cover when he put it down on the desk. Human skin, the old man said cheerfully. Very good binding. Yes, said Thompson. He glanced at the cover. In square letters on the cover, it said, The Most Horrible Story in the World. Smaller type, down near the lower right corner, said, James Thompson, January 3, 1953. Why, that's today, Thompson said. The old man waved. A formality. We always record on the books when a new member enters the club. Keeps the record straight. Oh, Thompson said. Do I just start reading? The old man shook his head and got up. He took the book in one hand, the candle in the other. I'll conduct you to one of our reading rooms. We provide special reading rooms for the use of members. Thompson did not comment. He followed the old man. They went through an opening in the wall that he had not seen before, but it was in a dim corner, difficult to see clearly. They walked down a long hall. On each side of the hall were closed doors. The candle made shapes move on the walls. What's that screaming? Thompson asked, a bit puzzled. It seems to be coming from behind these doors. That's right, the old man said over his shoulder. This is the Horror Book Club, you know. All our members take an active interest in their reading. They participate. They get horrified. It's really a horrible book, you know. Is it? Thompson felt a slight tingle of expectancy running along his back. He felt somewhat masochistic at the moment. A new thought struck him. Is that the only book you carry? Yes, said the old man. We've had many editions made. It's the most horrible story in the world, you understand? The most horrible one ever conceived. That's why all our members read it. The hall seemed to stretch on endlessly. Doors marched by. Screams faded. New screams took their place. How late are you open? Thompson asked. I stay here all the time, the old man said. Members are always coming in. They usually stay for a long time. The book is irresistible. Must be, Thompson said. Finally, they came to a door. The old man stopped. He seemed to pull at the door, and it opened, although there was no handle on it. He motioned Thompson inside. The reading room had one chair and one table. An unlit candle stood on the table. The old man applied flame from his candle. Severe, he said, indicating the room, but functional. All you really need to enjoy a good horror story. Well, thanks, Thompson stammered. The old man put the book down on the table. Is it customary to pay or tip? Thompson said awkwardly. Oh, no. The founders take care of that. The founders. Still alive, eh? Oh, certainly. Must like horror stories to set up a place like this. They do, the old man assured him. Well, I hope you like the book. He walked out and closed the door. Thompson said, well, a couple of times, and saw that no one was listening, laughed foolishly, and sat down on the chair. He picked up the book, feeling the tingle on his spine once more. He opened the book. He began to read. It was a very short story. He finished it almost immediately. And it certainly was horrible. Almost too horrible. He closed the book and got up. His face felt very pale. He went to the door. He tried to open it. It would not open. Old man, he yelled. Old man, old man. He was so insistent in his yelling that he did not stop to think about the others screaming out in the hall. He expected the old man to come, and he did. The old man's voice said through the door, Yes? I don't like this book, Thompson said. The old man said nothing. And the door's locked. I want to leave. You can't. What do you mean I can't? What kind of place is this anyway? His tone was threatening, belligerent, and weak. You're a member now. It was very final. Thompson felt that the old man was gone. He shouted, Old man! Old man! There was no answer. He went back to the table. His stomach seemed to be gone. He opened the book. He read the story again. He couldn't help reading it. It had a kind of fascination. He began to see the true horror in the tale. When he had reread it for the 5th time, he started to scream. Everybody else screamed. Why shouldn't he? After all, he was in the mood. His stomach felt icy. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. His eyes showed a glazed expression of madness as the full import of what he had just read registered on his mind. Then he screamed and screamed. He alternated between periods of screaming and reading, and each time he read the book, it became more horrible. The infinity of horrible horror was something too vast to contemplate. He felt no need for food, or water, or sleep. The story was so horrible. Thompson stopped screaming again and opened the book, perhaps for the 1000th time. He anticipated it now, anticipated the screaming it would cause. The candle kept on burning. Thompson read the story from the book of skin with his name on it. He read it rapidly. It was a very short story. You're dead. The end of The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes.
The Nameless City by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Nameless City by H.P. Lovecraft. When I drew nigh the Nameless City, I knew it was accursed. I was traveling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands, as part of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandmother of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. Remote in the desert of Arabai lies the Nameless City, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sand of unaccounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it was ever alive. But it is told of in whispers around campfires and muttered about by grandmas in tents of chic, so that all the tribe shun it without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazred, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplained couplet, that it is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had a good reason for shunning the Nameless City. The city told of in strange tales, but seen by no living man, yet I defied them, and went to the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it. That is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine. Why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it, in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat, and as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it, and stopped still with my camel to wait for dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew grey and the stars faded, and the grey turned to rose-seal light edged with gold. I heard him moaning, and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear, and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then, suddenly, above the desert's far rim came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away. And in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal, to hail the fiery discs of Memnon, hailed from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang and my imagination seethed, as I led my camel slowly across the sand to the unvocal stone place. That place too old for Egypt and Meromi to remember. That place which I alone, of living men, have seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundation of houses and palaces I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of those men, if men they were, who built the city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antique of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign of device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the city which I did not like. I had with me many tools, and dug much within the walls of many obliterated edifices, but progress was slow, and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. As I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the grey stones, though the moon was bright, and most of the desert still. I wakened just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering readily through the last gusts of little sandstorms that hovered over the nameless city, and marked the quietness of the rest of this landscape. Once more, I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of a forgotten race. At noon I rested, and the afternoon I spent much of my time tracing the walls and the bygones of the street. and the outline of the nearly vanished buildings, I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the source of its greatness. To myself I pictured all the splendor of the ages so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sonarth, the doomed, that stood in the land of Manar when mankind was young, and of Ibi, that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff. And here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the Andovian people, hewn rudely on the face of the cliff, with the unmistakable facades of several small, squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of the ages too remote for calculation, though the sandstorm had long since effaced any carvings which might have been outside. Very low and sand-choking were all the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one with a spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures nor frescoes, there were many singular stone clearly shaped into symbol of artificial meaning. The lowness of the chiseled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly more than kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch shewed only part at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggest forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made a frequent such a temple. When I had seen all the places it contained, I crawled out again, avid to find another temple might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows and daunted me when I first saw the nameless city. In the twilight I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage, crowded with obscure and cryptic shrines. About these shrines I was prying when the noise of wind and my camel outside broke through the stillness and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primeval ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind that had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter, but I chanced to glance up and saw there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me and made me fearful again, but I immediately recalled the sudden local winds I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it as a normal thing. I decided that it came from some rock fissure leading to the cave, and I watched the troubled sand to trace its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of the temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud I plodded towards the temple, which, as I neared it, loomed larger than the rest. As I shunned a doorway far less clogged with caked sand, I would have entered had it not terrific force of icy winds almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread out in the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more still, till finally all was at rest. But a presence seemed stalking, almost the spectral stone of the city, and when I glanced at the moon, it seemed to quiver, as through mirrored and unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder. So as soon as the wind was quite gone, I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. The temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roofs I beheld for the first time some traces of pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement a maze of well-fashioned curvilinear lines. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and wondered what prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skills must have been vast. Then a brighter flare of fantastic flame shooed me from which I had been seeking. The opening to a remote abyss whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door chiseled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel, with a roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time I hardly knew whether to call them steps or merely footholds in a precipitous descent. The words and warnings of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the lands that men known to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only for a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. 'Twas only in the terrible phantasm of drugs or delirium that any other man can have had such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led infinitely down like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths toward which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction in the steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wiggle feet first along the rocky floor, holding my torch at the arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that were more of the steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it high above me, as if it were ablaze. It was quite unbalanced with the instinct for the strange and unknown which had made me wander upon earth and haunt her of far, ancient, and forbidden places. In the darkness there flashed before my mind fragments of cherished treasury of daemonic lore, sentences from Al-Hazred, the mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious image du monde of Gautier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered Afrasiab, the daemon that floated with him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberating blackness of the abyss. Once when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in singing song from Thomas More until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of darkness, black as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs in the eclipse distilled, leaning to look if foot might pass, down through the chasm, I saw, beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just varnished with the dark pitch the sea of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples, now so incalculable far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage whose walls were lined with cases of wood having glass fronts. As in the Paleozoic and abysmal place I felt of such things as polished wood and glass, I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move two or three for further examination, I found they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so I floundered ahead rapidly in creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side occasionally to feel around my surroundings and be sure that the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pitched the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low-studded monotony as though I saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight, I could not tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew that I saw dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while all was exactly as I had imagined. Since the glow was very faint, but I mechanically kept on stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural paintings whose line and colors were beyond description. The cases were of strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and contained the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness and the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with the body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but were more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist ever heard. In size they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and eventually flexible feet, curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biologic principles. To nothing can be such as well compared. In one flash I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mystic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protrusionate a forehead, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed the thing outside all established categories. I debated for a time on the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial dolls, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleogene species which had lived when the Nameless city was alive. To crown the grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavish laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs of the frescoed walls and ceiling. With the matchless skills had the artists drawn them in the world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not help but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps shewing in progress of the race and worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to the men of the Nameless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast in the tribe of the Indians. Holding this view, I thought I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of the Nameless city, the tale of the mighty sea-crossed metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggling as the sea shrank away and the desert crept at the fertile valley that held it. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterward its terrible fight against the desert when the thousands of its people here, represented an allegory of the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in the marvelous manner to other world whereof their prophets had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the paint epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the Nameless city and was the valley wrong for 10 million years. The race whose soul shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rocks those primal shrines of which they never ceased to worship. Now the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondering upon the customs of the Nameless city, many things were particular and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea. Yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to war, violence, and plagues, and I wondered at the reticence shewn concerning natural death. It was as though the ideal of earthly immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Still nearing the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasting views of the Nameless city in the desolation and growing ruin, and the strange new realm or paradise to which the race had hewn its way through the stone. In these views the city and the desert valley were shewn always by moonlight, a golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shewn spectacularly and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day filled the glorious cities and eternal hills and valleys. At the very last I thought I saw the origins of the artist's anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful and much more bizarre than even the wildest and earliest scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with the growing ferocity toward the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away through their spirits as shewn hovering about the ruins by moonlight gained in proportion. Immaculated priests, displaying as reptiles in ornate robes, cursed the upper air and all those who breathed it. And one terrible final scene showed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer or an ancient realm, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the elderly race. I remembered the Arabs feared the Nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceilings were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I approached very closely at the end of the low-ceiling hall, and was aware of the great gate through which the climb of the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud a transcendent amazement at what lay beyond. For instead of another and brighter chamber, there was a lunar void of uniform radiance, such as one might be fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon the sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was a head of steep flight of steps. Small, numerous steps like those of the black passage I had traversed, but after a few feet the glowing vapor concealed everything. Swung back open against the left wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-relief, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vault and passage of rocks. I looked at the steps, and for a nonce dared not try them. I touched the open brass door, and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflection which not even a death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay still with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes came back to me and new and terrible significance. Scenes representing the Nameless city in its heyday, the vegetation of the valley all around it, and the distant lands which merchants traded. The allegory of crawling creatures puzzled me by this universal prominence, and I wonder that it should be closely followed in pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes the Nameless city had been shewn in proportion fitted to the reptiles. I wonder what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected on a moment of certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples, and the underground corridors, which were doubtless hewn thus out the defiance of the reptile deities they were honored, though perforce reduced the worship to crawling. Perhaps the very rite had involved a crawling in imitation of the creatures. No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passage in that awesome descent should be as low as the temple, or lower, since one not even could kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea expected for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting. Mine was the only human form amidst the many relics, the symbol of primordial life. But, as always, in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out my fear. For the luminous abyss, and what it might contain, presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that the flight of particular steps I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which painted corridors had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities, hills and valleys in its lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and the Colosseum ruin that awaited me. My fears, indeed, considered the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in the cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes, miles below the world I knew and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt of the abysmal antiquity of the scene in its soul. An antiqueness so vast that the measurement is feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rocks-hewn temple in the Nameless city, while the very last of the astounding maps in the frescoes shewn ocean and its contents that man had forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outlines of what could have happened in the geological eon since the painting ceased and the death-hating rays resentfully scumbled to the decay no man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns and luminous realms below. Now I was alone with these vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent and deserted vigil. Suddenly there came another burst of acute fear which had intentionally seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley and Nameless city under a cold moon. And despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically to a sitting position and gazing back along the black corridor towards the tunnel that rose to the outer world. My sensations were much like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were as inexplicable as they were potent. In another moment, however, I received a greater shock in the form of a deafening sound. The first which had broken the utter silence of the tomb-like depth. It was a deep, low moaning, as of a distant throng of commending spirits and names from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew, till it soon reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of the increasing daunt of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnel and the city above. The touch of the air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed severed to reveal the hidden tunnel to me. I looked at my watch and saw the sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale which was sweeping down to the cavern home as it swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel brooding over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into the gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again and clutched vainly at the floor for fear of being swept broadly through the open gate into the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and I grew aware of the actual slipping of my form towards the abyss. I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race. For a fiendish crawling of the swirling currents, they seemed to abide vindictive rage of all stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad, but if I did, so my cries were lost to the hell-bound babble of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderer's invisible torrent, but could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably towards the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped. I fell to the babbling over and over the unexplained couplet of the mad Arab Alhazred who dreamed of the nameless city. It is not dead which can eternal lie. In strange eons even death may die. Only the grim, brooding desert gods knew what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, what abandoned guide me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural colossus was the thing, too far beyond all the ideals of man and believed except in the silent, damnable small hours when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemoniacal, and his voices were hideous, with the pent-up viciousness of desolate entities presenting those voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to articulate from behind me, and down there in the grave unburdened aeon-dead antiques, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men. I tried. I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw the outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss, what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor. A nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent, devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the winds died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-people blackness of earth's bowels. But behind the last of the creatures, the great brazen door clanged shut, with a deafening peal of the metallic music, whose reverberations swelled at the distant world, to hail the rising sun as one hails it from the banks of the Nile. End of The Nameless City. Recording by Tyler Doherty.
Our Scientific Observations on a Ghost, from the book entitled Strange Stories by Grant Allan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Twyla Johnson. Our Scientific Observations on a Ghost. Then nothing would convince you of the existence of ghosts, Harry, I said, except seeing one. Not even seeing one, my dear Jim, said Harry. Nothing on earth would make me believe in them unless I were turned into a ghost myself." So saying, Harry drained his glass of whiskey toddy, shook out the last ashes from his pipe, and went off upstairs to bed. I sat for a while over the remnants of my cigar, and ruminated upon the subject of our conversation. For my own part, I was as little inclined to believe in ghosts as anybody, but Harry seemed to go one degree beyond me in skepticism. His argument amounted in brief to this, that a ghost was, by definition, the spirit of a dead man in a visible form here on earth. But however strange might be the apparition which a ghost-seer thought he had observed, there was no evidence possible or actual to connect such apparition with any dead person whatsoever. It might resemble the deceased in face and figure, but so, says Harry, does a portrait. It might resemble him in voice and manner, but so does an actor or a mimic. It might resemble him in every possible particular, but even then we should only be justified in saying that it formed a close counterpart of the person in question, not that it was his ghost or spirit. In short, Harry maintained, with considerable show of reason, that nobody could ever have any scientific ground for identifying any external object, whether shadowy or material, with a past human existence of any sort. According to him, a man might conceivably see a phantom, but could not possibly know that he saw a ghost. Harry and I were two Oxford bachelors, studying at the time for our degrees in medicine, and with an ardent love for the scientific side of our future profession. Indeed, we took a greater interest in comparative physiology and anatomy than in physics proper. But at this particular moment we were stopping in a very comfortable farmhouse on the coast of Flintshire for our long vacation, with the special object of observing histologically a particular seaside organism, the thingamabob what you may call him, which is found so plentifully on the shores of North Wales, and has been identified by Professor Psychical with the larva of that famous marine ascidian, from whom the professor himself and the remainder of humanity generally are supposed to be undoubtedly descended. We had brought with us a full complement of lancets and scalpels, chemicals and test tubes, galvanic batteries and thermoelectric piles, and we were splendidly equipped for a thoroughgoing scientific campaign of the first water. The farmhouse in which we lodged had formerly belonged to the county family of the Edgertons, and though in Elizabethan manner replaced the ancient defensive building which had been wisely dismantled by Henry VIII, the modern farmhouse into which it had finally degenerated still bore the name of Edgerton Castle. The whole house had a reputation in the neighborhood for being haunted by the ghost of one Algernon Edgerton, who was beheaded under James II for his participation, or rather his intention to participate, in Monmouth's rebellion. A wretched portrait of the hapless Protestant hero hung upon the wall of our joint sitting-room, having been left behind when the family moved to their new seat in Cheshire, as being unworthy of a place in the present baronet's splendid apartments. It was a few remarks upon the subject of Algernon's ghost which had introduced the question of ghosts in general, and after Harry had left the room, I sat for a while slowly finishing my cigar and contemplating the battered features of the deceased gentleman. As I did so, I was somewhat startled to hear a voice at my side observe in a bland and graceful tone, not unmixed with aristocratic hauteur, "You have been speaking of me, I believe, In fact, I have unavoidably overheard your conversation, and I have decided to assume the visible form and make a few remarks upon what seems to me a very hasty decision on your friend's part. I turned around at once and saw in the easy-chair which Harry had just vacated a shadowy shape which grew clearer and clearer the longer I looked at it. It was that of a man of 40, fashionably dressed in the costume of the year 1685 or thereabouts, and bearing a close resemblance to the faded portrait on the wall just opposite. But the striking point about the object was this, that it evidently did not consist of any ordinary material substance, as its outline seemed vague and wavy, like that of a photograph where the sitter has moved, while all the objects around it, such as the back of the chair and the clock in the corner, showed through the filmy head and body in the very manner which painters have always adopted in representing a ghost. I saw at once that whatever else the object before might be, it certainly formed a fine specimen of the orthodox and old-fashioned apparition. In dress, appearance, and every other particular, it distinctly answered to what the unscientific mind would unhesitatingly have called the ghost of Algernon Egerton. Here was a piece of extraordinary luck. In a house with 2 trained observers, supplied with every instrument of modern experimental research, we had lighted upon an undoubted specimen of the common spectre, which had so long eluded the scientific grasp. I was beside myself with delight. "Really, sir," I said cheerfully, "it is most kind of you to pay us this visit, and I'm sure my friend will only be too happy to hear your remarks. Of course you will permit me to call him." The apparition appeared somewhat surprised at the philosophic manner in which I received his advances, for ghosts are accustomed to find people faint away or scream with terror at their first appearance. But for my own part, I regarded him merely in the light of a very interesting phenomenon, which required immediate observation by 2 independent witnesses. However, he smothered his chagrin, for I believe he was really disappointed at my cool deportment, and answered that he would be very glad to see my friend if I wished it, though he had specially intended this visit for myself alone. I ran upstairs hastily and found Harry in his dressing-gown, on the point of removing his nether garments. "Harry," I cried breathlessly, "you must come downstairs at once. Algernon Egerton's ghost wants to speak to you." Harry held up the candle and looked in my face with great deliberation. "Jim, my boy," he said quietly, "you've been having too much whiskey." "Not a bit of it," I answered angrily. "Come downstairs and see. I swear to you positively that a thing, the very counterpart of Algernon Egerton's picture, is sitting in your easy-chair downstairs, anxious to convert you to a belief in ghosts." It took about 3 minutes to induce Harry to leave his room, but at last, merely to satisfy himself that I was demented, he gave way and accompanied me into the sitting-room. I was half afraid that the spectre would have taken umbrage from my long delay and gone off in a huff and a blue flame. But when we reached the room, there he was, in propria persona, gazing at his own portrait, or should I rather say his counterpart, on the wall with the utmost composure. "Well, Harry," I said, "what do you call that?" Harry put up his eyeglass, peered suspiciously at the phantom, and answered in a mollified tone, "It certainly is a most interesting phenomenon. It looks like a case of fluorescence, but you say the object can talk." "Decidedly," I answered. "It can talk as well as you or me." Allow me to introduce you to one another, gentlemen. Mr. Harry Stevens, Mr. Algernon Edgerton. For though you didn't mention your name, Mr. Edgerton, I presume from what you said that I am right in my conjecture. Quite right, replied the phantom, rising as it spoke, and making a low bow to Harry from the waist upward. I suppose your friend is one of the Lincolnshire Stevenses, sir? Upon my soul, said Harry, I haven't the faintest conception where my family came from. My grandfather, who made what little money we have got, was a cotton spinner at Rochdale, but he might have come from heaven knows where. I only know he was a very honest old gentleman, and he remembered me handsomely in his will. Indeed, sir, said the apparition coldly. My family were the Edgertons of Edgerton Castle in the county of Flint, Armageri, where ancestor Radulphus de Edgerton is mentioned in Doomsday as one of the esquires of Hugh Lupus, Earl Palatine of Chester. Radulphus de Edgerton had a son, whose history, said Harry, anxious to cut short these genealogical details, I have read in the annals of Flintshire, which lies in the next room, with the name you give as yours on the fly-leaf. But it seems, sir, you are anxious to converse with me on the subject of ghosts, as that question interests us all at present, much more than family descent. Will you kindly begin by telling me whether you yourself lay claim to be a ghost? Undoubtedly I do, replied the phantom. The ghost of Algernon Edgerton, formerly of Edgerton Castle? I interposed. Formerly and now, said the phantom in correction. I have long inhabited, and I will habitually inhabit, by night at least, the room in which we are at present seated. The deuce you do, said Harry warmly. This is a most illegal and unconstitutional proceeding. The house belongs to our landlord, Mr. Hay, and my friend here and myself have hired it for the summer, sharing the expenses and claiming the sole title to the use of the rooms. Harry omitted to mention that he took the best bedroom himself and put me off in a shabby little closet, while we divided the rent on equal terms. True, said the spectre good-humouredly, but you can't eject a ghost, you know. You may get a writ of habeas corpus, but the English law doesn't supply you with a writ of habeas animam. The infamous Jeffreys left me that at least. I am sure the enlightened 19th century wouldn't seek to deprive me of it. Well, said Harry, relenting, provided that you don't interfere with the experiments or make away with the tea and sugar, I'm sure I have no objection. But if you are anxious to prove to us the existence of ghosts, perhaps you will kindly allow us to make a few simple observations. With all the pleasure in death, answered the apparition courteously. Such, in fact, is the very object for which I've assumed visibility. In that case, Harry, I said, the correct thing will be to get out some paper and draw up a running report which we may both attest afterwards. A few simple notes on the chemical and physical properties of a spectre will be an interesting novelty for the Royal Society, and they ought all to be jotted down in black and white at once. This course having been unanimously determined upon as strictly regular, I laid a large folio of foolscap on the writing-table, and the apparition proceeded to put itself in an attitude for careful inspection. The first point to decide, said I, is obviously the physical properties of our visitor. Mr. Edgerton, will you kindly allow us to feel your hand? You may try to feel it if you like, said the phantom quietly, but I doubt if you will succeed to any brilliant extent. As he spoke, he held out his arm. Harry and I endeavored successively to grasp it. Our fingers slipped through the faintly luminous object, as though it were air or shadow. The phantom bowed forward his head. We attempted to touch it, but our hands once more passed unopposed across the whole face and shoulders, without finding any trace whatsoever of mechanical resistance. "Experienced the first," said Harry. "The apparition has no tangible material substratum." I seized the pen and jotted down the words as he spoke them. This was really turning out a very full-blown specimen of the ordinary ghost. "The next question to settle," I said, "is that of gravity. Harry, give me a hand out here with the weighing machine. Mr. Edgerton, will you be good enough to step upon this board?" Mirabile dictu, the board remained steady as ever. Not a tremor of the steel yard betrayed the weight of its shadowy occupant. "Experience the second," cried Harry in his cool scientific way. "The apparition has the specific gravity of atmospheric air." I jotted down this note also and quietly prepared for the next observation. "Wouldn't it be well," I inquired of Harry, "to try the weight in vacuo? It is possible that while the specific gravity in air is equal to that of the atmosphere, the specific gravity in vacuo may be zero. The apparition— Pray excuse me, Mr. Edgerton, if the terms in which I allude to you seem disrespectful, but to call you a ghost would be to prejudge the point at issue. The apparition may have no proper weight of its own at all." "It would be very inconvenient, though," said Harry, "to put the whole apparition under a bell-glass. In fact, we have none big enough. Besides, suppose we were to find that by exhausting the air we got rid of the object altogether, as is very possible. That would awkwardly interfere with the future prosecution of our researches into its nature and properties." "Permit me to make a suggestion," interposed the phantom. "If a person whom you choose to relegate to the neuter gender may be allowed to have a voice in so scientific a question, my friend, the ingenious Mr. Boyle, has lately explained to me the construction of his air-pump, which we saw at one of the Friday evenings at the Royal Institution. It seems to me that your object would be obtained if I were to put one hand only on the scale under the bell-glass and permit the air to be exhausted." "Capital," said Harry, and we got the air-pump in readiness accordingly. The spectre then put his right hand into the scale, and we plumped the bell-glass on top of it. The connecting portion of the arm shone through the severing glass, exactly as though the spectre consisted merely of an immaterial light. In a few minutes the air was exhausted, and the scales remained evenly balanced as before. "This experiment," said Harry judiciously, "slightly modifies the opinion which we formed from the preceding one. The specific gravity evidently amounts in itself to nothing, being as air in air and as vacuum in vacuo. Jot down the result, Jim, will you?" I did so faithfully, and then turning to the spectre, I observed, "You mentioned a Mr. Boyle, sir, just now. You allude, I suppose, to the father of chemistry?" "And uncle of the Earl of Cork," replied the apparition, promptly filling up the well-known quotation. "Exactly so, and I knew Mr. Boyle slightly during our lifetime, and I have known him intimately ever since he joined the majority. May I ask, while my friend makes the necessary preparations for the spectrum analysis and the chemical investigation, whether you are in the habit of associating much with, with other ghosts?" "Oh, yes, I see a good deal of society." "Contemporaries of your own, or persons of earlier and later dates?" "Dates really matter very little to us. We may have Socrates and Bacon, chatting in the same group. For my own part, I prefer modern society. I may say the society of the latest arrivals. That's exactly why I asked, said I. The excessively modern tone of your language and idioms struck me, so to speak, as a sort of anachronism with your restoration costume, an anachronism which I fancy I have noticed in many printed accounts of gentlemen from your portion of the universe. Your observation is quite true, replied the apparition. We continue always to wear the clothes which were in fashion at the time of our decease, but we pick up from newcomers the latest additions to the English language, and even, I may say, to the slang dictionary. I know many ghosts who talk familiarly of awfully jolly hops, and allude to their progenitors as the governor. Indeed, it is considered quite behind the times to describe a lady as vastly pretty, and poor Mr. Peep, who still preserves the antiquated idiom of his diary, is looked upon among us as a dreadfully slow old fogey. But why then, said I, do you wear your old costumes forever? Why not imitate the latest fashions from Pools and Worths, as well as the latest cant phrase from the popular novels? Why, my dear sir, answered the phantom, we must have something to mark our original period. Besides, most people to whom we appear know something about costume, while very few know anything about changes in idiom. That, I must say, seemed to me, in passing, a powerful argument indeed. And so we all preserve the dress which we habitually wore during our lifetime. Then, said Harry irreverently, looking up from his chemicals, the society in your part of the country must closely resemble a fancy dress ball. Without the tinsel and vulgarity, we flatter ourselves, answered the phantom. By this time the preparations were complete, and Harry inquired whether the apparition would object to our putting out the lights in order to obtain definite results with the spectroscope. Our visitor politely replied that he was better accustomed to darkness than to the painful glare of our paraffin candles. In fact, he added, only the strong desire which I felt to convince you of our existence as ghosts could have induced me to present myself in so bright a room. Light is very trying to the eyes of the spirits, and we generally take our constitutionals between 11 at night and 4 in the morning, stopping at home entirely during the moonlit half of the month. Ah, yes, said Harry, extinguishing the candles. I've read, of course, that your authorities exactly reverse our own Oxford rules. You are all gated, I believe, from dawn to sunset, instead of from sunset to dawn, and have to run away helter-skelter at the first streaks of daylight, for fear of being too late for admission without a fine of 2d. But you will allow that your usual habit of showing yourselves only in the very darkest places and seasons naturally militates somewhat against the credibility of your existence. If all apparitions would only follow your sensible example by coming out before 2 scientific people in a well-lighted room, they would stand a much better chance of getting believed. Though even in the present case, I must allow that I should have felt far more confidence in your positive reality if you'd presented yourself in broad daylight, when Jim and I hadn't punished the whiskey quite as fully as we've done this evening. When the candles were out, our apparition still retained its fluorescent, luminous appearance, and seemed to burn with a faint bluish light of its own. We projected a pencil through the spectroscope and obtained for the first time in the history of science the spectrum of a spectre. The result was a startling one indeed. We had expected to find lines indicating the presence of sulfur or phosphorus. Instead of that, we obtained a continuous band of pale luminosity, clearly pointing to the fact that the apparition had no known terrestrial element in its composition. Though we felt rather surprised at this discovery, we simply noted it down on our paper and proceeded to verify it by chemical analysis. The phantom obligingly allowed us to fill a small phial with the luminous matter, which Harry immediately proceeded to test with all the resources at our disposal. For purposes of comparison, I filled a corresponding phial with air from another part of the room, which I subjected to precisely similar test. At the end of half an hour we had completed our examination. The spectre meanwhile watched us with mingled curiosity and amusement, and we laid our written quantitative results side by side. They agreed to a decimal. The table, being interesting, deserves a place in this memoir. It ran as follows: Chemical analysis of an apparition. Atmospheric air, 96.45%. Aqueous vapor, 2.31%. Carbonic acid, 1.08%. Tobacco smoke, 0.16%. Volatile alcohol, a trace, adding up to 100%. The alcohol Harry plausibly attributed to the presence of glasses which had contained whiskey toddy. The other constituents would have been normally present in the atmosphere of a room where two fellows had been smoking uninterruptedly ever since dinner. This important experiment clearly showed that the apparition had no proper chemical constitution of its own, but consisted entirely of the same materials as the surrounding air. "Only one thing remains to be done now, Jim," said Harry, glancing significantly at the plain deal table in the corner, with whose uses we were both familiar. "But then the question arises, does this gentleman come within the meaning of the act? I don't feel certain about it in my own mind, and with the present unsettled state of public opinion on the subject, our first duty is to obey the law." "Within the meaning of the act?" I answered. "Decidedly not. The words of the 42nd section say distinctly, any living animal. Now, Mr. Edgerton, according to his own account, is a ghost, and has been dead for some 200 years or thereabouts, so we needn't have the slightest scruple on that account." "Quite so," said Harry in a tone of relief. "Well then, sir," turning to the apparition, "may I ask you whether you would object to our vivisecting you?" "Mortuosecting, you mean, Harry," I interposed parenthetically. "Let us keep ourselves strictly within the utmost letter of the law." "Vivisecting, mortuosecting," exclaimed the spectre with some amusement. "Really, the proposal is so very novel that I hardly know how to answer it. I don't think you will find it a very practicable undertaking, but still, if you like, yes, you may try your hands upon me." We were both much gratified at this generous readiness to further the cause of science, for which, to say the truth, we had hardly felt prepared. No doubt we were constantly in the habit of maintaining that vivisection didn't really hurt, and that rabbits or dogs rather enjoyed the process than otherwise. Still, we did not quite expect an apparition in human form to accede in this gentlemanly manner to a personal request which, after all, is rather a startling one. I seized our new friend's hand with warmth and effusion, though my emotion was somewhat checked by finding it slip through my fingers immaterially, and observed in a voice trembling with admiration, "Sir, you display a spirit of self-sacrifice which does honor to your head and heart. Your total freedom from prejudice is perfectly refreshing to the anatomical mind. If all subjects were equally ready to be vivisected, no, I mean mortuosected. Oh well, there," I added, for I began to perceive that my argument didn't hang together as subjects usually accepted mortuus section with the utmost resignation. Perhaps it wouldn't make much difference at all. Meanwhile, Harry had pulled the table into the center of the room and arranged the necessary instruments at one end. The bright steel had a most charming and scientific appearance, which added greatly to the general effect. I saw myself already in imagination, drawing up an elaborate report for the Royal Society and delivering a Crunian oration with diagrams and sections complete in illustration of the vascular system of a ghost. But alas, it was not to be. A preliminary difficulty, slight in itself, yet enormous in its preventive effects, unhappily defeated our well-made plans. "Before you lay yourself on the table," said Harry, gracefully indicating that article of furniture to the spectre with his lancet, "may I ask you to oblige me by removing your clothes? It is usual in all these operations to, in short, to proceed in puris naturalibus. As you have been so very kind in allowing us to operate upon you, of course you won't object to this minor but indispensable accompaniment." "Well, really, sir," answered the ghost, "I should have no personal objection whatsoever, but I'm rather afraid it can't be done. To tell you the truth, my clothes are an integral part of myself. Indeed, I consist chiefly of clothes, with only a head and hands protruding at the principal extremities. You must have noticed that all persons of my sort, about whom you have read or heard, were fully clothed in the fashion of their own day. I fear it would be quite impossible to remove these clothes. For example, how very absurd it would be to see the shadowy effect of a ghostly coat hanging up on a peg behind a door. The bare notion would be sufficient to cast ridicule upon the whole community. No, gentlemen, much as I would like to gratify you, I fear the thing is impossible. And to let the whole secret out, I'm inclined to think, for my part, that I haven't got any independent body whatsoever." "But surely," I interposed, "you must have some internal economy, or else how can you walk and talk? For example, have you a heart?" "Most certainly, my dear sir, and I humbly trust it is in the right place." "You misunderstand me," I repeated. "I am speaking literally, not figuratively. Have you a central vascular organ on your left-hand side, with 2 auricles and ventricles, a mitral and a tricuspid valve, and the usual accompaniment of aorta, pulmonary vein, pulmonary artery, systole and diastole, and so forth?" "Upon my soul, sir," replied the spectre with an air of bewilderment, "I have never even heard the names of these various objects to which you refer, and so I am quite unable to answer your question. But if you mean to ask whether I have something beating just under my fob, excuse the antiquated word, but as I wear the thing in question I must necessarily use the name, why then, most undoubtedly I have." "Will you oblige me, sir," said Harry, "by showing me your wrist? It is true I can't feel your pulse, owing to what you must acknowledge as a very unpleasant tenuity in your component tissues, but perhaps I may succeed in seeing it." The apparition held out its arm. Harry instinctively endeavored to balance the wrist in his hand, but of course failed in catching it. We were both amused throughout to observe how difficult it remained, after several experiences, to realize the fact that this visible object had no material and tangible background underlying it. Harry put up his eyeglass and gazed steadily at the phantom arm. Not a trace of veins or arteries could anywhere be seen. "Upon my word," he muttered, "I believe it's true, and the subject has no internal economy at all. This is really very interesting. As it is quite impossible to undress you, I observed, turning to our visitor, may I venture to make a section through your chest in order, if practicable, to satisfy myself as to your organs generally? Certainly, replied the good-humored spectre. I am quite at your service. I took my longest lancet from its case and made a very neat cut, right across the sternum, so as to pass directly through all the principal viscera. The effect, I regret to say, was absolutely nugatory. The two halves of the body reunited instantaneously behind the instrument, just as a mass of mercury reunites behind a knife. Evidently there was no chance of getting at the anatomical details, if any existed, underneath that brocaded waistcoat of phantasmagoric satin. We gave up the attempt in despair. And now, said the shadowy form, with a smile of conscious triumph, flinging itself easily but noiselessly into a comfortable armchair, I hope you are convinced that ghosts really do exist. I think I have pretty fully demonstrated to you my own purely spiritual and immaterial nature. Excuse me, said Harry, seating himself in his turn on the ottoman. I regret to say that I remain as skeptical as at the beginning. You have merely convinced me that a certain visible shape exists, apparently unaccompanied by any tangible properties. With this phenomenon I am already familiar in the case of phosphorescent gaseous effluvia. You also seem to utter audible words without the aid of a proper larynx or other muscular apparatus. But the telephone has taught me that sounds exactly resembling those of the human voice may be produced by a very simple membrane. You have afforded us probably the best opportunity ever given for examining a so-called ghost, but my private conviction at the end of it is that you are very likely an egregious humbug. I confess I was rather surprised at this energetic conclusion, for my own faith had been rapidly expanding under the strange experiences of that memorable evening, but the visitor himself seemed much hurt and distressed. Surely, he said, you won't doubt my word when I tell you plainly that I am the authentic ghost of Algernon Egerton. The word of an Egerton of Egerton Castle was always better than another man's oath, and it is so still, I hope. Besides, my frank and courteous conduct to you both tonight, and the readiness to which I have met all your proposals for scientific examination, certainly entitle me to better treatment at your hands. I must beg 10,000 pardons, Harry replied, for the plain language which I am compelled to use. But let us look at the case in a different point of view. During your occasional visits to the world of living men, you may sometimes have traveled on a railway carriage in your invisible form. I have taken a trip now and then, by a night train, of course, just to see what the invention was like. Exactly so. Well, now you must have noticed that a guard insisted from time to time upon waking up the sleepy passengers for no other purpose than to look at their tickets. Such a precaution might be resented, say, by an Egerton of Egerton Castle, as an insult to his veracity and honesty. But you see, the guard doesn't know an Egerton from a Muggins, and the mere word of a passenger to the effect that he belongs to that distinguished family is in itself of no more value than his personal assertion that his ticket is perfectly en règle. I see your analogy, and I must follow its remarkable force. Not only so, continued Harry firmly, but you must remember that in the case I have put, the guard is dealing with known beings of the ordinary human type. Now, when a living person introduces himself to me as Egerton of Egerton Castle, or Sir Roger Tichborne of Alresford, I accept his statement with a certain amount of doubt, proportionate to the natural improbability of the circumstances. But when a gentleman of shadowy appearance and immaterial substance, like yourself, makes a similar assertion, to the effect that he is Algernon Egerton, who died 200 years ago, then I am reluctantly compelled to acknowledge, even at the risk of hurting that gentleman's susceptible feelings, that I can form no proper opinion whatsoever of his probable veracity. Even men whose habits and constitution I familiarly understand cannot always be trusted to tell me the truth. How then can I expect implicitly to believe a being whose very existence contradicts all my previous experiences, and whose properties give the lie to all my scientific conceptions? A being who moves without muscles and speaks without lungs. Look at the possible alternatives, and then you will see that I am guilty of no personal rudeness when I respectfully decline to accept your uncorroborated assertions. You may be Mr. Algernon Egerton, it is true, and your general style of dress and appearance certainly bears out that supposition. But then you may equally well be his satanic majesty in person, in which case you can hardly expect me to credit your character for implicit truthfulness. Or again, you may be a mere hallucination of my fancy. I may be suddenly gone mad, or I may be totally drunk. And now that I look at the bottle, Jim, we must certainly allow that we have fully appreciated the excellent qualities of your capital Glenlivet. In short, a number of alternatives exist, any one of which is quite as probable as the supposition of your being a genuine ghost, which supposition I might therefore lay aside as a mere matter for the exercise of a suspended judgment. I thought Harry had him on the hip there, and the spectre evidently thought so too, for he rose at once and said rather stiffly, "I fear, sir, that you are a confirmed skeptic upon this point, and further argument might only result in one or the other of us losing his temper. Perhaps it would be better for me to withdraw. I have the honor to wish you a very good evening." He spoke once more with the hauteur and grand mannerisms of the old school, besides bowing very low at each of us separately, as he wished us good night. "Stop a moment," said Harry rather hastily. "I wouldn't for the world be guilty of any inhospitality, and least of all to a gentleman, however indefinite in his outline, who has been so anxious to afford us every chance of settling an interesting question as you have. Won't you take a glass of whiskey and water before you go, just to show there's no animosity?" "I thank you," answered the apparition in the same chilly tone. "I cannot accept your kind offer. My visit has already extended to a very unusual length, and I have no doubt I shall be blamed, as it is by more reticent ghosts, for the excessive openness with which I have conversed upon subjects generally kept back from the living world. Once more, with another ceremonious bow, I have the honor to wish you a pleasant evening." As he said these words, the fluorescent light brightened for a second, then faded entirely away. A slightly unpleasant odor also accompanied the departure of our guest. In a moment, spectre and scent alike disappeared, but careful examination with a delicate test exhibited a faint reaction which proved the presence of sulphur in small quantities. The ghost had evidently vanished, quite according to established precedent. We filled our glasses once more, drained them off meditatively, and turned into our bedrooms as the clock was striking 4. Next morning Harry and I drew up a formal account of the whole circumstance, which we sent to the Royal Society with a request that they would publish it in their Transactions. To our great surprise, that learned body refused the paper, I may say with contumely. We next applied to the Anthropological Institute, where, strange to tell, we met with a like inexplicable rebuff. Nothing daunted by our double failure, we dispatched a copy of our analysis to the Chemical Society, but the only acknowledgment accorded to us was a letter from the secretary, who stated that such a sorry joke was at once impertinent and undignified. In short, the scientific world utterly refuses to credit our simple and straightforward narrative, so that we are compelled to throw ourselves for justice upon the general reading public at large. As the latter invariably peruse the pages of Belgravia, I have ventured to appeal to them in the present article, confident that they will redress our wrongs and accept this valuable contribution to a great scientific question at its proper worth. It may be many years before another chance occurs for watching an undoubted and interesting apparition under such favorable circumstances for careful observation, and all the above information may be regarded as absolutely correct, down to 5 places of decimals. Still, it must be borne in mind that unless an apparition has been scientifically observed, as we 2 independent witnesses observed this one, the grounds for believing in its existence would have been next to none. And even after the clear evidence which we obtained of its immaterial nature, we yet remain entirely in the dark as to its objective reality, and we have not the faintest reason for believing it to have been a genuine, unadulterated ghost. At the best, we can only say that we saw and heard something, and that this something differed very widely from almost any other object we have ever seen and heard before. To leap at the conclusion that the something was therefore a ghost would be, I venture humbly to submit, without offense to the Psychical Research Society, a most unscientific and illogical specimen of that particular fallacy known as begging the question. The end of our scientific observations on a ghost.
The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. I was sick, sick unto death, with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin, even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt, of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment, and then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white, slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery. while the angel forms became meaningless specters with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished as if magically from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness, their flames went out utterly, the blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad, rushing descent, as of the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness and night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define or even to describe. Yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remembered not that we have dreamed in the return to life from the swoon. There are two stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden? While we marvel whence they come. He who has never swooned, is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces and coals that glow, is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view, is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower, is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence, down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness. The madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly thought and shuddering terror, and earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul, and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back, unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts, then, were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos da fe, and one of these had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This, I at once saw, could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold, big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not at least the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables. I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness, or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness. I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although in the disorder of my fancy it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length, and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time. When I stumbled and fell, my excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon wakening and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon the circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterwards I resumed my tour around the prison, and, with much toil, came at last upon the fragment of the surge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk I had counted 48 more. When arriving at the rag, there were in all, then, 100 paces. And admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault. For vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly, no hope in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet in a few seconds afterward, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this: my chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sudden plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom, and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more, and the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, there was the choice of death, with its direst physical agonies, or death, with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had courage to end my misery at once, by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when once again I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild sulphurous lustre, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble, vain indeed. For what could be of less importance, under the terrible circumstances which environed me, than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces, up to the period when I fell. I must then have been within a pace or two of the fragment of surge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and, upon awaking, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron, or some other metal in huge plates, whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace, with skeleton forms and other more really fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outline of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly, and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convulsions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to such an extent that I could, by a dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that in lieu of a scythe. He held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and of course slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glistening steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the horn's under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity in torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit typically of hell and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents, and I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Milder! I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror, more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing oscillations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages down, and still down it came. Days passed, it might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I fell suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but I felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again, notwithstanding its terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron. Still the fraying of my robe would be all that, for several minutes, it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not to go further than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if in so dwelling I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down steadily, down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity, to the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as the one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly, relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow? I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down still, unceasingly still, inevitably down, I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought, it now occurred to me that the bandage or syringical which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful, in that case, the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, how deadly. Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast.
The syringical enveloped my limbs and body, close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position, when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain. When I raised food to my burning lips, the whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with the nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. For many hours the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into an habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers, with the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained. I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank, alarmed, back. Many sought the well, but this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their ferocity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it, and leaped in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat, their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom, and chilled, with a heavy clamminess, my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must be already severed. With a more than human resolution I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the rope, it had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But moments of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison, when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free, I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered on to worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly. It was obvious, had taken place in the apartment for many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction. I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjuncture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure, about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distant, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal, even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted, I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting, oh, most demonic of men. I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impeded the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It bummed itself in upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror, oh! Any horror but this! With a shriek I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up shuddering, as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the king of terrors. The room had been square. I saw that 2 of its iron angles were now acute, 2 consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge, but the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool, might I not have known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? or if even that could I withstand its pressure. And now, flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its center, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At a length for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting into the abyss. It was that of General Lasalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. End of The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. Recording by Sarah Jobber.
The Story of the Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lord. The Story of the Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells. The scene amidst which Clayton told his last story comes back very vividly to my mind. There he sat, for the greater part of the time, in the corner of the authentic settle by the spacious open fire, and Sanderson sat beside him smoking the Broseley clay that bore his name. There was Evans, and that marvel among actors, Wish, who was also a modest man. We had all come down to the Mermaid Club that Saturday morning, except Clayton, who had slept there overnight, which indeed gave him the opening of his story. And we had golfed until golfing was invisible. We had dined, and we were in that mood of tranquil kindliness when men will suffer a story. When Clayton began to tell one, we naturally supposed he was lying. It may be that, indeed, he was lying. Of that the reader will speedily be able to judge as well as I. He began, it is true, with an air of matter-of-fact anecdote, but that, we thought, was only the incurable artifice of the man. "I say," he remarked, after a long consideration of the upward rain of sparks from the log that Sanderson had thumped, "you know, I was alone here last night." "Except for the domestics," said Wish. "Who sleep in the other wing," said Clayton. "Yes, well—" He pulled at his cigar for some little time, as though he still hesitated about his confidence. Then he said quite quietly, "I caught a ghost." "Caught a ghost, did you?" said Sanderson. "Where is it?" And Evans, who admires Clayton immensely and has been 4 weeks in America, shouted, "Caught a ghost, did you, Clayton? I'm glad of it. Tell us all about it right now." Clayton said he would in a minute, and asked him to shut the door. He looked apologetically at me. "There's no eavesdropping, of course, but we don't want to upset our very excellent service with any rumours of ghosts in the place. There's too much shadow and oak panelling to trifle with that. And this, you know, wasn't a regular ghost. I don't think it will come again, ever." "You mean to say you didn't keep it?" said Sanderson. "I hadn't the heart to," said Clayton. And Sanderson said he was surprised. We laughed, and Clayton looked aggrieved. "I know," he said, with a flicker of a smile. "But the fact is, it really was a ghost, and I'm as sure of it as I am that I'm talking to you now. I'm not joking. I mean what I say." Sanderson drew deeply at his pipe, with one reddish eye on Clayton, and then emitted a thin jet of smoke, more eloquent than many words. Clayton ignored the comment. "It is the strangest thing that has ever happened in my life. You know, I never believed in ghosts or anything of the sort before, ever. And then, you know, I bag one in a corner, and the whole business is in my hands." He meditated still more profoundly, and produced and began to pierce a second cigar with a curious little stabber he affected. "You talked to it?" asked Wish. "For the space, probably, of an hour." "Chatty," I said, joining the party of sceptics. "The poor devil was in trouble," said Clayton, bowed over his cigar end, and with the very faintest note of reproof. "Sobbing?" someone asked. Clayton heaved a realistic sigh at the memory. "Good Lord," he said. "Yes." And then, "Poor fellow, yes." "Where did you strike it?" asked Evans, in his best American accent. "I never realized," said Clayton, ignoring him. "The poor sort of thing a ghost might be." And he hung us up again for a time, while he sought for matches in his pocket, and lit and warmed to his cigar. "I took an advantage," he reflected at last. We were none of us in a hurry. "A character," he said, "remains just the same character for all that it's been disembodied. That's a thing we too often forget. People with a certain strength or fixity of purpose may have ghosts of a certain strength and fixity of purpose. Most haunting ghosts, you know, must be as one-idead as monomaniacs, and as obstinate as mules, to come back again and again. This poor creature wasn't." He suddenly looked up, rather queerly, and his eye went round the room. "I say it," he said, "in all kindliness, but that is the plain truth of the case. Even at the first glance, he struck me as weak." He punctuated with the help of his cigar. "I came upon him, you know, in the long passage. His back was towards me, and I saw him first. Right off, I knew him for a ghost. He was transparent and whitish. Clean through his chest, I could see the glimmer of the little window at the end. And not only his physique, but his attitude struck me as being weak. He looked, you know, as though he didn't know in the slightest whatever he meant to do. One hand was on the panelling, and the other fluttered to his mouth, like so." "What sort of physique?" said Sanderson. "Lean, you know, that sort of young man's neck that has two great flutings down the back, here and here, so. And a little meanish head with scrubby hair, and rather bad ears. Shoulders bad, narrower than the hips. Turn-down collar, ready-made short jacket, trousers baggy, and a little frayed at the heels. That's how he took me. I came very quietly up the staircase. I did not carry a light, you know. The candles are on the landing table, and there is that lamp, and I was in my list slippers, and I saw him as I came up. I stopped dead at that, taking him in. I wasn't a bit afraid. I think that in most of these affairs, one is never nearly so afraid or excited as one imagines one would be. I was surprised and interested. I thought, good Lord, he is a ghost at last. And I haven't believed for a moment in ghosts during the last 25 years. Said Wish. I suppose I wasn't on the landing a moment before he found out I was there. He turned on me sharply, and I saw the face of an immature young man. A weak nose, a scrubby little moustache, a feeble chin. So for an instant we stood, he looking over his shoulder at me, and regarded one another. Then he seemed to remember his high calling. He turned round, drew himself up, projected his face, raised his arms, spread his hands in approved ghost fashion, came towards me. As he did so, his little jaw dropped, and he emitted a faint, drawn-out boo. No, it wasn't. Not a bit dreadful. I'd dined. I'd had a bottle of champagne, and being all alone, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps even 4 or 5 whiskies. So I was as solid as rocks, and no more frightened than if I'd been assailed by a frog. Boo, I said. Nonsense. You don't belong to this place. What are you doing here? I could see him wince. Boo, he said. Boo be hanged. Are you a member? I said, and just to show I didn't care a pin for him, I stepped through a corner of him and made to light my candle. Are you a member? I repeated, looking at him sideways. He moved a little, so as to stand clear of me, and his bearing became crestfallen. No, he said, in answer to the persistent interrogation of my eye. I'm not a member. I'm a ghost. Well, that doesn't give you the run of the Mermaid Club. Is there anyone you want to see, or anything of that sort? And doing it as steadily as possible, for fear that he should mistake the carelessness of whiskey for the distraction of fear, I got my candle alight. I turned on him, holding it. What are you doing here? I said. He had dropped his hands and stopped his booing, and there he stood, abashed and awkward, the ghost of a weak, silly, aimless young man. I'm haunting, he said. You haven't any business to, I said, in a quiet voice. I'm a ghost, he said, as if in defence. That may be, but you haven't any business to haunt here. This is a respectable private club. People often stop here with nursemaids and children, and going about in the careless way you do, some poor little mite could easily come upon you and be scared out of her wits. I suppose you didn't think of that. No, sir, he said, I didn't. You should have done. You haven't any claim on the place, have you? Weren't murdered here or anything of that sort? None, sir. But I thought, as it was old and oak-panelled, that's no excuse. I regarded him firmly. Your coming here is a mistake, I said, in a tone of friendly superiority. I feigned, to see if I had my matches, and then looked up at him frankly. If I were you, I wouldn't wait for cockcrow. I'd vanish right away. He looked embarrassed. The fact is, sir, he began. I'd vanish, I said, driving it home. The fact is, sir, that somehow I can't. You can't? No, sir. There's something I've forgotten. I've been hanging about here since midnight last night, hiding in the cupboards of the empty bedrooms and things like that. I'm flurried. I've never come haunting before, and it seems to put me out. Put you out? Yes, sir. I've tried to do it several times, and it doesn't come off. There's some little thing has slipped me, and I can't get back. That You know, rather bowled me over. He looked at me in such an abject way that, for the life of me, I couldn't keep up quite the high, hectoring vein I had adopted. "That's queer," I said, and as I spoke, I fancied I heard someone moving about down below. "Come into my room and tell me more about it," I said. I didn't, of course, understand this, and I tried to take him by the arm. But, of course, you might as well have tried to take hold of a puff of smoke. I'd forgotten my number, I think. Anyhow, I remember going into several bedrooms. It was lucky I was the only soul in that wing, until I saw my traps. "Here we are," I said, and sat down in the armchair. "Sit down and tell me all about it. Seems to me you've got yourself into a jolly awkward position, old chap." "Well," he said, he wouldn't sit down. He'd prefer to flit up and down the room, if it was all the same to me. And so he did. And in a little while we were deep in a long and serious talk. And presently, you know, something of those whiskies and sodas evaporated out of me, and I began to realize just a little what a thundering, rum and weird business it was that I was in. There he was, semi-transparent, the proper conventional phantom, and noiseless, except for his ghost of a voice, flitting to and fro in that nice, clean, chintz-hung old bedroom. You could see the gleam of the copper candlesticks through him, and the lights on the brass fender, and the corners of the framed engravings on the wall. And there he was, telling me all about this wretched little life of his that had recently ended on Earth. He hadn't a particularly honest face, you know, but being transparent, of course, he couldn't avoid telling the truth. "Eh?" said Wish, suddenly sitting up in his chair. "What?" said Clayton. "Being transparent. Couldn't avoid telling the truth. I don't see it," said Wish. "I don't see it," said Clayton, with inimitable assurance. "But it is so, I can assure you, nevertheless. I don't believe he got once a nail's breadth off the Bible truth. He told me how he'd been killed. He went down into a London basement with a candle to look for a leakage of gas, and described himself as a senior English master in a London private school when that release occurred." "Poor wretch," said I. "That's what I thought, and the more he talked, the more I thought it. There he was, purposeless in life, and purposeless out of it. He talked of his father and mother and his schoolmaster, and all who had ever been anything to him in the world, meanly. He'd been too sensitive, too nervous. None of them had ever valued him properly or understood him, he said. He had never had a real friend in the world, I think. He had never had a success. He had shirked games and failed examinations. It's like that with some people, he said. Whenever I got into the examination room or anywhere, everything seemed to go. Engaged to be married, of course, to another oversensitive person, I suppose, when the indiscretion with the gas escape ended his affairs. "And where are you now?" I asked. "Not in—" He wasn't clear on that point at all. The impression he gave me was of a sort of vague, intermediate state, a special reserve for souls too non-existent for anything so positive as either sin nor virtue. I don't know. He was much too egotistical and unobservant. to give me any clear idea of the kind of place, kind of country there is on the other side of things. Wherever he was, he seems to have fallen in with a set of kindred spirits, ghosts of weak, cockney young men who were on a footing of Christian names. And among these, there was certainly a lot of talk about going haunting and things like that. Yes, going haunting. They seem to think haunting a tremendous adventure, and most of them funked it all the time. And so primed, he had come. But really, said Wish to the fire, these are the impressions he gave me, anyhow, said Clayton, modestly. I may, of course, have been in a rather uncritical state, but that was the sort of background he gave to himself. He kept flitting up and down, with his thin voice talking about his wretched self, and never a word of clear, firm statement from first to last. He was thinner and sillier and more pointless than if he had been real and alive. Only then, he would not have been in my bedroom here. If he had been alive, I should have kicked him out. Of course, said Evans. There are poor mortals like that, and there's just as much chance of their having ghosts as the rest of us, I admitted. What gave a sort of point to him, was the fact that he did not seem within limits to have found himself out. The mess he had made of haunting had depressed him terribly. He'd been told it would be a lark. He had come expecting it to be a lark. And here it was. Nothing but another failure added to his record. He proclaimed himself an utter, out-and-out failure. He said, and I can quite believe it, that he had never tried to do anything all his life that he hadn't made a perfect mess of, and through all the wastes of eternity he never would. If he had had sympathy, perhaps. He paused at that and stood regarding me. He remarked that, strange as it might seem to me, nobody, not anyone, ever, had given him the amount of sympathy I was doing now. I could see what he wanted straight away, and I determined to head him off at once. I may be a brute, but being the only real friend, the recipient of the confidences of one of these egotistical weaklings, ghost or body, is beyond my physical endurance. I got up briskly. Don't you brood on these things too much, I said. The thing you've got to do is to get out of this shop. You pull yourself together and try. I can't, he said. You try, I said, and try he did. Try, said Sanderson. How? Passes, said Clayton. Passes? Complicated series of gestures and passes with the hands. That's how he had come in, and that's how he had to get out again. Lord, what a business I had. But how could any series of passes, I began. My dear man, said Clayton, turning on me and putting a great emphasis on certain words. You want everything clear. I don't know how. All I know is that you do. That he did. Anyhow, at least, after a fearful time, he got his passes right and suddenly disappeared. Did you, said Sanderson slowly, observe the passes? Yes, said Clayton, and seemed to think. It was tremendously queer, he said. There we were, I and this thin, vague ghost, in that silent room, in this silent, empty inn, in this silent little Friday night town, Not a sound, except our voices, and a faint panting he made when he swung. There was the bedroom candle, and one candle on the dressing table alight. That was all. Sometimes one or other would flare up into a tall, lean, astonished flame for a space. And queer things happened. "I can't," he said. "I shall never." And suddenly he sat down on a little chair at the foot of the bed and began to sob and sob. Lord, what a harrowing, whimpering thing he seemed. "You pull yourself together," I said, and tried to pat him on the back, and my confounded hand went through him. By that time, I wasn't nearly so massive as I had been on the landing. I got the queerness of it full. I remember snatching back my hand out of him, as it were, with a little thrill, and walking over to the dressing table. "You pull yourself together," I said to him, "and try." And in order to encourage and help him, I began to try as well. "What?" said Sanderson. "The passes?" "Yes, the passes." "But," I said, moved by an idea that eluded me for a space. "This is interesting," said Sanderson, with his finger in his pipe bowl. "You mean to say this ghost of yours gave away—" "Did his level best to give away the whole confounded barrier? Yes." "He didn't," said Wish. "He couldn't, or you'd have gone there too." "That's precisely it," I said, finding my elusive idea put into words for me. "That is precisely it," said Clayton, with thoughtful eyes upon the fire. For just a little while there was silence. "And at last he did it," said Sanderson. "At last he did it. I had to keep him up to it hard, but he did it at last, rather suddenly. He despaired. We had a scene, and then he got up abruptly and asked me to go through the whole performance, slowly, so that he might see. I believe he said if I could see, I should spot what was wrong at once. And he did. "I know," he said. "What do you know?" said I. "I know," he repeated. Then he said, peevishly, "I can't do it if you look at me. I really can't. It's been that, partly all along. I'm such a nervous fellow that you put me out. Well, we had a bit of an argument. Naturally, I wanted to see, but he was as obstinate as a mule, and suddenly I had come over as tired as a dog. He tired me out. "All right," I said. "I won't look at you," and turned towards the mirror on the wardrobe by the bed. He started off very fast. I tried to follow him by looking in the looking-glass to see just what it was had hung. Round went his arms and his hands, so, and so, and so, and then, with a rush, came to the last gesture of all. You stand erect and open out your arms, and so, don't you know, he stood, and then he didn't. He didn't. He wasn't. I wheeled round from the looking-glass to him. There was nothing. I was alone, with the flaring candles and a staggering mind. What had happened? Had anything happened? Had I been dreaming? And then, with an absurd note of finality about it, the clock upon the landing discovered the moment was ripe for striking one. So, ping! And I was as grave and sober as a judge, with all my champagne and whisky gone into the vast serene, feeling queer, confoundedly queer. Queer, good Lord. He regarded his cigar ash for a moment. "That's all that happened," he said. "And then you went to bed?" asked Evans. What else was there to do? I looked Wish in the eye. We wanted to scoff. And there was something perhaps in Clayton's voice and manner that hampered our desire. And about these passes, said Sanderson. I believe I could do them now. Oh, said Sanderson, and produced a penknife and set himself to grub the dottle out of the bowl of his clay. Why don't you do them now? Said Sanderson, shutting his penknife with a click. That's what I'm going to do, said Clayton. They won't work, said Evans. If they do, I suggested. You know, I'd rather you didn't, said Wish, stretching out his legs. Why? Asked Evans. I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. But he hasn't got 'em right, said Sanderson, plugging too much tobacco in his pipe. All the same, I'd rather he didn't, said Wish. We argued with Wish. He said that for Clayton to go through those gestures was like mocking a serious matter. But you don't believe? I said. Wish glanced at Clayton, who was staring into the fire, weighing something in his mind. I do. More than half, anyhow, I do, said Wish. Clayton, said I, you're too good a liar for us. Most of it was all right, but that disappearance happened to be convincing. Tell us it's a tale of cock and bull. He stood up, without heeding me, took the middle of the hearthrug, and faced me. For a moment he regarded his feet thoughtfully, and then for all the rest of the time his eyes were on the opposite wall, with an intent expression. He raised his two hands slowly to the level of his eyes, and so began. Now, Sanderson is a Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the Four Kings, which devotes itself so ably to the study and elucidation of all the mysteries of Masonry, past and present. And among the students of this lodge, Sanderson is by no means the least. He followed Clayton's motions with a singular interest in his reddish eye. That's not bad, he said when it was done. You really do, you know, put things together, Clayton, in a most amazing fashion. But there's one little detail out. I know, said Clayton. I believe I could tell you which. Well, this, said Clayton, and did a queer little twist and writhing and thrust of the hands. Yes, that, you know, was what he couldn't get right, said Clayton. But how do you? Most of this business, and particularly how you invented it, I don't understand at all, said Sanderson. But just that phase, I do. He reflected. These happen to be a series of gestures connected with a certain branch of esoteric masonry. Probably you know, or else how? He reflected still further. I do not see I can do any harm in telling you just the proper twist. After all, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. I know nothing, said Clayton, except what the poor devil let out last night. Well, anyhow, said Sanderson, and placed his churchwarden very carefully upon the shelf over the fireplace. Then, very rapidly, he gesticulated with his hands. So, said Clayton, repeating. So, said Sanderson, and took his pipe in hand again. Ah, now, said Clayton, I can do the whole thing right. He stood up before the waning fire and smiled at us all. But I think there was just a little hesitation in his smile. If I begin, he said. I wouldn't begin, said Wish. It's all right, said Evans. Matter is indestructible. You don't think any jiggery-pokery of this sort is going to snatch Clayton into the world of shades? Not it. You may try, Clayton, so far as I'm concerned, until your arms drop off at the wrists. I don't believe that, said Wish, and stood up and put his arm on Clayton's shoulder. You've made me half believe in that story somehow, and I don't want to see the thing done. Goodness, said I. Here's Wish, frightened. I am, said Wish, with real or admirably feigned intensity. I believe that if he goes through these motions right, he'll go. He'll not do anything of the sort, I cried. There's only one way out of this world for men, and Clayton is 30 years from that. Besides, and such a ghost, do you think— Wish interrupted me by moving. He walked out from among our chairs and stopped beside the toll and stood there. Clayton, he said, you're a fool. Clayton, with a humorous light in his eyes, smiled back at him. Wish, he said, is right, and all you others are wrong. I shall go. I shall get to the end of these passes, and as the last swish whistles through the air, presto, this hearthrug will be vacant. The room will be blank amazement, and a respectably dressed gentleman of 15 stone will plump into the world of shades. I'm certain. So will you be. I decline to argue further. Let the thing be tried. No, said Wish, and made a step and ceased, and Clayton raised his hands once more to repeat the spirit's passing. By that time, you know, we were all in a state of tension, largely because of the behaviour of Wish. We sat, all of us, with our eyes on Clayton. I, at least, with a sort of tight, stiff feeling about me, as though from the back of my skull to the middle of my thighs my body had been changed to steel. And there, and with a gravity that was imperturbably serene, Clayton bowed and swayed and waved his hands and arms before us. As he drew towards the end, one piled up. One tingled in one's teeth. The last gesture, I have said, was to swing the arms out wide open, with the face held up. And when at last he swung out to this closing gesture, I ceased even to breathe. It was ridiculous, of course, but you know that ghost story feeling. It was after dinner, in a queer, old shadowy house. Would he? After all? There he stood, for one stupendous moment, with his arms open, and his upturned face assured and bright in the glare of the hanging lamp. We hung through that moment as if it were an age, and then came from all of us something that was half a sigh of infinite relief and half a reassuring no, for visibly he wasn't going. It was all nonsense. He'd told an idle story and carried it almost to conviction. That was all. And then, in that moment, the face of Clayton changed. It changed. It changed as a lit house changes when its lights are suddenly extinguished. His eyes were suddenly eyes that were fixed. His smile was frozen on his lips. And he stood there still. He stood there very gently swaying. That moment, too, was an age. And then, you know, chairs were scraping, things were falling, and we were all moving. His knees seemed to give, and he fell forward, and Evans rose and caught him in his arms. It stunned us all. For a minute, I suppose, no one said a coherent thing. We believed it, yet could not believe it. I came out of a muddled stupefaction to find myself kneeling beside him, and his vest and shirt were torn open, and Sanderson's hand lay on his heart. Well, The simple fact before us could very well wait our convenience. There was no hurry for us to comprehend. It lay there for an hour. It lies athwart my memory, black and amazing still to this day. Clayton had, indeed, passed into the world that lies so near to and so far from our own, and he had gone thither by the only road that mortal man may take. But whether he did indeed pass there by that poor ghost's incantation, nor whether he was stricken suddenly by apoplexy in the midst of an idle tale, as the coroner's jury would have us believe, is no matter for my judging. It's just one of those inexplicable riddles that must remain unsolved until the final solution of all things shall come. All I certainly know is that in the very moment, in the very instant of concluding those passes, he changed and staggered and fell down before us, dead. The end of the story of the Inexperienced Ghost by H.G. Wells, read by Allan Lord. The Sullivan Looking-Glass by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allan Lord. The Sullivan Looking-Glass by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Aunt Lois, said I, what was that story about Ruth Sullivan? Aunt Lois's quick black eyes gave a surprised flash, and she and my grandmother looked at each other a minute significantly. Who told you anything about Ruth Sullivan? She said sharply. Nobody. Somebody said you knew something about her, said I. I was holding a skein of yarn for Aunt Lois, and she went on winding in silence, putting the ball through loops and tangled places. Little boys shouldn't ask questions, she concluded at last, sententiously. Little boys that ask too many questions get sent to bed. I knew that of old, and rather wondered at my own hardihood. Aunt Lois wound on in silence, but looking in her face, I could see plainly that I had started an exciting topic. I should think, pursued my grandmother in her corner, that Ruth's case might show you, Lois, that a good many things may happen, more than you believe. Oh, well, Mother, Ruth's was a strange case, but I suppose there are ways of accounting for it. You believed Ruth, didn't you? Oh, certainly I believed Ruth. Why shouldn't I? Ruth was one of my best friends, and as true a girl as lives. There wasn't any nonsense about Ruth. She was one of the sort, said Aunt Lois reflectively, that I'd as soon trust as myself. When she said a thing was so and so, I knew it was so. Then if you think Ruth's story was true, pursued my grandmother, what's the reason you are always cavilling at things just 'cause you can't understand how they came to be so? Aunt Lois set her lips firmly, and wound with grim resolve. She was the very impersonation of that obstinate rationalism that grew up at the New England fireside, close alongside of the most undoubting faith in the supernatural. I don't believe such things, at last she snapped out, and I don't disbelieve them. I just let 'em alone. What do I know about 'em? Ruth tells me a story, and I believe her. I know what she saw beforehand came true in a most remarkable way. Well, I'm sure I've no objection. One thing may be true, or another, for all me. But just because I believe Ruth Sullivan, I'm not going to believe right and left all the stories in Cotton Mather, and all that anybody can hark up to tell. Not I. This whole conversation made me all the more curious to get at the story thus dimly indicated.
and so we beset Sam for information. "So your Aunt Lois wouldn't tell you nothing?" said Sam. "Want to know now? Sure?" "No. She said we must go to bed if we asked her." "That is a way folks has. But you see, boys," said Sam, while a droll, confidential expression crossed the lackluster dolefulness of his visage. "You see, I put you up to it, 'cause Miss Lois is so large and commanding in her ways, and so kind of up and down in all her doings, that I like once in a while to sort of gravel her. And I knowed enough to know that question would get her in a tight place. You see, your Aunt Lois was knowing to all this here about Ruth, so there were no getting away from it. And it's about as remarkable a providence as any of them of Mr. Cotton Mather's Magnilly. So if you'll come up in the bomb chamber this afternoon, where I got a lot of flax to hatch out, I'll tell you all about it." So that afternoon beheld Sam arranged at full length on a pile of top-toe in the bomb chamber, hatchling by proxy by putting Harry and myself to the service. "Well, now, boys, it's kind of refreshing to see how well you take hold," he observed. "Nothing like being industrious while you're young. Great sight better now than loafing off down in them meadows. In books and work and useful play, let my first years be past. So shall I give for every day some good account at last." "But Sam, if we work for you, you must tell us that story about Ruth Sullivan." "Lordy massy, yes, 'cause I will. I've had the best kind of chances of knowing all about that. Well, you see, there was old General Sullivan. He lived in state and grandeur in the old Sullivan house out to Roxbury. I been to Roxbury and seen that house at General Sullivan's. There was one time that I was a considerable spell looking round in Roxbury, and kind of seeing how things was there, and whether or no there mightn't be some sort of providential opening or something. I used to stay with Aunt Polly Ginger. She was sister to Mayheadable Ginger, General Sullivan's housekeeper, and had the in and out of the Sullivan house, and kind of kept the run of how things went and came in it. Polly, she was a kind of cousin of my mother's, and allers glad to see me. Fact was, I was pretty handy round house, and she used to save up her broken things and sich till I come round in the fall, and then I'd man 'em up and put the clock right, and split her up a lot of kindlings and board up the cellar windows and kind of make it sort of comfortable. She being a lone body and no man round. As I said, it was sort of convenient to have me, and so I just got the run of things in the Sullivan house pretty much as if I was one on 'em. General Sullivan, he kept a grand house, I tell you. You see, he come from the old country and felt sort of lordly and grand, and they used to have the greatest kind of doings there to the Sullivan house. You ought to seen that house. Great big front hall and great wide stairs. None of your steep kind that breaks a fella's neck to get up and down, but great broad stairs with easy rises. So they used to say you could have canted a pony up that stairway easy as not. Then there was great wide rooms, and sofas, and curtains, and great curtain bedsteads that looked sort of like fortifications, and pictures that was got in Italy and Rome and all them heathen places. You see, the general was a dreadful worldly old critter, and was all for the pomps and the vanities. Lordy mercy. I wonder what the poor old critter thinks about it all now, when his body's all gone to dust and ashes in the graveyard, and his soul's gone to eternity. Well, that ain't none of my business. Only it shows the vanity of riches in a kind of striking light, and makes me content that I never had none. But Sam, I hope General Sullivan wasn't a wicked man, was he? Well, I wouldn't say he was really wickeder than the run, but he was one of these here high-stepping, big-feeling fellas that seem to be having their portion in this life. Dreadful proud he was, and he was pretty much sot on this world, and kept a sort of court going on round him. Well, I don't judge him, nor nobody. Folks that has the world is apt to get sot on it. Don't none of us do more than middling well. But Sam, what about Ruth Sullivan? Ruth? Oh, yes, Ruth. Well, you see, the only crook in the old General's lot was he didn't have no children. Miss Sullivan, she was a beautiful woman, as handsome as a picture. But she never had but one child, and he was a son who died when he was a baby, and about broke her heart. And then this here Ruth was her sister's child, that was born about the same time, and when the boy died, they took Ruth home to sort of fill his place and kind of comfort up Miss Sullivan. And then Ruth's father and mother died, and they adopted her for their own and brought her up. Well, she grew up to be amazing handsome. Why, everybody said that she was just the light and glory of that old Sullivan place, and worth more'n all the pictures and the silver and the jewels and all there was in the house. And she was just so innocent and sweet that you never see nothing to beat it. Well, your Aunt Lois, she got acquainted with Ruth one summer when she was up to Old Town, a-visiting a Parson Lothrop's. Your Aunt Lois was a gal then, and a pretty good-looking one, too, and somehow or other she took to Ruth, and Ruth took to her. And when Ruth went home, they used to be riding backwards and forwards, and I guess the fact was, Ruth thought about as much as your Aunt Lois as she did of anybody. You see, your aunt was a kind of strong, up-and-down woman that always knew certain just what she did know. And Ruth, she was one of them gals that seemed sort of like a stray lamb or a dove that's sort of lost their way in the world and wants someone to show 'em where to go next. For, you see, the fact was, the old General and Madam, they didn't agree very well. He warn't well pleased that she didn't have no children, and she was sort of jealous of him, 'cause she got hold of some sort of story about how he was to have married somebody else over there in England. So she got sort of riled up, just as women will, the best on 'em, and they was pretty apt to have spats, and one could give t'other as good as they sent, and, by all accounts, they fit pretty lively sometimes. And, between the two, Ruth, she was sort of scared and fluttered like a dove that didn't know just where to settle. You see, there she was in that great wide house, where they was a feasting and a prancing and a dancing and a going on like Ahasuerus and Herodias and all them old scripture days. There was a coming and going, and there was great dinners and great doings, but no love. And you know, the scripture says, better is a dinner of yarbs where love is than a stalled ox, and hatred therewith. Well, I don't ought to say hatred, after all. I kind of reckon the old General did the best he could. The fact is, when a woman gets a kink in her head agin a man, the best honest don't allers do just the right thing. Anyway, Ruth, she was sort of forlorn, and didn't seem to take no comfort in the goings-on. The General, he was mighty fond on her, and proud on her, and there wasn't nothing too good for Ruth. He was free-handed, the General was. He dressed her up in silks and satins, and she had a maid to wait on her, and she had the sets of pearl and diamond, and Madam Sullivan, and she thought all the world on her, and kind of worshipped the ground she trod on, and yet Ruth was sort of lonesome. You see, Ruth wasn't calculated for grandeur. Some folks ain't. Why, that summer she spent out to Old Town, she was just as chirk and chipper as a wren, wearing her little sunbonnet and going a huckleberrying and a blackberrying and digging sweet flag and getting cowslips and dandelions. And she had a word for everybody, and everybody liked Ruth and wished her well. Well, she was sent for her health, and she got that, and more too. She got a sweetheart. You see, there was a Captain Oliver a-visitin' at the minister's that summer, a nice, handsome young man as ever was. He and Ruth and your Aunt Lois, they was together a good deal, and they was a-rambling and a-riding and a-sailing. And so Ruth and the captain went to where all the earth, and fell dead in love with each other. Your Aunt Lois, she was knowing to it, and all about it, 'cause Ruth, she was just one of them that couldn't take a step without somebody to talk to. Captain Oliver was of a good family in England, and so when he made bold to ask the old General for Ruth, he didn't say him nay, and it was agreed, as they was young, they should wait a year or two. If he and she was of the same mind, he should be free to marry her. Just right on that, the captain's regiment was ordered home, and he had to go, and the next they heard, it was sent off to India, and poor little Ruth, she kind of drooped and pined, but she kept true. I wouldn't have nothing to say to nobody that came out of her, for there was lots and cords of fellers as did come out of her. You see, Ruth had a taking way with her, and then she had the name of being a great heiress, and that allers draws fellers as molasses does flies. Well, then the news came that Captain Oliver was coming home to England, and the ship was took by the Algerines, and he was gone into slavery, there among them heathen Mohammedans and what not. Folks seemed to think it was all over with him, and Ruth might just as well give up first as last. And the old General, he'd come to think she might do better, and he kept introducing one and another and trying to marry her off. But Ruth, she wouldn't. She used to write sheets and sheets to your Aunt Lois about it, and I think Aunt Lois, she kept her grit up. Your Aunt Lois, she'd have stuck by a man to the end of time if been her case, and so she told Ruth. Well, then there was young Jeff Sullivan, the General's nephew. He turned up, and the General, he took a great fancy to him. He was next heir to the General, but he had been a pretty rackety youngster in his young days, off to sea and what not, and sort of considerable crop of wild oats. People said he'd been a pirating off there in South America. Lordy massy, nobody rightly knew where he had been or where he hadn't. All was, he turned up at last all alive and chipper as a skunk blackbird. Well, of course, he made his cart to Ruth, and the General, he rather backed him up in it. But Ruth, she wouldn't have nothing to say to him. Well, he come and took up his lodging at the General's, and he was just as slippery as an eel, and sort of slid into everything that was going on in the house and about it. He was here, and he was there, and he was everywhere, and having his say about this and that, and he got everybody pretty much under his thumb. And they used to say he wound the General round and round like a skein of yarn, but he couldn't come it round Ruth. Well, the General said she shouldn't be forced, and Jeff, he was smooth as satin, and said he'd be willing to wait as long as Jacob did for Rachel. And so there he sat down, a-watching, as patient as a cat at a mouse hole, 'cause the General, he was thick-set and short-necked and drank pretty free, and was one of the sort that might pop off any time. Well, Miss Sullivan, she beset the General to make a provision for Ruth, 'cause she told him, very sensible, that he brought her up in luxury, and that it wasn't fair not to settle something on her. And so the General, he said he'd make a will and part the property equally between them. And he says to Jeff that if he played his part, as a young fella ought to know how, it would all come to him in the end. 'Cause they hadn't heard nothing from Captain Oliver for 3 or 4 years, and folks about settled it that he must be dead. Well, the General, he got a letter about an estate that had come to him in England, and he had to go over. Well, living on the next estate was the very cousin of the General's that he was to have married when they was both young. The lands joined so that the grounds run together. What came between them two, nobody knows, but she never married, and there she was. There was high words between the General and Madam Sullivan about his going over. She said there wasn't no sort of need on it, and he said there was, and she said she hoped she should be in her grave afore he come back, and he said she might suit herself about that for all him. That was the story that the housekeeper told to Aunt Polly, and Aunt Polly, she told me. These here squabbles, somehow allers does kind of leak out one way or t'other. Anyhow, it was a house divided agin itself at the General's when he was a-fixing out for the voyage. There was Ruth a-going first to one and then to t'other, and trying all she could to keep peace between 'em. And there was this here Master Slick-tongue talking this way to one side and that way to t'other, and the old General kind of like a shuttlecock atween 'em. Well, then the night afore he sailed, the General, he had his lawyer up in his library there, a-looking over all his papers and bonds and things, and a-witnessing his will. And Master Jeff was there, as lively as a cricket, a-going into all affairs and offering to take precious good care while he was gone. And the General, he had his papers and letters out, a-sorting on 'em over, which was to be took to the old country, and which was to be put in a trunk to go back to Lawyer Dennis's office. Well, Abner Ginger, Polly's boy, he that was footman and waiter then at the General's, he told me that about 8 o'clock that evening he went up with hot water and lemons and spirits and sich, and he see the great green table in the library all strewed and covered with piles of papers, and there was 10 boxes a-standing round, and the General a-packing the trunk, and the young Master Jeff as lively and helpful as a rat that smells cheese. And then the General, he says, "Abner," says he, "can you write your name?" "I should hope so, General," says Abner. "Well, then, Abner," says he, "this is my last will, and I want you to witness it." And so Abner, he put down his name opposite to a place with a wafer and a seal. And then the general, he says, Abner, you tell Ginger to come here. That, you see, was his housekeeper, my Aunt Polly's sister, and a likely woman as ever was. And so they had her up, and she put down her name to the will. And then Aunt Polly, she was had up. She was drinking tea there that night, and she put down her name, and all of 'em did it with good heart, 'cause it had got about among 'em that the will was to provide for Miss Ruth. For everybody loved Ruth, you see, and there was considerable many stories kind of going the rounds about Master Jeff and his doings. And they did say he sort of kept up the strife between the general and my lady, and so they didn't think none too well of him. And as he was next of kin, and Miss Ruth wan't none of the general's blood, you see, she was Miss Sullivan's sister's child. Of course, there wasn't nothing go to Miss Ruth in way of law, and so that was why the signing of that our will was so much talked about among them. Well, you see, the general, he sailed the next day, and Jeff, he stayed by to keep watch of things. Well, the old general, he got over safe, for Miss Sullivan, she had a letter from him all right. When he got away, his conscience sort of nagged him, and he was minded to be a good husband. At any rate, he wrote a good, loving letter to her, and sent his love to Ruth, and sent over lots of little keepsakes and things for her, and told her that he left her under good protection, and wanted her to try and make up her mind to marry Jeff, as that would keep the property together. Well, now, there couldn't be no sort of sugar sweeter than Jeff was to them lone women. Jeff was one of the sort that could be all things to all women. He waited and he tended, and he was as humble as any snake in the grass that ever you see, and the old lady, she clean fell in with him. But Ruth, she seemed to have a regular spite agin him, and she that were as gentle as a lamb, that never had so much as a hard thought of a mortal critter, and wouldn't tread on a worm. She was so set agin Jeff that she wouldn't so much as touch his hand when she got out o' her carriage. Well, now comes the strange part of my story. Ruth was one of the kind that has the gift of seeing, and she was born with a veil over her face. This mysterious piece of psychological information about Ruth was given with a look and air that announced something very profound and awful, and we both took up the inquiry. Born with a veil over her face, how should that make her see? Well, boys, how should I know? But the fact is so. There's those as is well known as has the gift of seeing what others can't see. They can see through walls and houses, they can see people's hearts, they can see what's to come. They don't know nothing how 'tis, but this here knowledge comes to 'em. It's a great gift, and that sort's born with the veil over their faces. Ruth was all these here. Old Granny Badger, she was the knowingest old nurse in all these parts, and she was with Ruth's mother when she was born, and she told Lady Lothrop all about it. Says she, you may depend upon it, that child'll have the second sight, says she. Oh, that our fact was well known. Well, that was the reason why Jeff Sullivan couldn't come it round Ruth, though he was silkier than a milkweed pod, and just about as patient as a spider in his hole a-watching to get his grip on a fly. Ruth wouldn't argue with him, and she wouldn't flout him, but she just shut herself up in herself and kept a lookout on him. But she told your Aunt Lois just what she thought about him. Well, in about 6 months come the news that the general was dead. He dropped right down in his tracks, dead with apoplexy, as if he had been shot. And Lady Maxwell, she read a long letter to my lady and Ruth. You see, he got to be Sir Thomas Sullivan over there, and he was a-comin' home to take 'em all over to England to live in grandeur. Well, my Lady Sullivan, she was then, you see, she took it dreadful hard. If they'd have been the lovingest couple in the world, she couldn't have took it harder. And Polly, she said it was all 'cause she thought so much of him that she fit him so. There's women that think so much of their husbands that they won't let 'em have no piece of their life. And I expect it was so with her, poor soul. Anyway, she went right down smack when she heard he was dead. She was bad, sick, when the news come, and she never spoke nor smiled. Just turned her back to everybody, and kinda wilted and was dead in a week. And there was poor little Ruth, left all alone in the world, with neither kith nor kin but Jeff. Well, when the funeral was over, and the time appointed to read the will and settle up matters, there wasn't no will to be found nowhere, high nor low. Lloyd Dean, he flew round like a parched pea on a shovel. He said he thought he could have gone in the darkest night and put his hand on that there will, but when he went where he thought it was, he found it wasn't there, and he knowed he'd kept it under lock and key. What he thought was the will turned out to be an old mortgage. Well, there was an awful row and a to-do about it, you may be sure. Ruth, she just said nothing, good or bad, and her not speaking made Jeff a sight more uncomfortable than if she'd have had it out with him. He told her it shouldn't make no sort of difference, that he should allers stand ready to give her all he had if she'd only take him with it. And when it came to that, she only gave him a look and went out of the room. Jeff, he fled and flounced and talked and went round and round a rumpussin among the papers, but no will was forthcoming, high or low. Well, now here comes what's remarkable. Ruth, she told this here, all the particulars, to your Aunt Lois and Lady Lothrop. She said that the night after the funeral, she went up to her chamber. Ruth had the great front chamber, opposite to Miss Sullivan's. I've been in it. It was a monstrous big room, with outlandish furniture in it, that the General brought over from an old palace out to Italy. And there was a great big looking-glass over the dressing table that they said come from Venice, that swung so that you could see the whole room in it. Well, she was a-standing front of this, just going to undress herself, a-hearing the rain drip on the leaves and the wind a-wishing and a-whispering in the old elm trees, and just a-thinking over her lot, and what should she do now, all alone in the world, when of a sudden she felt a kind of lightness in her head, and she thought she seemed to see somebody in the glass a-moving, and she looked behind, and there wasn't nobody there. Then she looked forward in the glass and saw a strange big room that she'd never seen before, with a long painted window in it, and alongside of this stood a tall cabinet with a good many drawers in it, and she saw herself, and knew that it was herself in this room, along with another woman whose back was turned towards her. She saw herself speak to this woman and bend to the cabinet. She saw the woman nod her head. She saw herself go to the cabinet and open the middle drawer and take out a bundle of papers from the very back end on it. She saw her take out a paper from the middle and open it and hold it up, and she knew that there was the missing will. Well, it all overcame her, so that she fainted clean away, and her maid found her a-lying front of the dressing table on the floor. She was sick of a fever for a week or fortnight at her, and your Aunt Lois, she was down taking care of her, and as soon as she got able to be moved, she was took out to Lady Lothrop's. Jeff, he was just as attentive and good as he could be, but she wouldn't bear him near her room. If he so much as set a foot on the stairs that led to it, she'd know it, and got so wild that he had to be kept from coming into the front of the house. But he was doing his best to buy up good words from everybody. He paid all the servants double. He kept everyone in their places, and did so well by 'em all that the general word among 'em was that Miss Ruth couldn't do better than to marry such a nice, open-handed gentleman. Well, Lady Lothrop, she wrote to Lady Maxwell all that had happened, and Lady Maxwell, she sent over for Ruth to come over and be a companion for her, and said she'd adopt her and be as a mother to her. Well, then Ruth, she went over with some gentlefolks that was going back to England, and offered to see her safe and sound, and so she was set down at Lady Maxwell's manor. It was a grand place, she said, and such as she'd never see before, like them old gentry places in England. And Lady Maxwell, she made much of her, and cosseted her up for the sake of what the old general had said about her. And Ruth, she told her all her story, and how she believed that the will was to be found somewhere, and that she should be led to see it yet. She told her, too, that she felt it in her that Captain Oliver wasn't dead, and that he'd come back yet. And Lady Maxwell, she took up for her with might and main, and said she'd stand by her. But then, you see, so long as there warn't no will to be found, there warn't nothing to be done. Jeff was the next heir, and he got everything, stock and lot and the estate in England into the bargain. And folks was beginning to think pretty well of him, as folks allers does when a body is up in the world and has houses and lands. Lordy massy, riches allers covers a multitude of sins. Finally, when Ruth had been 6 months with her, one day Lady Maxwell got to telling her all about her history, and what had been between her and her cousin when they was young, and how they had a quarrel, and he flung off to America, and all them things that it don't do folks no good to remember when it's all over and can't be helped. But she was a lone body, and it seemed to do her good to talk about it. Finally, she says to Ruth, says she, "I'll show you a room in this house you hain't seen before. It was the room where we had that quarrel," says she, "and the last I saw him was there, till he come back to die," says she. So she took a great key out of her bunch, and she led Ruth along a long passageway to the other end of the house, and opened on a great library. And the minute Ruth came in, she threw up her hands and gin a great cry. "Oh," says she, "this is the room, and there is the window, and there is the cabinet, and there in that middle drawer at the back end in a bundle of papers is the will." And Lady Maxwell, she said, quite dazed, "Go look," says she. And Ruth went, just as she seed herself do, and opened the drawer, and drew forth from the back part a yellow pile of old letters, and in the middle of those was the will, sure enough. Ruth drew it out, and opened it, and showed it to her. Well, you see, that will gives Ruth the whole of the General's property in America, though it did leave the English estate to Jeff. Well, the end on it was like a storybook. Jeff, he made believe be mighty glad, and he said it must have been that the General had got flustered with the spirit and water and put that there will in among his letters that he was a-doing up to take back to England, for it was in among Lady Maxwell's letters that she writ him when they was young, and that he'd a-kept all these years and was a-taken back to her. Well, Lawyer Dean said he was sure that Jeff made himself quite busy and useful that night, tying up the papers with red tape and a-packing the General's trunk, and that when Jeff gin him his bundle to lock up in his box, he never mistrusted but what he'd got it all right. Well, you see, it was just one of them things that can't be known to the Judgment Day. It might have been an accident, and then again it might not, and folks settled it one way or t'other, according to their opinion of Jeff. But you see how amazing handy for him it happened? Why, if it hadn't been for the providence I've been a-telling about, there it might have lain in them old letters that Lady Maxwell said she never had the heart to look over. They never would have turned up in the world. Well, said I, what became of Ruth? Oh, Captain Oliver, he came back all alive and escaped from the Algerines, and they was married in King's Chapel and lived in the old Sullivan house in peace and prosperity. That's just how the story was, and how Aunt Lois could make what she's a mind to out on it. And what became of Jeff? Oh, he started to go over to England, and the ship was wrecked off the Irish coast, and that was the last of him. He never got to his property. Good enough for him, said both of us. Well, I don't know. 'Twas pretty hard on Jeff. Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't. I'm glad I wasn't in his shoes, though. I'd rather never had nothing. This here hasting to be rich, it's such a dreadful temptation. Well, now, boys, you've done a nice lot of flax, and I guess we'll go up to your grandfather's cellar and get a mug of cider. Talking always gets me dry.
End of The Sullivan Looking Glass. Read by Allan Lord.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Read for LibriVox.org by N.R. Collard. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" He cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily, with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live. And with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless nonentity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum. And when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operation is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and of course its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted, dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks, like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist. I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait, that compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly, the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marvelled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast, of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real. And it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel it can see me. Or rather, that it is aware of me, with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. O God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness, that is its very essence, and still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centred in his eyes, lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, some day, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "of, I can name it only, aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of this awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting, waiting for that which will come. What it is I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. "Think, think," I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you." End of story. This recording is in the public domain.
The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil J.B. I have always noticed a prevalent want of courage, even among persons of superior intelligence and culture, as to imparting their own psychological experiences when those have been of a strange sort. Almost all men are afraid that what they could relate in such wise would find no parallel or response in a listener's internal life, and might be suspected or laughed at. A truthful traveller, who should have seen some extraordinary creature in the likeness of a sea serpent, would have no fear of mentioning it. But the same traveller, having had some singular presentiment, impulse, vagary of thought, vision, so-called, dream, or other remarkable mental impression, would hesitate considerably before he would own to it. To this reticence I attribute much of the obscurity in which such subjects are involved. We do not habitually communicate our experiences of these subjective things as we do our experiences of objective creation. The consequence is that the general stock of experience in this regard appears exceptional, and really is so, in respect of being miserably imperfect. In what I am going to relate, I have no intention of setting up, opposing, or supporting any theory whatever. I know the history of the bookseller of Berlin. I have studied the case of the wife of a late Astronomer Royal, as related by Sir David Brewster, and I have followed the minutest details of a much more remarkable case of spectral illusion, occurring within my private circle of friends. It may be necessary to state as to this last that the sufferer, a lady, was in no degree, however distant, related to me. A mistaken assumption on that head might suggest an explanation of a part of my own case, but only a part, which would be wholly without foundation. It cannot be referred to my inheritance of any developed peculiarity, nor had I ever before any at all similar experience, nor have I ever had any at all similar experience since. It does not signify how many years ago, or how few, a certain murder was committed in England, which attracted great attention. We hear more than enough of murderers as they rise in succession to their own atrocious eminence, and I would bury the memory of this particular brute, if I could, as his body was buried, in Newgate Jail. I purposely abstain from giving any direct clue to the criminal's individuality. When the murder was first discovered, no suspicion fell, or I ought rather to say, for I cannot be too precise in my facts, it was nowhere publicly hinted that any suspicion fell, on the man who was afterwards brought to trial. As no reference was made at that time to him in the newspapers, it is obviously impossible that any description of him can at that time have been given in the newspapers. It is essential that this fact be remembered. Unfolding at breakfast my morning paper, containing the account of that first discovery, I found it to be deeply interesting, and I read it with close attention. I read it twice, if not 3 times. The discovery had been made in a bedroom, and when I laid down the paper, I was aware of a flash, rush, flow, I do not know what to call it, no word I can find is satisfactorily descriptive, in which I seemed to see that bedroom passing through my room like a picture impossibly painted on a running river. Though almost instantaneous in its passing, it was perfectly clear, so clear that I distinctly, and with a sense of relief, observed the absence of the dead body from the bed. It was in no romantic place that I had this curious sensation, but in chambers in Piccadilly, very near to the corner of St. James's Street. It was entirely new to me. I was in my easy chair at the moment, and the sensation was accompanied with a peculiar shiver which started the chair from its position. But it is to be noted that the chair ran easily on casters. I went to one of the windows. There are two in the room, and the room is on the second floor, to refresh my eyes with the moving objects down in Piccadilly. It was a bright autumn morning, and the street was sparkling and cheerful. The wind was high. As I looked out, it brought down from the park a quantity of fallen leaves, which a gust took and whirled into a spiral pillar. As the pillar fell and the leaves dispersed, I saw two men on the opposite side of the way, going from west to east. They were one behind the other. The foremost man often looked back over his shoulder. The second man followed him, at a distance of some 30 paces, with his right hand menacingly raised. First, the singularity and steadiness of this threatening gesture in so public a thoroughfare attracted my attention, and next, the more remarkable circumstance that nobody heeded it. Both men threaded their way among the other passengers with a smoothness hardly consistent even with the action of walking on a pavement, and no single creature that I could see gave them place, touched them, or looked after them. In passing before my windows, they both stared up at me. I saw their two faces very distinctly, and I knew that I could recognize them anywhere. Not that I had consciously noticed anything very remarkable in either face, except that the man who went first had an unusually lowering appearance, and that the face of the man who followed him was of the colour of impure wax. I am a bachelor, and my valet and his wife constitute my whole establishment. My occupation is in a certain branch bank, and I wish that my duties as head of a department were as light as they are popularly supposed to be. They kept me in town that autumn, when I stood in need of change. I was not ill, but I was not well. My reader is to make the most that can be reasonably made of my feeling jaded, having a depressing sense upon me of a monotonous life, and being, quote, slightly dyspeptic. I am assured by my renowned doctor that my real state of health at that time justifies no stronger description, and I quote his own from his written answer to my request for it. As the circumstances of the murder, gradually unravelling, took stronger and stronger possession of the public mind, I kept them away from mine by knowing as little about them as was possible in the midst of the universal excitement. But I knew that a verdict of wilful murder had been found against the suspected murderer, and that he had been committed to Newgate for trial. I also knew that his trial had been postponed over one sessions of the Central Criminal Court on the ground of general prejudice and want of time for the preparation of the defence. I may further have known, but I believe I did not, when or about when the sessions to which his trial stood postponed would come on. My sitting room, bedroom, and dressing room are all on one floor. With the last there is no communication but through the bedroom. True, there is a door in it, once communicating with the staircase, but a part of the fitting of my bath has been, and had then been for some years, fixed across it. At the same period, and as part of the same arrangement, the door had been nailed up and canvassed over. I was standing in my bedroom late one night, giving some directions to my servant before he went to bed. My face was towards the only available door of communication with the dressing room, and it was closed. My servant's back was towards the door. While I was speaking to him, I saw it open, and a man look in, who very earnestly and mysteriously beckoned to me. That man was the man who had gone second of the two along Piccadilly, and whose face was the colour of impure wax. The figure, having beckoned, drew back and closed the door. With no longer pause than was made by my crossing the bedroom, I opened the dressing-room door and looked in. I had a lighted candle already in my hand. I felt no inward expectation of seeing the figure in the dressing-room, and I did not see it there. Conscious that my servant stood amazed, I turned round to him and said, "Derek, could you believe that in my cool senses I fancied I saw a—" As I there laid my hand upon his breast, with a sudden start he trembled violently, and said, "Oh Lord, yes, sir, a dead man beckoning." Now I do not believe that this John Derrick, my trusty and attached servant for more than 20 years, had any impression whatever of having seen any such figure until I touched him. The change in him was so startling when I touched him that I fully believe he derived his impression in some occult manner from me at that instant. I bade John Derrick bring some brandy, and I gave him a dram, and was glad to take one myself. Of what had preceded that night's phenomenon, I told him not a single word. Reflecting on it, I was absolutely certain that I had never seen that face before, except on the one occasion in Piccadilly. Comparing its expression when beckoning at the door with its expression when it had stared up at me as I stood at my window, I came to the conclusion that on the first occasion it had sought to fasten itself upon my memory, and that on the second occasion it had made sure of being immediately remembered. I was not very comfortable that night, though I felt a certainty, difficult to explain, that the figure would not return. At daylight I fell into a heavy sleep, from which I was awakened by John Derrick's coming to my bedside with a paper in his hand. This paper, it appeared, had been the subject of an altercation at the door between its bearer and my servant. It was a summons to me to serve upon a jury at the forthcoming sessions of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey. I had never before been summoned on such a jury, as John Derrick well knew. He believed, I am not certain at this hour whether with reason or otherwise, that that class of jurors were customarily chosen on a lower qualification than mine, and he had at first refused to accept the summons. The man who served it had taken the matter very coolly. He had said that my attendance or non-attendance was nothing to him. There the summons was, and I should deal with it at my own peril, and not at his. For a day or two I was undecided whether to respond to this call, or take no notice of it. I was not conscious of the slightest mysterious bias, influence, or attraction one way or other. Of that I am as strictly sure as of every other statement that I make here. Ultimately, I decided, as a break in the monotony of my life, that I would go. The appointed morning was a raw morning in the month of November. There was a dense brown fog in Piccadilly, and it became positively black, and in the last degree oppressive, east of Temple Bar. I found the passages and staircases of the courthouse flaringly lighted with gas, and the court itself similarly illuminated. I think that, until I was conducted by officers into the old court and saw its crowded state, I did not know that the murderer was to be tried that day. I think that, until I was so helped into the old court with considerable difficulty, I did not know into which of the two courts sitting my summons would take me. But this must not be received as a positive assertion, for I am not completely satisfied in my mind on either point. I took my seat in the place appropriated to jurors in waiting, and I looked about the court as well as I could through the cloud of fog and breath that was heavy in it. I noticed the black vapour hanging like a murky curtain outside the great windows, and I noticed the stifled sound of wheels on the straw or tan that was littered in the street. Also the hum of the people gathered there, which a shrill whistle or a louder song or hail than the rest occasionally pierced. Soon afterwards the judges, 2 in number, entered and took their seats. The buzz in the court was awfully hushed. The direction was given to put the murderer to the bar. He appeared there, and in that same instant I recognised in him the first of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. If my name had been called then, I doubt if I could have answered to it audibly. But it was called about 6th or 8th in the panel, and I was by that time able to say, "Here." Now, observe. As I stepped into the box, the prisoner, who had been looking on attentively, but with no sign of concern, became violently agitated, and beckoned to his attorney. The prisoner's wish to challenge me was so manifest that it occasioned a pause, during which the attorney, with his hand upon the dock, whispered with his client and shook his head. I afterwards had it from that gentleman that the prisoner's first affrighted words to him were, "At all hazards, challenge that man." But that, As he would give no reason for it, and admitted that he had not even known my name until he heard it called and I appeared, it was not done. Both on the ground already explained, that I wished to avoid reviving the unwholesome memory of that murderer, and also because a detailed account of his long trial is by no means indispensable to my narrative, I shall confine myself closely to such incidents in the 10 days and nights during which we, the jury, were kept together, as directly bear on my own curious personal experience. It is in that, and not in the murderer, that I seek to interest my reader. It is to that, and not to a page of the Newgate calendar, that I beg attention. I was chosen foreman of the jury. On the second morning of the trial, after evidence had been taken for 2 hours, I heard the church clock strike, happening to cast my eyes over my brother jurymen, I found an inexplicable difficulty in counting them. I counted them several times, yet always with the same difficulty. In short, I made them one too many. I touched the brother juryman, whose place was next to me, and I whispered to him, "Oblige me by counting us." He looked surprised by the request, but turned his head and counted. "Why," says he, suddenly, "we are but no, it's not possible. No, we are 12. According to my counting that day, we were always right in detail, but in the gross we were always one too many. There was no appearance, no figure to account for it, but I now had an inward foreshadowing of the figure that was surely coming. The jury were housed at the London Tavern. We all slept in one large room on separate tables, and we were constantly in the charge and under the eye of the officer sworn to hold us in safekeeping. I see no reason for suppressing the real name of that officer. He was intelligent, highly polite and obliging, and, I was glad to hear, much respected in the city. He had an agreeable presence, good eyes, enviable black whiskers, and a fine sonorous voice. His name was Mr. Harker. When we turned into our 12 beds at night, Mr. Harker's bed was drawn across the door. On the night of the second day, not being disposed to lie down and seeing Mr. Harker sitting on his bed, I went and sat beside him and offered him a pinch of snuff. As Mr. Harker's hand touched mine in taking it from my box, a peculiar shiver crossed him, and he said, "Who is this?" Following Mr. Harker's eyes and looking along the room, I saw again the figure I expected, the second of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. I rose and advanced a few steps, then stopped and looked round at Mr. Harker. He was quite unconcerned, laughed, and said in a pleasant way, I thought for a moment we had a 13th juryman without a bed, but I see it is the Moonlight." Making no revelation to Mr. Harker, but inviting him to take a walk with me to the end of the room, I watched what the figure did. It stood for a few moments by the bedside of each of my 11 brother jurymen, close to the pillow. It always went to the right-hand side of the bed, and always passed out crossing the foot of the next bed. It seemed, from the action of the head, merely to look down pensively at each recumbent figure. It took no notice of me, or of my bed, which was that nearest to Mr. Harker's. It seemed to go out where the moonlight came in, through a high window, as by an aerial flight of stairs. Next morning at breakfast, it appeared that everybody present had dreamed of the murdered man last night, except myself and Mr. Harker. I now felt as convinced that the second man who had gone down Piccadilly was the murdered man, so to speak, as if it had been borne into my comprehension by his immediate testimony. But even this took place, and in a manner for which I was not at all prepared. On the 5th day of the trial, when the case for the prosecution was drawing to a close, a miniature of the murdered man, missing from his bedroom upon the discovery of the deed, and afterwards found in a hiding place where the murderer had been digging, was put in evidence. Having been identified by the witness under examination, it was handed up to the bench, and thence handed down to be inspected by the jury. As an officer in a black gown was making his way with it across to me, the figure of the second man who had gone down Piccadilly impetuously started from the crowd, caught the miniature from the officer, and gave it to me with his own hands, at the same time saying, in a low and hollow tone, before I saw the miniature, which was in a locket, I was younger then, and my face was not then drained of blood. It also came between me and the brother juryman to whom I would have given the miniature, and between him and the brother juryman to whom he would have given it, and so passed it on through the whole of our number and back into my possession. Not one of them, however, detected this. At table, and generally when we were shut up together in Mr. Harker's custody, we had from the first naturally discussed the day's proceedings a good deal. On that 5th day, the case for the prosecution being closed, and we having that side of the question in a completed shape before us, our discussion was more animated and serious. Among our number was a vestryman, the densest idiot I have ever seen at large, who met the plainest evidence with the most preposterous objections, and who was sided with by 2 flabby parochial parasites, all the 3 impanelled from a district so delivered over to fever that they ought to have been upon their own trial for 500 murders. When these mischievous blockheads were at their loudest, which was towards midnight, while some of us were already preparing for bed, I again saw the murdered man. He stood grimly behind them, beckoning to me. On my going towards them and striking into the conversation, he immediately retired. This was the beginning of a separate series of appearances, confined to that long room in which we were confined. Whenever a knot of my brother jurymen laid their heads together, I saw the head of the murdered man among theirs. Whenever their comparison of notes was going against him, he would solemnly and irresistibly beckon to me. It will be borne in mind that down to the production of the miniature on the 5th day of the trial, I had never seen the appearance in court. 3 changes occurred now that we entered on the case for the defence. 2 of them I will mention together first. The figure was now in court continually, and it never there addressed itself to me, but always to the person who was speaking at the time. For instance, the throat of the murdered man had been cut straight across. In the opening speech for the defence, it was suggested that the deceased might have cut his own throat. At that very moment the figure, with its throat in the dreadful condition referred to, this it had concealed before, stood at the speaker's elbow, motioning across and across its windpipe, now with the right hand, now with the left, vigorously suggesting to the speaker himself the impossibility of such a wound having been self-inflicted by either hand. For another instance, a witness to character, a woman, deposed to the prisoner's being the most amiable of mankind. The figure at that instant stood on the floor before her, looking her full in the face and pointing out the prisoner's evil countenance with an extended arm and an outstretched finger. The 3rd change now to be added impressed me strongly as the most marked and striking of all. I do not theorize upon it. I accurately state it, and there leave it. Although the appearance was not itself perceived by those whom it addressed, its coming close to such persons was invariably attended by some trepidation or disturbance on their part. It seemed to me as if it were prevented, by laws to which I was not amenable, from fully revealing itself to others, and yet as if it could invisibly, dumbly, and darkly overshadow their minds. When the leading counsel for the defence suggested that hypothesis of suicide, and the figure stood at the learned gentleman's elbow, frightfully sawing at its severed throat, it is undeniable that the counsel faltered in his speech, lost for a few seconds the thread of his ingenious discourse, wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, and turned extremely pale. When the witness to character was confronted by the appearance, her eyes most certainly did follow the direction of its pointed finger, and rest in great hesitation and trouble upon the prisoner's face. 2 additional illustrations will suffice. On the 8th day of the trial, after the pause which was every day made early in the afternoon for a few minutes' rest and refreshment, I came back into court with the rest of the jury some little time before the return of the judges. Standing up in the box and looking about me, I thought the figure was not there until, chancing to raise my eyes to the gallery, I saw it bending forward and leaning over a very decent woman, as if to assure itself whether the judges had resumed their seats or not. Immediately afterwards that woman screamed, fainted, and was carried out. So with the venerable, sagacious, and patient judge who conducted the trial. When the case was over and he settled himself and his papers to sum up, the murdered man, entering by the judge's door, advanced to his lordship's desk, and looked eagerly over his shoulder at the pages of his notes which he was turning. A change came over his lordship's face. His hand stopped. The peculiar shiver that I knew so well passed over him. He faltered.
"Excuse me, gentlemen, for a few moments. I am somewhat oppressed by the vitiated air,"
and did not recover until he had drunk a glass of water. Through all the monotony of 6 of those interminable 10 days, the same judges and others on the bench, the same murderer in the dock, the same lawyers at the table, the same tones of question and answer rising to the roof of the court, the same scratching of the judge's pen, the same ushers going in and out, the same lights kindled at the same hour when there had been any natural light of day, the same foggy curtain outside the great windows when it was foggy, the same rain pattering and dripping when it was rainy, the same footmarks of turnkeys and prisoner day after day on the same sawdust, the same keys locking and unlocking the same heavy doors. Through all the wearisome monotony which made me feel as if I had been foreman of the jury for a vast period of time, and Piccadilly had flourished coevally with Babylon, the murdered man never lost one trace of his distinctness in my eyes, nor was he at any moment less distinct than anybody else. I must not omit, as a matter of fact, that I never once saw the appearance which I call by the name of the murdered man look at the murderer. Again and again I wondered, why does he not? But he never did. Nor did he look at me, after the production of the miniature, until the last closing minutes of the trial arrived. We retired to consider at 7 minutes before 10 at night. The idiotic vestryman and his 2 parochial parasites gave us so much trouble that we twice returned into court to beg to have certain extracts from the judge's notes re-read. 9 of us had not the smallest doubt about these passages, neither, I believe, had any one in the court. The dunder-headed triumvirate, having no idea but obstruction, disputed them for that very reason. At length we prevailed, and finally the jury returned into court at 10 minutes past 12. The murdered man at that time stood directly opposite the jury box on the other side of the court. As I took my place, his eyes rested on me with great attention. He seemed satisfied, and slowly shook a great grey veil, which he carried on his arm for the first time, over his head and whole form. As I gave in our verdict, guilty, the veil collapsed, all was gone, and his place was empty. The murderer, being asked by the judge, according to usage, whether he had anything to say before sentence of death should be passed upon him, indistinctly muttered something which was described in the leading newspapers of the following day as, quote, "a few rambling, incoherent, and half-audible words, in which he was understood to complain that he had not had a fair trial, because the foreman of the jury was prepossessed against him." The remarkable declaration that he really made was this: "My lord, I knew I was a doomed man when the foreman of my jury came into the box. My lord, I knew he would never let me off, because before I was taken, he somehow got to my bedside in the night, woke me, and put a rope around my neck." End of the trial for murder.